Chapter 34, Binge. I chuckled at the gruffness that practically oozed from each pen stroke, but the heart of the note was easy enough to see. This was more or less the old man's way of saying he considered me a part of the Jacobs family. I'm not talking about the corporation but the family itself, in other words I had been more or less adopted. I wasn't surprised really, as I'd need to be fucking blind to miss the signs of this coming. I may have been a stranger when I first walked into this place, but both I and the old man had grown to see it as a place I can rest at, a home. As Clay had said, the old man was gruff and firm and will pick on you if you don't stand up for yourself, but it was all coming from a good place. He had a funny way of showing it, but he wanted the best from those close to him. With this in mind, I was proud to suit up in the provided attire. It was all slightly off-feeling in certain parts, but that was because of my traits making my body disproportionate. The pants were slightly tight while the shirt and coat were slightly loose, and the shoes fit just right. Honestly, I had to give the tailor credit, as even after my unexpected growth spurt on Athena's, the clothes still more or less fit me, which was quite impressive. Once suited up good and proper, I pulled the brass handle of the wooden door to my room and walked out. If I had to guess, I'd say it was about midday on Eden 6, so the manor was a bit warm, but otherwise the temperature was fairly cool. As I walked through the manor, my new shoes tapped on the wooden floors noticeably, but that didn't bother me. Soon I ran into Baldrin as he dusted a shelf in the hallway. "A young master, Alex. I am most pleased to see your safe return and no doubt fruitful venture to Athena's. Might I say you look quite regal in your new suit," the butler said with a warm but small smile. "It's good to be back, and you look to be doing good as well," I said with my own smile. "Fit as a fiddle, sir," the man said, flexing a bit playfully. "Off to see the old man now, but we'll chat more later if you'd like." "Oh right, got you some tea leaves from the monks' sacred gardens while I was there, go nuts," I said, taking the packet of leaves from my inventory, and he nodded. "Most appreciated, sir. I'll be certain to savor each leaf," he said, happy with the gift. As I turned to leave, like usual, I found the old man in the study working on paperwork while sipping whiskey leisurely. He heard me walk in and looked up from his work to send a critical eye over me. "I'll need to get the tailor to adjust the pants, but you almost look like a proper Jacobs now," he said gruffly. I rolled my eyes at this. "Good to see you too, old-timer. Got quite the fucking tale to tell you," I said with a grin. "That's what I fucking did too." I told him about the grief the monks gave me after arriving. I told him about Maya and the archive and my trip across the planet and discovery of the vault key. Finally, I told him about me opening the vault and fighting the bug, as well as my reward from the vault. Throughout this whole tale he remained silent and merely listened to what I said. "And once the troops went searching for me, I came back here," I said, finishing up my story. He took a sip of his whiskey. "Looks like my gut was telling the truth. You were going to need a whole mess of life force when you got back. Don't know if it'll be enough to give you that Siren friend of yours powers, but I had Clay bringing in whole shiploads of ratch since you left. Got 'em in a crashed ship out in the jungle where they won't bother no one if they get out. Few thousand easy," he said smugly. "Just got back and you already have a feast laid out for me. You shouldn't have," I said with a wide smile. 600 plus life force times however many ratch, let's say 2000, was easily over 1,000,000 units and definitely enough for me to grab Maya's Siren powers. Course you also got those Death World critters I had brought to here, and even got in an arena to give 'em a fightin' chance like you wanted. A few of 'em died though, since they couldn't live off the planet," he added with a measure of amusement when it killed my mood a bit. I sighed. "Yet I suppose it can't be helped if a fish taken out of water suffocates. Still, the bodies should have some traits that I want, if nothing else," I say, slightly disappointed by the lack of challenge. While I was disappointed about the few creatures that died, I had considered this may happen as these creatures were adapted to their particular world and thus might straight up kick it if put in a different one. It's a bit like if you put a freshwater fish in salt water, or the reverse and put a saltwater fish in fresh water. Either way, despite it being water, they will more often than not die, since they weren't made for the deciding factor of the salt content or lack thereof. Still, the same traits that allowed the beasts to survive on Hydron were also the same ones I wanted to turn myself into a human cockroach. The planet was a hellscape of radiation and lightning, so naturally the creatures there should have traits related to resisting these things or even turning them into something helpful. In addition to that, the heavily metallic planet likely caused the beasts there to develop sturdy defensive traits that are just waiting for me to integrate. Perhaps even some form of rapid regeneration as well if I'm lucky. Bolter, Kraken, Bloomit, Scythemere, Kiken, Radmare, Blightwing, Shadower. These 8 names represented the species that were brought from the Death World to Eden, 6 of which, the Bloomit, Radmare, and Blightwing, died due to the missing atmospheric aspects they needed to survive. Obviously there were many more species that lived on the planet, but these were the larger and more easily found ones, and thus what I had to work with. The corpses were put on ice after death, so they hadn't decayed any when I was presented them shortly after I finished up with the old man. Bloomit Life Force 2032 traits: Radiation Resistance Rare Grade 5000 units, Inorganic Consumption Rare Grade 5000 units, Poor Sight Trash Grade 50 units, Poor Hearing Trash Grade 50 units, Supreme Teeth Epic Grade 20,000 units, Dense Claws, Variant, Metallic, Rare Grade 5000 units. Radmare Life Force 1630 traits: Radiation Resistance Epic Grade 20,000 units, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade 20,000 units, Powerful Muscles Rare Grade 5,000 units, Rooted Base, Common Grade 500 units, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade 20,000 units. Blightwing Life Force 3726 traits: Shock Resistance Epic Grade 20,000 units, Radiation Resistance Rare Grade 5,000 units, Aerial Expertise Rare Grade 5,000 units, Sharp Vision Rare Grade 5,000 units, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade 20,000 units, Alpha Muscles Uncommon Grade 1,000 units. This was what I came face to face with from each of these species, and I had to admit I was looking forward to fighting the species that remained alive still. I grimaced at the price but grabbed Shock Resistance Epic Grade, Sharp Vision Rare Grade, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade, Radiation Resistance Epic Grade, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade, Inorganic Consumption Rare Grade, Supreme Teeth Epic Grade, and Dense Claws, Variant, Metallic, Rare Grade for a price of 130,000 units. The pittance of life force I got back from the bodies in exchange was barely a drop in the bucket compared to what I spent. Still, I couldn't really complain, as these traits would increase my survivability by a massive amount. With the addition of the shock and radiation resistance traits, I now have a resistance trait for 4 different elemental afflictions, 3 of which are at epic grade and thus almost as good as being immune. I say with a wide grin after collecting my traits. I almost pity the poor son of a bitch that tries to kill you at this point. Skin like armor, bones that are nigh unbreakable, regeneration and even near immunity to 2 of the most common elemental damage types, and resistance to a third, the old man says with a slight shudder as he clearly imagines trying to kill someone like me. Don't forget all my offensive traits too. Fuck killing me, they'd be lucky to survive meeting me, I said with a mad cackle. That they would be. Reminds me, but how's the egg going? He asked, moving on. So far so good. As it stands, I just need for the thing to hatch and I'll have the closest thing to a dragon I can get, I said with a grin. Hope you know what you are doing making a monster like that, boy. If it goes feral, even you'd likely have trouble putting it down, he said sternly. I chuckled. Everything should work out just fine, I said calmly. After that I had to wait for Clay to get back with the next shipment of Ratch, which was thankfully only a couple hours later, and I had him take me to the storage place that had the massive amount of the fucking invasive bastards. Everything burns, I yelled while cackling like a madman as I used my elemental body and fire breath to torch every single fucking bug rat thing I came across and looted that sweet life force. I ended up getting a staggering 1,614,792 units of life force as a result. Let me tell you, I felt higher than a motherfucker afterwards. underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u=8157885 number sign : text =patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 1,866,290 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind uncommon grade x3 enhanced senses rare grade, Omega body rare grade x4 superior bones rare grade, armored hide rare grade, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x2, superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, minor regeneration rare grade, iron stomach uncommon grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, amphibious lungs, water resistance, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, stored traits, energy reservoir epic grade, shock resistance epic grade, sharp vision rare grade, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade, radiation resistance epic grade, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade, supreme armored hide epic grade, inorganic consumption rare grade, supreme teeth epic grade and dense claws, variant, metallic, rare grade. Chapter 35, Binge. 2. It was hard to describe the high that came from absorbing so much life force. It was like one long moment of warm bliss that I never wanted to end. I should probably mention I also looked downright demonic at the moment. Vast amounts of red energy flying through the air towards my body while my surroundings were on fire, all while my tattoos glowed brightly and I cackled like a madman. Yet I'd say I looked like the fucking devil having chosen to make an appearance. All good things had to come to an end though. When I finally adjusted to my new wealth of power, I was hit with the long suppressed hunger inherent to my powers with a vengeance. I dealt with you once and I'll do it again as many times as it takes for you to understand that you fucking belong to me, and I'll die before letting a fucking instinct control me. I thought angrily as I violently pushed the hunger down again. You good kid? Got a bit snarly at the end there, made me a mite nervous. Clay asked with barely masked concern. Yeah, I'm fine now. My power's hunger tried to make a reappearance but I kicked its shit back into the hole it crawled out of. I said reassuringly. This gonna be a reoccurring problem? He asked seriously. Nah, just showed up from eating too much life force at once is all. So long as I keep my meals small it'll stay in the fucking cage. I said firmly. We headed back to the manor after that and had dinner before I headed into my house to integrate my new traits in case they make a mess. I stripped and sat down on the floor of my shower in preparation before squaring my attention on the traits I planned to integrate one at a time. First I nudged the shock resistance and radiation resistance traits to get them to integrate. Immediately my pores began to weep blood and my skin turned lighter and lighter until it was almost pale white with a faint odd red, blue and yellow tinge to it. Next up was sharp vision that fused into my enhanced senses trait and pushed it into the next grade, epic. Up next I went with inorganic consumption, which I fused with iron stomach for 5,000 units of life force to create true omnivore rare grade. I immediately threw up blood and flesh as my stomach and esophagus rebuilt themselves for their new purpose, which is to say consuming literally anything that wasn't pure energy. Once that was over with I was nauseous but refused to stop until I was done. Supreme Armored Hide was next up and got fused with Armored Hide for free since I was pretty sure it was just the upgraded version of the trait. Once again my skin sloughed off, exposing the muscles underneath for a few agonizing but brief moments as new skin grew out over my body. The new skin was pale just like before but had a rough texture to it, not unlike stone, while somehow still being pliable enough to move as necessary. Next up I fused Supreme Teeth, Dense Claws, Variant, Metallic, and Superior Bones for a price of 20,000 units to create Biometallic Bones Epic Grade. I quickly came to regret that as my bones liquefied under my muscles and an insane amount agony assailed my mind as new ones made of organic metal regrew in their places. If it wasn't for my powers locking myself into a stiff shape during this process, I shudder to think of the misshapen creature I would have turned into. I passed out, thank fucking gods, as I doubted I would have been able to withstand the pain and maintain my current level of sanity otherwise. Finally, all I had left to integrate was the 2 energetic sustenance traits, which I nudged as soon as I awoke from my pain-induced mini-coma. Oddly, however, there was no pain with this integration, but rather a mild itch all over my body as my skin darkened slightly, and that was it. Honestly speaking, I didn't look much different than before this round of integrations, other than my skin being much paler and having a odd multicolored tinge to it, like I fucking slicked myself in antifreeze but failed to wash it all off. That didn't mean I didn't feel very fucking different. I was sluggish as shit as my new metal bones increased my weight by a fuckton, and my muscles weren't happy about it. My skin also felt stiff and hard, which it was. Even worse was that all my senses were heightened to a ridiculous degree after the trait related to it reached epic grade, and my mind was struggling hard to handle it. Fuck. Every god's damn time. I cursed mentally as I sat huddled on the floor of my shower, trying to adjust to the disorienting amount of stimulus I was getting. It took me nearly an entire hour to adapt to the enhancement of my senses, and then another to clean up the mess in my shower. Thank gods for alien disintegration tech. I hated every second of it though, as my every movement was strained from my muscles suddenly having an extra 70 pounds to deal with spread out along my whole body. It wasn't enough to overwhelm my muscles, but I had been pushed back down to human levels and then a little more. My legs in particular were suffering the most, and I'm pretty fucking sure if it wasn't for the ambush muscles I integrated a while back, I wouldn't even be able to walk more than 5 minutes at a time. I slipped on my skin suit after I was done cleaning up and left my house to pass my good Jacob suit to the old man to get retailored. Something wrong with you, boy? He asked sternly. I chuckled. I suppose you can say that. I integrated and fused those new traits I got, and now I am having trouble moving since I weigh so fucking much. Not regretting it, mind you, just need to get some more muscle traits to balance things out is all. I say honestly. The hell kinda trait you get to fuck your weight up like that? He asked astonished. Biometallic Bones Epic Grade. My entire skeleton is now made of organic steel, more or less. Adds an extra 70 or so pounds to me if my math's right. I said with a shrug. You talkin' like one of them mechanical enhancements meant to make folk less squishy? He asked, and I thought about it for a moment before nodding. Kinda like that, but like way fucking better. These new bones of mine can heal like normal and even grow as I do. So basically normal bones, but made of metal instead of, well, bone. I say with a grin. Not that I felt like I needed to grow much more, as I was already a solid 6 foot after getting that growth spurt on Athena's. Unfortunately, I knew damn well that I don't get any say in the matter, as my traits all but guarantee that I'll hit basketball player levels of tall by the time I'm done growing. That is to say 6'9" up to 7'5" depending on my luck. Unlike if I was a normal human, getting that big was actually to my benefit rather than detriment. See, thanks to my powers I will eventually reach superhuman standards in various regards, and that meant a certain size was needed to maximize the effects that entails. All that said, I still was slightly annoyed about the matter, since I knew doorways were going to be a problem in the future. You sure you want to go stuff in more traits into your body before you get used to these ones? He asked seriously, and I nodded. I need to get used to the changes as much as I can before I head to Pandora, and that means it's best if I get them as quick as I can. I say honestly. He didn't press the issue after that and took my word for it on trust. Since there was plenty of time left in the day, I headed out into the swamps nearby to hunt some jabbers for their strong body common grade trait to even out my body so I can fight the imported beasts from Hydran on my best footing. It took 4 copies at 500 units apiece to return me to normal, with the exception of my jump distance that was still slightly shorter than normal. My body filled out a bit more as a result, so now I was a thick slab of muscle. Thankfully my muscles weren't grotesquely massive, but at the very limit of what seemed normal to achieve for someone my size. I did a round of sim training and discovered something interesting: I was minorly bulletproof. Specifically, small caliber rounds like the .22 simply left a bruise on impact with my skin but failed to penetrate at all. Against normal calibers like .45s the damage was moderately mitigated even if the bullets still penetrated. Headshots were also very ineffective against me, as my skull being thick metal meant most bullets struggled not to ricochet off of it. I am talking simulation data wise anyways, as I obviously hasn't going to test this shit with an actual gun back in business. I thought with a grin after matching my previous score in the sim room against a small platoon of armed enemies. I relaxed for the next 3 days so that I could start the new week out fresh and ready. I spent most of the days tinkering with my gun and shield to upgrade them with my new Iridian knowledge. I sent the Iridian armor I took off the corpse in the mountain cave into the crafter thing to turn it into raw materials that I used to have the machine spit out perfectly machined parts for my shield and gun. Name: Adaptive True Death Level, Pearlescent/Unique Type, Repeater Pistol Damage Type, N/A Manufacturer, Drake Customizations, Extended Barrel, Caliber Conversion Up, Textured Grip, DG Struct Auto-Loading Mechanism, Iridian Metal Body, Elemental Affinity Up, Causality Double Shot. Affix: some say death is the end. If the Adaptive True Rebirth is equipped, damage changes based on the element equipped to it. Name: Adaptive True Rebirth Level, Pearlescent/Unique Type, Shield Damage Type, N/A Manufacturer, Drake Customizations, Iridian Rewiring, Hexagonal Shielding, Iridian Metal Body, Elemental Resistance Up, Passive Healing Field. Affix: for you it's a new beginning if the Adaptive Death is equipped. Shield shifts to whatever element is last used against it and the damage type for the Adaptive Death changes to counter it. Yeah, not gonna lie, I might have gone a tad overboard at remaking my gun and shield in my image. My gun was now a beast of a weapon that I managed to make fire 2 bullets every time I pulled the trigger, with the second bullet being this weird reality bent thing that didn't exist until I pulled the trigger and didn't get subtracted from my ammo store at all. Otherwise the gun just got a material upgrade and a bit of an elemental damage boost. My shield was a whole other matter, as I effectively entirely rebuilt it. I replaced its casing, added extra iridian wiring to boost energy efficiency and recharge rate, reorganized the shield pattern from the standard triangles, no idea why this is standard, to motherfucking hexagons, increased the elemental resistance after it swaps elements, and managed to add a passive healing effect to it when it was still up, which meant I was even harder to kill now. Yay science! Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u=815788554 number sign : text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 1,839,290 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind uncommon grade X3, enhanced senses epic grade, omega body rare grade X4, supreme armored hide epic grade, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade X2, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, minor regeneration rare grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, amphibious lungs, water resistance, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade X2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade, radiation resistance epic grade, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, stored traits, Energy Reservoir Epic Grade, Chapter 36, Pearlescent and Beatdown. After I was done upgrading my gun and shield, I went to show them off to the old man and he practically lost it. "Well, slather me in butter and call me a biscuit, that's a pearlescent weapon," he exclaimed as I set the gun on his desk and a huge silver blue aura of light came off it. "What's the difference between this and legendary? Besides the light show?" I asked curiously. "Legendary weapons got unique effects, as you know, but pearlescent is what a weapon or shield gets if it exceeds a certain quality while having a unique effect. Think of it as a higher form of legendary. They're rare, boy, only 24 known to exist in the 6 galaxies." 26 now, he said seriously as he looked over the gun fervently like he feared it would never be seen again. "Extremely fucking rare, got it. Jacobs ever made any of these pearlescent weapons?" I ask, interested in comparing my stuff to something in the same league. "We've made 4 of the 24. An assault rifle, Becca. A sniper, Bessie. A second sniper, Godfinger. And a pistol, Unforgiven. Don't ask for none of them, boy, can't give them to you, don't have them anymore. Only ever seen the pistol myself before a thief made off with it and it left Eden 6. The rest have been lost for a long time," he said seriously. "The first 2 sound like Jacob's weapons, but what's with the last 2 names?" I asked, confused about the epic but un-Jacobs-like names. "Bit of a tale to that, take a seat and I'll tell you all about it," the old man said, surprisingly eager. I did as he said, and once I got comfortable he started the tales. It was during the life of Singleton Talbot Jacobs, the founder of the Jacobs Corporation, that the Godfinger was born. Tale goes that he sneezed while creating a rifle and caused the machine to make a mistake. Singleton was furious as a man who demanded perfection in all things but was professional enough to fire the rifle at least once before decommissioning it. To his great surprise, the shot he fired grew more powerful the longer it flew and left a white line of smoke like the finger of God come to reap a life. The name Godfinger stuck. The old man spoke with a rare proud smile and paused to take a sip of his drink before moving to the next tale. "The Unforgiven was both my greatest achievement and shame to date. It was some 6 years past when I was overseeing the production of our newest line of pistols. Nobody knows how it happened and we've never been able to replicate it, but all the machines making the parts malfunctioned simultaneously while producing a single piece of a gun before returning to normal. It slipped under the radar until it was too late, and whether by coincidence or an act of God, all these malfunction parts were put together to create the pearlescent pistol. I barely got to see the shine of the weapon and moved to get it when a worker stole it and bolted. Lead a 2-month manhunt for the rat bastard before learnin' he'd been offed in a dispute and his killer took the gun and left Eden 6. Christened the pistol the Unforgiven to make it clear that Jacobs would never forget the theft," he said seriously. "Why does it sound like luck had a lot to do with the creation of both of those?" I questioned seriously. "That's the way for all but a few pearlescent items. Yours are amongst the privileged little to get the quality through intentional improvement," he said very sternly, as if to press how important this fact was. "Not for lack of trying, I assume?" I ask, and he nods. "Many have tried to elevate legendary items to pearlescent, but only a few have succeeded. Some through luck and others like yourself through unique advantages," he said honestly. Kinda makes me want to take a crack at it with the other legendary I have, the one from the vault. Hyperion rocket launcher by name of Nidhogg that shoots a rocket that turns into 6 smaller rockets at a certain distance that shoot straight down. Not really my style, as you can tell," I say honestly. Familiar with the line, but I don't suggest it. Hyperion takes their copyrights seriously and might come after you if you tamper with it and they find out," he says gruffly. "Good thing I didn't mess with it then. Still kinda annoying that the first legendary I find as loot turns out to be one I don't want, but it is what it is, I guess," I say with a shrug. He nods. "That reminds me, but what of your alien tech gun that you talked about?" he asked curiously. I sighed at that. "Need more iridium metal to make it, but seraphs aren't exactly fucking common, so I am at a standstill on that front at the moment," I said, a little frustrated. Annoyingly, Iridian tech was specifically designed with their strange materials in mind, and since my bullshit alien engineering knowledge didn't extend to metallurgy, I was kinda fucked without a source of the metal to use. The metal I got from the armor was barely enough to cover my upgrades to my gun and shield, and I was left with barely enough to make a fucking fork from. I let the old man get back to work after that as I headed to the arena he got set up for me to fight the imported creatures. It was a cheap thing thrown together without any intention of it lasting very long, but sturdy enough to keep the creatures from escaping in a short amount of time. Design-wise, it was a large thick-walled circular dome with steel bars woven over the top to keep the stuff inside without costing a lot of money to create. I wasn't bothered by this fact though, as I only needed to use it until I killed all the imported species that were left alive. Considering that there were only 5 to go through, it wouldn't take long at all, maybe a day or 2. When I got into the center of the arena, the person in charge of the arena released my first prey item, a bolter. It was easy to see where the name came from, even if I thought it on the fucking nose. The creature in question looked a bit like a mix of a cheetah and alligator in that it had hard, rough scaled skin and a lithe feline form that had a long flat tail attached to the back of it. The head was downright fucking prehistoric looking, with a rounded skull and long snout with sharp teeth in full view. The reason I said the name was on the nose though was the sparks of electricity rippling across its whole body, making it glow dangerously, something like a jaguar judging from those neck and jaw muscles. The stance makes me think it's got some speed to it as well. That electricity might prove a bit tricky since the bullets are still magnetic to a degree. Looks like I get to have some fun, I thought, sizing up the beast as it did the same. I didn't draw my gun this time, but spread my feet into a strong stance and held my arms at the ready. I was going to fight this thing bare fucking handed, and I had no intention of losing. I hadn't done this since my time on Earth, and I gods damned missed it. The adrenaline, my mistress encouraged me, and I was ready. The bolter seemed to sense my challenge and growled loudly before kicking off the stone floor of the area to charge me. Grrrrrrrrr. My stance shifted slightly with my right foot behind me on the toes, and I waited with my muscles primed. What followed next was best described as a one-sided beatdown. The beast got within 2 meters of me and lunged for my throat. Quick as a whip, my right foot lashed out and with a crack, struck the flat bottom of its jaw. My shield flickered as it nullified the shock from the physical contact and switched to being resistant to shock, while my gun got corrosive shots, not that I was going to use it here. The sheer weight behind my kick was more than enough to send the beast spinning through the air, with me rushing it immediately without mercy. I snatched its tail out of the air and full over the shoulders slammed it into the stone floor, causing it to crack on impact. I then stomped on the back of its neck between its skull and neck vertebrae, killing it instantly as the bones gave way to my brutal force. "Oh yeah, that's the good shit," I said with a grin as I stepped off the twitching corpse. Bolter Life Force, 2309 traits, Shock Resistance Rare Grade 5000 units, Predator Muscles Common Grade 500 units, Armored Hide Rare Grade 5000 units, Crushing Jaws Uncommon Grade 1000 units, Hard Teeth Common Grade 500 units, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade 5000 units. So? That comes in a lower grade than Legendary, I thought, surprised at the Elemental Body, Shock, trait. I wasn't surprised about the creature having the ability, as the EchoNet had plenty of records of creatures with elemental bodies, but I thought that series of traits was legendary, at least due to the bug. But it seems I was misunderstanding that it was the exception rather than rule. If this creature's trait was anything to go off of, these type of traits were actually much less rare than I thought. Not that I minded at all, as I didn't hesitate to grab that trait along with Shock Resistance, Predator Muscles and Crushing Jaws for a total price tag of 11,500 units of life force. "Damn kid, remind me never to piss you off," I heard a voice say as the corpse turned to dust after I grabbed the traits and life force. I looked over to the source. "When'd you get here, Clay?" I asked my favorite dark-skinned smuggler. "Just about the same time you punted the thing across the air like it wasn't as big as me," he said with a pitying look at the pile of dust. "So you got the whole fight then, whatcha think?" I asked, curious about his thoughts on the matter. "I think Pandora's not going to know what hit it. That thing didn't so much as make you break a sweat before you killed it, barehanded to boot," he says, clearly very impressed. Yet I must admit to being a tad disappointed at how easy that was, but I suppose that's the whole fucking point of these traits, ain't it? I said with a shrug. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =$8157885 number $:text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 1,830,099 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind uncommon grade x3 enhanced senses epic grade, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x2, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, minor regeneration rare grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, amphibious lungs, water resistance, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade, radiation resistance epic grade, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, stored traits, energy reservoir epic grade, shock resistance rare grade, predator muscles common grade, armored hide rare grade, crushing jaws uncommon grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade. Chapter 37, Octodi. Yeah, still hard to reconcile the you I first met all those months ago with the you now, he said honestly. I shrugged. It's just how my powers work, plus I've gotten a few lucky breaks that have given me some banger traits. I say casually as I walk over to him. Ain't that the truth? Never thought I'd see a person breathe fire or cover themselves in it without dying. Just glad you aren't one of those psycho nuts that'd declare themselves a god after getting a bit of power, he said with a chuckle. Nah, gonna save that for when I'm able to threaten a whole ass planet just by existing. I joke with a grin. I'd laugh if I didn't think you'd actually get there eventually. Not sayin' it'll be easy, mind, but at the rate you're going looks like a matter of time, he said with a shrug. Well, you gonna stick around for the next beastie or headed somewhere else? I asked, changing the topic. I've got nothing better to do, so I'll hang about to watch you work for a bit, he said, and I nodded before motioning the keeper dude to release the next beast. A cage door opens up at the end of the arena and a long glowing yellow tentacle reaches out, followed shortly by another and another until the beast fully dragged itself out into the open. That's a big ass octopus, I thought, astonished. Indeed, this creature that was appropriately named Kraken was what appeared to be a massive cephalopod. It had 12 long thick glowing yellow tentacles with barbed tips and thick-looking plates of metallic armor and a body easily 20 feet long and 8 feet wide in the standard bulbous boneless form. Most octopi have the creature's body much like its tentacles glowed yellow and had many metallic armor plates over it. Honestly, it would look like a tough customer if only it didn't have 3 huge red eyes that practically screamed weak point. I flat out ignored the fact that the creature was clearly capable of breathing air and didn't need to stay wet to survive, unlike literally all octopi I was familiar with. This reality had some fucking weird creatures, so this wasn't enough to make me bothered at all. I casually drew my gun and pulled the trigger 3 times in rapid succession at one of the eyes. The 3 bullets bizarrely turned into 6 mid-flight, and the first was the only one to land on my target as the tentacles blurred and tanked the rest. So that's how it is, hey. Alright, let's see how you like fire. I thought upon figuring out the creature's gimmick. It was a simple but effective one, really: defensive surprise factor. Those armor plates were there to protect the creature from harm, but the really important part was that the tentacles were basically whip strike fast to catch whatever was attacking it off guard. In a manner of speaking, this creature traded movement for defense and retaliation or ambush ability. There was a big problem with this, however: sustained damage. Anything that causes damage over time, like acid or fire, were the bane of this type of creature, as it simply couldn't escape it. In its native environment it wouldn't encounter something like that easily, but this was not it, and I was not a part of its natural food chain. I sucked in air loudly as my chest puffed up drastically, and I activated my fire-breathing trait. As I exhaled in a controlled manner, a thick yellow gout of flames erupts from my mouth and bathes the arena in fire within a cone shape that the creature sat within the end of. Heeeeeeees! The creature hissed in pain and flailed its tentacles to try and fend off the fire, but unlike bullets, fire wasn't a solid object you could swat away. The glowing flesh of the octopi sizzled and burned as the flames scorched it for as long as I breathed out, which was unfortunately only about 15 seconds. The only reason I could breathe out for so long and at such intensity was because of the enhancements my lungs had gotten. Still, once the flames vanished, since there was no fuel for them, I got to see the damage that my attack had done. Oh! How clever! I thought, quite pleased to see that after the initial panic the creature prioritized survival over comfort and bundled its armored tentacles over its body, sacrificing them to protect its vitals. The creature hissed angrily as it unwound its tentacles that no doubt hurt like hell, and glared murderously at me. I raised an eyebrow in interest as I saw the glowing scorched flesh of its tentacles begin to bubble and repair itself visibly. I wasn't surprised, since even on Earth octopi had strong regenerative abilities, though nothing this extreme. I pointed my gun at the beast yet again and pulled the trigger before moving my aim and doing it again. 4 bullets aimed at currently vulnerable parts shot out and caused serious damage as 2 of the 12 tentacles were severed at the base. I reloaded and pulled the trigger another 3 times with 3 different targets, severing another 3 tentacles. I had to quickly dodge, however, as the beast cleverly grabbed its severed appendages and used the extra reach it gave it to whip them at me. Its aim was off a bit due to unfamiliarity with this sort of attack, but the rapid adaptation it was showing to it told me that just like octopi on Earth, this fucker was smarter than a normal beast. Perhaps not sentient, but close enough to problem solve quickly and improvise tools. I pulled the trigger as I dodged the wild strikes that were getting more and more accurate, blasting off another tentacle for a total of 5 of 12 being severed. It became inevitable that I would be struck at this point, as 5 of the beast's tentacles whipped at me with its severed tentacles while it had 2 left to defend itself. When the blow came, I wasn't disappointed as my shield flickered and I was pressed back against the wall of the arena. The beast went frenzied at this success and began raining whip strikes down on me that my shield was barely holding up under and rapidly depleting. Taking a deep breath, I unleashed the entirety of my fire breath all at once in a briefly blue-hot eruption, actually causing critical damage to the beast this time, as it couldn't fully protect its body from the fire. The metallic plates at the top part of its body were melted slag while it chose to protect its eyes the best it could. I didn't just sit back while it did this, but emptied my gun, taking off another 2 tentacles and exposing one of its eyes. I reloaded and unloaded my gun for a total of 14 bullets, all aimed at that exposed eye, and the beast was forced to sacrifice another 3 tentacles to stop the barrage, leaving it only 2. I reloaded and grinned predatorily. It was a food fight, I said, complimenting it as I unloaded on it, now that it was unable to fully block my shots as I aimed for all 3 eyes simultaneously. It tried, but half the bullets went through and green corrosive damage exploded in the soft targets, ruining them and sending the beast screaming in agony as it flailed around. I didn't make it suffer for long and unloaded my gun into the remaining eye, which did the trick of killing it as I picked up its status with my powers. Now Kraken Life Force, 2191 traits, Clever Mind Uncommon grade 1000 units, Quick Thinking Rare grade 5000 units, Multi-Limbed Uncommon grade 1000 units, Radiation Resistance Epic grade 20,000 units, Regeneration Epic grade 20,000 units, Hyper Flexibility Rare grade 5,000 units, Biometallic Armor Plates, Iron, Rare grade 5,000 units. I wasn't too surprised at the traits the beast had, as I had more or less expected them from its performance. That said, I had to admit that this thing was impressively built, and for anyone else may have proven a difficult to overcome foe without using grenades or launchers. I didn't hesitate to shell out the life force to grab Clever Mind, Quick Thinking, radiation resistance, regeneration, and hyperflexibility for a total price of 51,000 units. I got a small amount back from the corpse, but not really enough to lessen the sting of spending so much. Not that I was too bothered by this given the veritable storm of life force I had swirling within me at the moment. That might change when I went back to Athena's to grab a copy of Maya's powers, but that was assuming I still had enough by the time I went through all these beasts that were costing me quite the sum. So far the corpse turned into a large pile of dust, and after I grabbed the traits and life force and I holstered my gun with a content smile. Had me worried for a moment there when it was wailin' on you with those tentacles, Clay said as I walked over. I nodded, yet I was under some serious fucking pressure from that and had to take a risk that it'd switch to defense if I sent some flames its way. Paid off in the end though, I said with a grin. Hiluva maneuver, gotta give it to you. So did ya get anything good from the calamari? He asked curiously. Some brain traits, a flexibility trait, a resistance trait, and Regina motherfucking ration, I said with a wide grin. Like regrow your arm, Regan, or just faster normal healing? He asked eagerly. Regrowing an arm is actually 2 or 3 traits, but very fast normal healing more or less. Cuts and bruises are no longer an issue for me, I said happily. Damn, really going for that immortal build, hey? Can't say as I blame you, it's one of those things everyone seems to want after all, he said with an impressed whistle. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =815788554 number $:text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 1,781,290 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind uncommon grade x3 enhanced senses epic grade, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x2, superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, minor regeneration rare grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, amphibious lungs, water resistance, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade, radiation resistance epic grade, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, stored traits, energy reservoir epic grade, shock resistance rare grade, predator muscles common grade, armored hide rare grade, crushing jaws uncommon grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade, clever mind uncommon grade, quick thinking rare grade, radiation resistance epic grade, regeneration epic grade. Hyper flexibility rare grade. Chapter 38. What a list. I don't know about immortality, but at the very least I want to make killing me really fucking hard, as close to impossible as I can get in fact, I said with a grin. Isn't that kinda the same thing? He asked confused. More or less yet, I said with a chuckle. He shrugged. Whatever works for you. You gonna kill another critter or that it for you for the day? He asked, changing the subject. That was it for today. I'd be bored if I killed them all at once, so I think I'll stretch the last few out over the next 3 days, I said honestly before moving to a different topic. What about you? Got anything interesting going on? I asked casually. Nah, bit of a quiet time at the moment. Not all that common, but it happens, he said with a shrug. Cool cool, want to help me conduct some probably highly illegal and morally questionable experiments? I asked with a grin as he froze. Help in what regard? He asked suspicious. Not on you geez. No, I need your help wrangling up some bandits so I can experiment on them with my powers, test if I can pass traits to folks already done growing, that sorta thing. I said, mildly offended by the mere idea that I would treat him so cruelly despite being friends. Sorry about the misunderstanding, can't ever be sure with people and experimentation. Tell you what, I'll wrangle up a dozen bandits for free as a way to make up for it. Sound good? He offered and I grinned. That'd be swell, besides if this works out you and the old man are top of the list for some upgrades. I said with a wink. That certainly seemed to motivate him as he wasted no time at all getting his ass in gear and hightailing it to the nearest fast travel station. I just laughed at that and made my way to the nearest jabber troop, needed traits to conduct my experiments with after all. One small round of population control later and I had 6 stacks of the 4 traits I could get from the normal members of the species: dexterous hands common grade, clever mind uncommon grade, strong nose uncommon grade and strong body common grade. Naturally I had a few different experiments in mind with these traits. For example, with strong body I planned to test raw injection, putting the trait as is into the body, and fusion with the already existing trait of that type. As I had long since realized, most creatures had a body trait of some sort in regards to their musculature. So one of my experiments was going to be seeing if giving another different body trait without fusing it to the original worked or if it needed to be fused first. I also needed to test if adding life force to the target beforehand helped at all with the integration or not. For the other traits I was also going to be checking for any side effects after the integration should that prove successful. I already knew that strong nose would cause some sensory overload, but that should fade given time for the brain to adjust. The biggest one I was planning to keep an eye on was for the clever mind trait. This trait directly messed with the composition of the brain, so it was really fucking important to make sure giving it to someone didn't make their head explode or some ridiculous event like that. There was also a non-zero chance that giving the trait to a bandit might return them to sanity if they weren't already sane. I say this because some madman had actually researched bandits and discovered that only about 70% of them were genuinely fucked in the head. The rest were just assholes with little morals. This explained how the clans of bandits didn't somehow implode over a particularly curvy piece of wood or some other fucking weird reason. In case it wasn't clear, the ones who were not fucked in the head tended to be the ones keeping everyone in the clans from killing each other for no apparent reason. While I doubted Clay would manage to capture any of these individuals, if he did I could study how the mind trait worked on both an insane and not person. After my hunt with the jabbers I headed back to the manor. Of course by that I mean I used my house's teleporter to get there since I was being lazy. It's good to be me, I thought with a chuckle as I stripped to integrate my current stockpile of traits, except for energy reservoir of course. Shock resistance, radiation resistance, predator muscles, armored hide and crushing jaws got fused into my own traits that already covered them for a small upgrade in those areas. The real changes came when I integrated quick thinking rare grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade, regeneration epic grade and hyper flexibility rare grade. My brain shut off directly when I integrated quick thinking, but I had sort of expected this given my experience with clever mind, which was a whole grade lower. When I woke up after the integration was complete, the change wasn't qualitative so much as quantitative. Quick thinking didn't improve the way my brain solved problems so much as how fast it did it. To explain this in an easy to understand way, if before I thought at a speed of 1 thought per second, now I thought at 3 thoughts per second. What I thought hadn't been changed, but how much I thought in the same time span had. I won't lie, this really fucked with my head for a minute or two, as it was almost like my perception of time had been skewed, as it felt like every second was now longer than before. It also explained how the creature I got the trait from had been able to adjust to its circumstances so fast. The potential of this trait had me salivating, as I theorized immediately that if raised enough this trait could provide a sort of pseudo-prescience, seeing the future. In theory, if I could make enough observations in a short enough span of time, I could predict the outcome before it ever happened, which would render me basically untouchable. Naturally that was a far in the future type deal, so I didn't focus for all too long. Regeneration fused with minor regeneration, since it was obviously the higher version of it, and besides a sort of tingle all over my body, nothing really happened that was to be expected, however, as it was a passive trait that only did something upon injury, so I wasn't bothered by it. Hyperflexibility was entirely fucking different, as the moment I integrated it my entire musculature burned. My previously protruding and slightly cumbersome muscles compacted and toned down without losing any potency, as my body was forcefully made ludicrously flexible. I had gone from looking kinda bulky to just a hair away from twig-like, which was off-putting to say the least. Still, I couldn't say I didn't approve of my new figure, as it was tight and efficient with few places where claws or blades could catch easy. When I integrated the shock variant of elemental body, I got a rather unusual sensation as my tattoos stretched slightly over my right shoulder. If I had to describe it, I'd say it was almost like an attraction between the shock and fire elemental body traits. At the same time, there was this feeling of incompatibility as well that I quickly figured out the cause of. The two traits could fuse, however I needed other traits as well, and to top it off they all had to reach the same grade as well. This was going to prove a pain in the ass to pull off, as the fire variant was legendary grade and the shock was merely rare. If I wasn't wrong, there was also a cryo and corrosive elemental body trait that also had to be fucking legendary grade for the fusion. Needless to say, that was going in the way the fuck in the future. A list of things to do right next to collecting all the Siren power traits. I tested the difference between the rare grade shock body and legendary grade flame one, and there was no fucking comparison. The legendary grade trait allowed me to, if a bit unsafely, approach the peak possible intensity of that elemental damage type. The rare grade shock trait though got me nowhere near the intensity of weak lightning, much less the pinnacle of the stuff. Don't get me wrong, I still gave off a lethal amount of electricity, but I couldn't compare to a bolt of the weakest lightning possible. I assumed that I would require at least the epic grade trait to reach that point, and who the fuck knew how many rare grade versions of the trait it would take to get that upgrade. Still, it was nice to know that if I wanted to, I could jump start a car by pressing 2 fingers on the battery. Much like the flame version, I could also control whether the element came from a single point on my body or all of it. I was sorta tempted to test somebody with a handshake, which was an impulse I pushed down hard. With this round of integrations down, I got dressed again and left my house after feeding my pet egg some life force. The next 3 days kinda blurred together, as even my fights with the beasts in the arena were lackluster and boring. I did get some more traits though, so that was worth mentioning. Radiation resistance epic grade 20,000 units, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade 20,000 units, powerful muscles rare grade 5,000 units, supreme armored hide epic grade 20,000 units, shock resistance epic grade 20,000 units x2, sharp vision rare grade 5,000 units, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade 20,000 units, elemental body, shock, rare grade 5,000 units, strong circulation epic grade 20,000 units, minor spatial awareness epic grade 20,000 units. Honestly speaking, all of the beasts just had repeats of the previous ones I had harvested already, or traits I had no use for. Besides the shadower that had the last 2 traits listed, that is, not that it made the fight any less pathetic, as the shitty thing keeled over after a single headshot. Anyways, I integrated all of this into my already integrated traits to get a nice general boost in those traits. Strong circulation was a bit different in that it actually increased the richness of my blood, so my body was now way more efficient with everything I put in it. Minor spatial awareness was kinda funky, as it let me perceive an area of space around my body in every direction vaguely. It was hard to describe it better than generalized omnipresence. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number :text =patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 1,568,290 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, Clever Mind Uncommon Grade X3 Enhanced Senses Epic Grade, Omega Body Rare Grade X4, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade, Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade, Energy Projection Epic Grade X2. Superior Vitality Epic Grade, Flame Breath Uncommon Grade, Regeneration Epic Grade, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Amphibious Lungs Uncommon Grade, Thermal Sensing Uncommon Grade, Water Resistance Common Grade, Active Camouflage Epic Grade, Iridian Engineering Expertise Mythical Grade, Quick Thinking, Efficient Lungs Rare Grade X2, Fire Resistance Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Fire, Legendary Grade, Shock Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Shock, Epic Grade X2. Radiation Resistance Epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, True Omnivore Rare Grade, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X2 Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Hyper Flexibility Rare Grade, Strong Circulation Epic Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade Stored Traits, Energy Reservoir Epic Grade, Clever Mind Uncommon Grade X7, Dexterous Hands Common Grade X6, Strong Nose Uncommon Grade X6, Strong Body Common Grade X6 Chapter 39. Experiments. It was on the fourth day that things became worth talking about again. See, I woke up and got dressed in my newly tailored suit that fit perfectly now. On my waist was my pistol and shield as I left my room in the manor. Did you need something, Baldrin? I asked, surprised to find the man waiting outside my room. Yes, Mr. Clay has returned and informed me to let you know that he has your materials in the housing ship that the Ratch were stored previously, the butler said calmly. Ah. Good news then, thank you for passing on the message, Baldrin. I thank him and he nods before leaving to no doubt get back to his normal work. I head through the wooden hallways and briefly pause as I pass the doorway to the old man's study, but decide not to bother him as I continue to the fast travel machine located just outside the manor. I punched in the location of the down storage ship we used for the Ratch previously and let the machine do its thing as I broke apart into pure data that was transferred to the ship in a few moments. The first thing that hit me when I arrived was the angry banging of the bandits in their cages and the smell of piss, shit, and blood. Looking around, I spotted Clay leaning back in a chair smoking a cigar as he performed maintenance on one of his guns. They didn't give you too much trouble, I take it? I asked as I walked over to him. Nah, dumb bastards walked right into the cages after I put up signs that said free guns on it, he said with a chuckle without looking up from his gun. Did you manage to get any that weren't insane by chance? I asked, amused at the story. Nope, got shot at by them though when I picked up their friends here. The guns on my ship ain't for show though, so they didn't live to regret it, he said, and we both chuckled at that. Not ideal, but I expected as much. What's the count? I asked curiously. Used to be 14, but 2 of the more insane of them bashed their brains out against the bars, so we only have 12 of them, he said with a shrug. Explains the smell of blood. Still, that's more than enough, thanks for the help. You gonna stick around for this next bit or not? I asked, and he thought about it for a moment. Think I'll stick around to see how this turns out. Not like I'm squeamish, and who knows, might even learn something, he said casually. I shrugged at that, since it honestly made no difference to me whether he stayed or not. Walking over to the nearest cage after that, I took a look at the inhabitant curiously. I had of course seen what a standard bandit psycho looked like from the Echonet, but it was different than seeing one in person. I'll wear your eyelids to hide the sun, the bandit yelled as he lunged at me from within the cage while breathing heavily. I snapped out my arm and caught the lunatic by the throat and hoisted them up easily before looking them over. Disgusting sun-baked skin, athletic body, chipped nails, ratty clothes, and a foul body odor. Also clearly deranged. I noted mentally before checking the thrashing psycho's traits. Human, psycho, life force, 825 traits, athletic body common grade 500 units, broken mind trash grade 50 units, maniacal creation rare grade 5000 units, buzz-axe expertise uncommon grade 1000 units, poor smell trash grade 50 units. You'll do well enough. I said calmly before pushing a copy of Clever Mind out through the hand holding the bandit up by his throat. I casually released my hold on the bandit as I felt the trait leave me and stepped back to watch the results. Pink screams. No. No. You won't make me white, the psycho screams while clutching his head and writhing on the ground. After a few minutes the screams stopped and the psycho lay on the ground shuddering. I reached through the bars of the cage and grabbed the ankle of the bandit to see what the damage was. Human, Psycho, Life Force, 525 traits, Athletic Body Common Grade 500 units, Split Mind Epic Grade 20,000 units, Maniacal Creation Rare Grade 5,000 units, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade 1,000 units, Poor Smell Trash Grade 50 units. I certainly didn't expect this. I thought, surprised by what I saw. The first thing I noticed was the drop in life force the bandit had. The really surprising part though was the effect that integrating Clever Mind had on the psycho. See, I was sorta correct in that the brain trait tried to forcefully make the mind of the bandit become sane. What I hadn't expected however was that the bandit rejected the new sane ego forming to such a great degree that he developed split personality disorder. There was now two fucking personalities inside one body, one sane the other insane. I was halfway tempted to integrate yet another Clever Mind into the bandit to see if that completely removes the insane personality, but I decided to repeat the experiment on another bandit instead to make sure this wasn't a one-off fluke. The rest of the bandits pressed themselves against the far wall of their cages as I approached, no doubt in fear after witnessing what happened to the previous bandit. It made no difference to me if they were willing or otherwise, and I had Clay open a cage so I could continue my experiment. Like a rabid animal the bandit lunged at me, but I handled them with the same ease as the previous one and integrated the trait into them before waiting on the results. When I checked on this new bandit's status after they were clearly done screaming, I was intrigued by what I found. Once again the bandit developed split personality disorder as two egos were now present in one body. With this pretty much now set as the baseline for mental traits going into a psycho, I integrated yet another copy of Clever Mind into the bandit to see what would happen. There was no screaming this time, but merely some groaning before they went quiet again. I frowned however when I saw that the trait actually showed up this time, but the split personality trait remained. So if a brain trait is given to an insane person, they develop a second sane personality, but if another copy is added on top of the first, the two personalities remain but both get the true benefits of the trait added. I muttered calmly. What about if you gave it to someone who was sane already? Clay asked worriedly. I don't know. None of these bandits are sane, so I can't test the idea, but considering that it tried to introduce sanity to them, probably nothing beyond what it was supposed to do originally. I said with a helpless shrug. So the mind traits might be safe, but you can't say one way or the other without testing it, he asked, and I nodded. More or less. Time to test the physical traits since those should be more definitive in the results, I said, leaving the cage and having it locked behind me. I then grabbed another bandit and forced strong body into them despite their resistance. This time even Clay paled as the flesh of the bandit squirmed and broke apart as the athletic body was forcibly pushed even further in a terrifying display of power. Human, Psycho, Life Force, 301 traits, Alpha Muscles Uncommon Grade 1000 units, Broken Mind Trash Grade 50 units, Maniacal Creation Rare Grade 5000 units, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade 1000 units, Poor Smell Trash Grade 50 units. So the integration forced the fusion of the two like traits at the cost of the bandit's own life force. So if I were to inject life force before the integration, the recipient would be fine afterwards. I theorized as I left the cage and had it locked again. I tested this theory on yet another bandit and confirmed that the integration went smoothly after I injected some life force into them. I think I can say that yes, as a matter of fact I can give traits to others fairly safely, I said to Clay, who was waiting for a verdict. You say that, but it didn't look safe at all, or pleasant for that matter, he said, throwing a look at the now more muscular bandit that had passed out from the pain. Okay, yeah, it's not exactly a fun process, but it is safe. Besides, it's not like you have to have them, it's simply an option if you wanted it. I say honestly. Think I'll pass, but I'll keep it in mind, he said, and I didn't push the issue. I killed all of the bandits after that and took a copy of Buzzak's expertise in the life force, but that was it. I didn't bother wasting time and directly integrated it and found the concept simple but genius and insane at the same time. Buzz axes were a weird hybrid weapon between a saw and an axe, as the axe head was replaced by a saw blade that spun rapidly using a very small but powerful motor. They were clearly the product of an ill mind, but somehow became the psycho weapon of choice to great and deadly effect. The only reason I took the expertise trait for the weapon was that I thought it might possibly be able to fuse with other weapon or item expertises to create a higher graded trait, weapon expertise or something like that maybe. Even if it couldn't, there wasn't exactly any harm in grabbing the trait, as all it was an understanding of how to use that particular weapon. With this business taken care of, we both headed back to the manor for the day to let the old man know what we found out. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number $:tilde text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 1,577,319 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind uncommon grade x3 enhanced senses epic grade, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x2. Superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2. Radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, Buzzak's expertise uncommon grade, stored traits, energy reservoir epic grade, clever mind uncommon grade x4, dexterous hands common grade x6, strong nose uncommon grade x6, strong body common grade x4. Chapter 40, upgrades people. You mean to tell me that all it costs to get those traits you've been gorging yourself on is a bit of suffering and life force? The old man asked gruffly. I literally just said that. I said with an annoyed look. Don't get snappy with me, boy, this needs clarity, he said, and I sighed. Yes, you need to suffer through the integration process just like I would, but other than the extra life force you'd need to not drop life expectancy, that's it. One trait is non-negotiable in that you will be getting it. Disease resistance. You, Wainwright, Clay and Hammerlock will all be getting a copy of this trait. I say seriously. He glared at me. You think you can force me to do anything I don't want to, boy? He asked fiercely. In this case, yes. I'm stronger, faster, and all I need is it grab you for it to be all over already. If you never see it coming, by the time you can say or do anything to stop me, I will already have finished. I say confidently. Good. The strong take and the weak got no right to argue. So long as you've got the best in mind for Jacobs, you'll find the shadow of the old tree will always shade you, he said with the barest hint of a smile. Well, shit, kid, don't we get any say in this matter? Clay complained. Of course you do, never said I would listen though. I said with a grin, and he sighed. Yet I shoulda guessed, he says with a wry smile as he shook his head. Can't really bellyache about it either, Clay, as it will be good for us in the end, the old man said with a shrug. He's not wrong. Besides, if it really bothers you, you could just get anesthesia first so you don't feel a thing. I said casually. That was an option, he asked incredulously. I scoffed. For anyone other than me yet? I have to be awake to start the process, which means none of that knockout gas for me, but since I'm giving the traits to you, there's no reason why you would need to be awake for it, since it's biological in nature rather than mental or spiritual. I said honestly. Well, I got no argument then, he said, now totally fine with it. Couldn't really fucking blame him, as no one other than a masochist, the insane, or someone with no other option would willingly suffer like that. I fell in the first category, by the way, since all adrenaline junkies are masochistic. It's literally how we get our high. In my particular case, there was also a good helping of the last type of person as well, since that was the only way to make the most of my powers. Clay wanting to avoid unnecessary suffering was pretty natural as a result, and not something to be held against him. That pretty much sealed the deal for what I would be doing for the last couple months before Pandora called my name. First and foremost, I had to collect the traits that each of my closest people would be receiving. The list was as follows. Montgomery Jacobs, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade, Clever Mind Uncommon Grade, Dexterous Hands Common Grade. Wainwright Jacobs, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Precise Vision Rare Grade, Dexterous Hands Common Grade, Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade, Clever Mind Uncommon Grade. Alistair Hammerlock, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Precise Vision Rare Grade, Strong Nose Uncommon Grade, Strong Body Common Grade, Keen Hearing Common Grade, Tough Skin Common Grade. Clay, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Iron Stomach Uncommon Grade, Clever Mind Uncommon Grade, Dexterous Hands Common Grade, Precise Vision Rare Grade, Alpha Muscles Uncommon Grade, Armored Hide Rare Grade. Maya, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Beautiful Form Rare Grade, Clever Mind Uncommon Grade, Strong Vitality Uncommon Grade, Strong Body Common Grade. Besides disease resistance, the traits each of my close group chose for themselves represented their own interests and jobs. The old man took a trait to help with his alcoholism, and the rest were chosen to help him run the corporation better. For Wainwright it was the same, with the exception to the trait he wanted to improve his admittedly piss-poor eyesight. He wasn't blind or even close to it, but his perception past about 7 feet made him unable to use any gun other than a shotgun with any decent amount of accuracy. Hammerlock straight up wanted an upgrade all around to make himself a better hunter. Clay's list might had coincided with Wainwright and Hammerlock's to a degree, but that was apparently because he thought those traits would improve his ability as a gunslinger and smuggler. I could see how too if I really thought about what each trait did and how that could be used to do what he does. Maya was more a special addition to my list, as I planned to go back to Athena's to grab a copy of her powers trait. I figured that I'd give my best girl a boost while I was at it, since I very fucking much doubted she wasn't going to go vault hunting in a few years. I also threw Beautiful Form into the mix because why the fuck not? Collecting these traits took me a whole ass month and a half, mostly because of tracking down enough Edenian blood feathers to get all the disease resistance traits. It also cost me a nice chunk of my life force stores, but it was worth it in my opinion. 138,500 units just for the traits themselves, and an additional 10,000 units split 5 ways to allow them to integrate the traits without using up their lifespan. The first to undergo the transformation was Wainwright, who was way too fucking eager in my opinion. Naturally, the old man had already gotten the knockout gas ready and had special clean room set up for the inevitable mess. Time's a wastin', let's get this done so we can get to celebratin', Wainwright said as he laid down in the hospital robe on the floor of the clean room before the gas took him. I shrugged and crouched down next to him once it was clear he was fully out and placed my hand on his chest. I sent in each of his traits one after the other, and thankfully his body accepted them easily enough, and with a final push I sent in the 2000 life force as his own started to get cannibalized by the traits integration. It certainly didn't take long for his body to begin violently rejecting the stuff related to the traits he chose to replace it with the new stuff, and as expected it was a gruesome and disgusting process. Once it was over, I checked on him, and seeing that he was good to go, let Baldrin wheel him out of the room as the entire place was sterilized with fire after I stepped out. Goodness, if that wasn't unsettling. And you say mine is to be much worse? Hammerlock asked, bothered by the sight. Objectively speaking, in terms of severity, it goes Clay, you, Wainwright and the old man. You chose the traits related to the body and skin, so naturally those will be gruesomely changed. On a related note, I hope you like being bald, I said with a chuckle. His wasn't even the next one up for his upgrade, as the old man claimed that spot. The process was nearly identical to Wainwright's, though with a little less bleeding of the eyes. When he was done, Baldrin dutifully wheeled him away and the room was cleansed again. Now it was Hammerlock's turn, and as I said, it was like a scene from a horror show as his body swelled and his skin came off while his nose, ears, and eyes bled out dark gunk. Honestly speaking, once his skin regrew, and with the exception to his missing hair, Hammerlock looked good, as his body that was already surprisingly fit was now cut like an athlete's. He too was wheeled out of the room before the purging flames came once more. Finally it was Clay's turn, who stoically took the deepest breath of knockout gas he could right away. Having seen the other 3 transformations, he was absolutely certain that he didn't want to remember the experience at all. Can't blame him either, as it really fucking sucked. Still, like before, the transformation went smoothly, and that was that. I took the gas with me and took my house to Athena's, but didn't close it when I arrived, but left it cloaked. Getting awfully close to your deadline, aren't you? My best girl asked with a smile as she saw me leaning against the wall outside the archives. I've still got a couple weeks. Besides, I come bearing gifts. I have for you some nifty traits, but if you don't want them, I guess I could just keep them to myself, I said playfully. Her face lit up in a wide smile. Absolutely not. How could you ever take back a gift you offered? She asked, playing along. Meh, I'll deal with it, I said with a shrug. I suppose you didn't come all this way just for this, right? She asked, changing the subject. Right you are. I am also here to grab that power trait of yours. A copy of it anyways, I said honestly. About time. I've been dying to know what would happen after you added a second Siren trait to yourself, she said, way more eager about this than even the traits I brought her. Let's give you those traits first. I brought the knockout gas since the process is kinda painful. You could also try doing it without being knocked out, but I don't recommend it, I say honestly as I lead her into my house. You aren't knocked out when you do it, so how bad could it be? She asked curiously. Oh, it's fucking terrible depending on what traits you do. The armored hide trait, for example, makes all of your skin come off. The traits you are getting are much more mild. You'll just bleed from your everything and have all of your muscles grow more powerful in a short span of time, I said, and she gaped in horror. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number $:text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 1,429,390 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind uncommon grade X3 enhanced senses epic grade, omega body rare grade X4, supreme armored hide epic grade X2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade X2. Superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade X2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade X3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade X2. Radiation resistance epic grade X3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade X2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade X2 quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, Strong Circulation Epic Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz-Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade Stored Traits, Energy Reservoir Epic Grade, Clever Mind Uncommon Grade X4, Dexterous Hands Common Grade X6, Strong Nose Uncommon Grade X6, Strong Body Common Grade X4, Disease Resistance Epic Grade, Beautiful Form Rare Grade, Strong Vitality Uncommon Grade. Chapter 41, Miscalculation. That doesn't sound mild at all, she exclaims in horror. We are talking rapid controlled fucking evolution here. What were you expecting, a rash? No, your body will go through all the upgrades it would have taken for you to naturally reach that end result within a matter of minutes, so no matter what, it's not going to be a pleasant process. I said, rolling my eyes. Fine, I get it, but why the whole bleeding from my everything thing? She asked with a frown. That would be the disease resistance trait I got lined up for you. Turns out it does a complete upgrade to your immune system, which means all the old parts get kicked out, hence the bleeding. I said with a shrug. Disease resistance? Judging from the name, it makes it harder for me to get a cold, she said, confused. If it was so mundane, why would I bother getting it for you? I asked with a shake of my head. What it does is increase your body's ability to identify and combat any diseases you encounter to a ridiculous degree. I don't mean just common diseases, but all diseases, including to but not limited to plagues and anthrax. I said with a grin as her eyes grew huge as she understood the implications of what I said. Okay, that sounds awesome, she says with a smile. Glad you are on board then. So how we doing this? I asked, and she looked confused. I thought you knew, she asked, and I shook my head. I don't mean how am I going to give you the traits, but rather what happens after that. You'll be knocked out for at least 20 minutes, and that means you will be either covered in filth for that whole time and clothed, or naked and covered instead. I explained, and her face turned crimson as she understood the issue. Unlike with the old man and the others, Maya was a female, and that meant she will end up in an award position regardless. She might thirst me up whenever she thought I wasn't looking, and even actively try and get me to take peeks at her growing assets, but she was still a girl with no sexual experiences, so just getting totally or even partially naked in front of me was an uncomfortable idea for her. It was a strange thing being willing to fuck and stripping without having that intention, having different reactions from someone, but people were complicated. If we were just going to fuck, she'd probably drop her clothes without hesitation, but now that it was a look but don't touch type deal, she was embarrassed. Do you have a sheet or something I can cover myself with? She asked, red-faced. I don't, but I can easily fix that. Creation machine, remember. Gonna have to go with plastic though if we don't want it to stick to you. I said with a shrug, and she sighed and relaxed. Making a simple black plastic sheet in the machine was easy enough, and after going to my bathroom and changing into her sheet, Maya was ready. I gassed her and sent in the traits along with an extra 2,000 units of life force. As I had said, her muscles squirmed under her skin as they tore and reformed, while all of her pores leaked a mix of thick, dark, and thin, light-colored blood. I didn't get to see the results really, as she was fully covered from the neck down in the black sheet, but I figured I'd know soon enough. I also didn't take a copy of her powers trait during this time because I wasn't entirely sure what would happen if I did. If for some reason the power went haywire when I took it, I wanted her awake to counter it with her own. As I guessed, she stayed under for about 25 minutes before I heard the water start flowing in my bathroom, and I waited for her to get done washing herself off. When she walked out, I mentally high-fived myself for throwing a copy of Beautiful Form in the mix. For starters, despite her body bulking up a bit, she still looked like a supermodel, just with faint abs. Second, her hips and tits got an upgrade in huggability, if you understand my meaning. That has to be at least a whole cup size bigger than before. I thought, impressed. It wasn't a very huge increase, but definitely noticeable. Her skin was also now practically glowing with how smooth and vibrantly healthy it was. I also noticed she'd gained a good 2 inches of height to better keep her proportions just right. I assume you did this intentionally, she asked, pressing her boobs together. Well, not intentional exactly. I did slip in a Beautiful Form in there, but other than it was supposed to make you more gorgeous, I had no idea how it would affect you. I regret nothing, I said with a grin. I'm not even mad. They are awesome, she said, bouncing a bit, causing that hypnotic jiggle everyone loves. Tearing my gaze from her chest, "We should probably get the power trait over with, hey?" I asked, and she rushed over eagerly. "I've been waiting for this," she said with a huge smile. I just chuckled at her excitement before grabbing one of her smooth soft hands and going ahead with the acquisition. Immediately I felt that hunger flare up as a whole million units of life force vanished from my stores. It left this dreadful empty feeling behind, like I had been starving for days, that I ignored as I knew it would fade once I got used to my new amount of life force. Other than the drain of life force, nothing happened for a moment, which made me worried that something was wrong. My powers were not instantaneous, but they never just outright stalled like this. It was a continuous motion from the life force draining from me to the formation of a copy of the trait to it returning to me. It took an entire minute for me to feel the trait start forming and a whole 5 awkward fucking minutes to finish. It became clear to me, however, why my powers were struggling like this when the trait copy went to pass from her to me. It was like I had an entire planet pressed against my hand and slowly getting forced through a hole the size of a straw. I grit my teeth in agony as merely bringing the trait into my body caused my tattoos and eyes to shine blindingly, and pain racked my body. It was like I was a balloon long since filled to capacity, yet getting more and more air forced into it without bursting somehow. Pure agony. My veins bulged in exertion and sweat dropped off of me in vast amounts as I fought my hardest not to clench my hand that was holding Maya's. Hindsight is a bitch, because it was only after I was too far into the process that I realized I might have fucked up. Clearly the Siren power traits were different than all the rest, as even legendary traits barely felt like more than swallowing a pool ball. Compared to this, it was nothing, as it was as if I had choked down an entire planet. The moment the process finished, I collapsed in relief while Maya looked horrified. She probably remembered the last time I took one of her traits and understood that what just happened was not normal. "Are you okay?" she asked, panicked next to me. "I'll live," I wheezed out painfully. My whole body ached like I had torn every muscle I had and been awake for 4 whole days. Just keeping myself from passing out when I blinked was a Herculean task in and of itself. Now that I had the trait, though, I understood why I had such trouble taking the thing in. Concepts. As I had previously theorized, the Siren powers held concepts of the universe, which was why they couldn't be destroyed and why there was a limit to how many could exist at once. Maya's phase lock held the concepts of gravity, time, and a part of the space concept. In simple terms, my powers created a copy of these concepts along with the structure of her powers and gave them to me. In other words, I had basically just been force-fed a tiny fraction of the universe's many parts. Honestly, I wasn't even surprised that the process was so agonizing as a result, given the sheer vastness those concepts held. Unfortunately, I could also tell that the creators of Maya's powers had sort of crippled them. Whether intentional or not, I didn't know, but it was true. If she could fully wield the powers of these concepts, it would be no exaggeration to say that she would easily be considered a god. Seriously, just imagine that she points her hand out the window of a ship in orbit and a black hole forms from out of nowhere and destroys the planet in mere moments while entirely unaffected by the hole's gravity yourself. That was what a single concept of her powers were capable of without these limitations on them, just one concept without mentioning the other two. The kicker, though, was I identified the part that was the biggest limitation for her but wasn't for me. Energy. The powers had an inbuilt feature to make sure the host of them had a pool of energy to draw from in order to use them. I directly stripped this part of the trait away, as I already knew what it was: energy reservoir, epic grade. It cost me another 273,489 units to remove that part of the mythic trait and shunt it into the copy I had. That directly caused the copy I had to jump a grade to legendary. I did this because I didn't need a new energy source for the power, as I already had one, life force, and unlike Maya's amount of energy, my pool was theoretically infinite in size so long as I killed enough. I thought about trying to loosen the other restrictions on the concepts, but understood that I both lacked the funds for that and that it was a very bad idea for my body. One such limitation was that Maya could use her concepts fully only if she had enough energy to do it, as a failsafe to make sure that the power's host didn't have to experience the concepts with their body. In other words, it was a safety mechanism to keep the Siren from killing themselves accidentally. underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =$8157885 number $:text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore on Alexander Drake Life Force 155,901 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind uncommon grade x3 enhanced senses epic grade, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x2, superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, stored traits, energy reservoir legendary grade, clever mind uncommon grade x3, dexterous hands common grade x6, strong nose uncommon grade x6, strong body common grade x3, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade chapter 42. This is my bubble. I didn't stand on ceremony and straight up dumped the legendary grade energy trait into Maya, catching her off guard. She moaned in pleasure as the trait integrated itself with her already existent version. Couldn't blame her either, as I was pretty sure it felt like getting a full body massage by the most skilled hands in the galaxy. How could it not? She had until now had the base version of the energy reservoir trait, which must have been stifling, though she probably didn't realize it. Now however her trait was a whole ass grade higher, and so her pool of energy must have grown dramatically, thus loosening the restrictions on her, which was like weight being dropped off of her after so long. You could have said something before dumping your load in me like that, she said red-faced, and I snickered at the double meaning that she absolutely said on purpose. Don't act like you didn't love it. It's weight, it's girth, I said, playing along. Jokes aside, I take it you are feeling better, she asked, and I nodded. Yeah, the reason it was different this time was that your powers hold a few fragments of the universe's functions, and absorbing them felt like trying to swallow a planet. Integration should prove much smoother, I said, and she looked astonished. What do you mean fragments of the functions of the universe? She exclaimed. Gravity, time, and a part of space, though not the entirety of it. Your powers confine a part of the universe within them that you can affect with these concepts. The catch is that you have to have the energy to fuel this as your biggest limitation, I explained calmly. That's awesome, she said excitedly. It is. The upgrade you just got was the part of your powers that give you your energy reservoir that was in my copy of your powers that I stripped off, I said with a grin. Wait, but how are you going to use my powers then? She asked, confused. I chuckled. Did you forget I already have my own type of energy? I asked rhetorically. Life force, right, but don't you need to get that from an external source? She asked, and I nodded. While this presents its own challenges, it also gives me a greater freedom with your powers than you have, as I can theoretically just drain life force without limit so long as I keep active, I said with a grin, and her eyes widened as she understood what I meant. She had a definite limit to her energy pool that, while massive now, was still a hard limit she couldn't pass without harming herself. I, on the other hand, had no such issue with life force, as I could take and take until the entire universe dries up of the stuff if I wanted to, and then keep going even, theoretically infinite energy. With this settled, I decided that I wasn't going to put off integrating the trait at all, and just because I could, I integrated the other traits I had sitting in me. I barely even felt those traits fuse into the traits of the same kind I had, as the Siren trait took up my entire attention. My tattoos burned green and my eyes shone like two green suns as the trait began to fuse with my body. It didn't clash with my own Siren powers, but quietly fused together with it like it was a missing piece of a puzzle, slotting perfectly in place. When the trait snapped into place, a wave of green energy pulsed from my body as I began floating in the air, and two vibrant, almost angelic-looking wings of green energy formed from my back. On my body, my tattoos began to change as the ones on my right side and chest grew denser, while my left hand glowed as green tattoos began to appear there, though they stopped at my elbow. For but a few moments I felt like I had reached out to wrap my hand around the entire universe, but just as quick as it came, the feeling vanished. The glow faded from my eyes and tattoos, but didn't vanish as I floated down to gently land on the floor. "You good?" Maya asked, concerned as she watched me cautiously. "Better than ever," I said, and a hint of my new power leaked from my voice. "That's not ominous at all," she said sarcastically to hide her unease. "Sorry about that. Looks like integrating Siren traits leaves me in an intimidating state." "Still though, wings, seriously? It's like my powers are trying to make me look like a fucking divine being." I complained about the energy constructs on my back that still weren't going away. "I don't know, I think they look good on you. Really, say get smited, bitches, you know what I mean," she teased. "I suppose they have their uses, since I can fly with them out, and I think use my powers better, needs testing though," I say with a shrug. "What about my powers?" she asked curiously. I raise my left hand and make a grasping motion towards my air hockey table, and a familiar purple energy bubble appears on it, lifting it off the ground. I twirled the table and put pressure on it, restored it, and then put it back on the floor gently. I noted that doing all that took me only a paltry 59 units of life force, which I suppose made sense, as the stuff was an extremely potent type of energy. It had to be to do what my powers did. "Everything's in working order from the feel of it, and it's quite cheap too," I said with a grin. "Wanna wrestle with your new powers?" Maya asked with a competitive glint in her eyes. "Let's go to the sim room for that, it's bigger and more durable," I said with a predatory grin. Once we got in the room, she dashed over to the opposite side and I spoke into the air. "Training field set 3. No enemies," I commanded, and the room buzzed and holographic scenery appeared to match an urban environment. "Start countdown from 5. I spoke, and a large holographic number 5 appeared in mid-air in the center of the room. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, boom! The moment the countdown vanished, we unleashed phase lock at each other. The energies coalesced and slammed into each other in the center of the room between us violently. Whines kicked up, dragged towards the maelstrom of energy in the center of the room as we wrestled against each other's power. The holographic surroundings crumbled and flew towards the energy clash like it was a black hole devastating the urban environment. Her tattoos glowed bright blue as she used more and more power, and my own glowed green, but my energy was cheaper than hers, so I started to overpower her as my side of the clash began to expand and encompass hers. I raised my right hand, and with a flick of my wrist a second orb of energy appeared and trapped her within it. The initial clash ended in my victory as the first bubble of energy wrapped around my second, and I won this wrestling match through my superior power and knowledge. Unlike me, she hadn't read the books left by Dido, so her usage of her powers was still unrefined, but I had read those books and as a result quickly learned to put that knowledge into practice. I smirked and beckoned the double-layered bubble holding her towards me. She tried to fight back from within the bubble, and she wasn't joking about living things being harder to hold, but I just used more power to contain her. "Despite her struggle, I win," I said smugly, and she pouted from within the bubble. I let her out of the bubble and grimaced at the price of this clash, 12,582 units. Victory was a costly thing indeed, it seems. Fuck. I have these powers my whole life and someone with them for a few minutes can use them better than me, she complained, annoyed by this fact. To be fair, I also have a good amount of mental traits and an external understanding of your powers that you lack. The books on the subject were also quite helpful in rapidly improving my control over them. I said reassuringly. Yeah, you do have a very bullshit unfair advantage over me, but I had hoped years of training and experience would have won me the match, she said with a sigh. So dinner before I leave for a long time? I offered and she nodded eagerly. The meal was quite plentiful as I had the machine make us a vast variety of dishes with meat being the biggest theme. Fried foods, pastas, mince pies, skewers, steaks, stir-fries, burgers, pizza, stews, the works. Obviously I knew that there was no way we'd be able to eat all of this in one sitting, but that was the point. I let Maya store it all away in her eco storage for her to eat later when she got hungry. Naturally the meal wasn't complete without a variety of desserts as well, with her favorite by far being the chocolate strawberry ice cream. So this is it, hey? She said, a little sad. Yeah, no fucking clue when I'll be able to return. Might be months or even years, depends on what I am supposed to do there. I said honestly. You better bring me back something cool, she said sternly before leaving. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number :text patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 143,260 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x2, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade. Stored traits, Chapter 43, Hello Travelers. I returned to Eden 6 and spent the next few days until my deadline arrived preparing for my trip to Pandora while practicing with my new powers. Maya's powers were excellent for single targets, but groups proved troublesome for it, though that could be somewhat mitigated by creative use. For example, you phase lock an enemy and them use their mass to create a burst of strong attractive gravity centered on them that dragged enemies towards them. This left the enemies in a nice neat group to be cut down. I was of course testing this in the sim room as it was the most cost-effective way to do so. My only real gripe with the powers was that I couldn't sustain prolonged usage, as it then cost me more than I earned. On the plus side of things, the powers were straight up broken if you fueled them with enough energy. I had full-on phase locked one of those floating mountains near the manor for all of about a second at the cost of nearly 10,000 units of life force. Frighteningly, I could go even fucking bigger and target the gas giant planet Eden 6 orbited if I was willing to pay the price. On a different but related note, I had increased the number of targets I could have at a time to 3 after all this effort digesting the trait with Dido's writing's help. My preparations didn't just extend to my new powers, however, as I also collected resources I felt I may need or find useful. Things like money, food, water, bullets, and medical supplies. While I doubted I'd need the second and third of those things due to my house, I felt it prudent to have them in my inventory, which was about half full at this point. If my Echo was one of the basic ones, it would be way past capacity already, but the old man had made sure it had all the backpack upgrades available when I got it. Still, no matter how much I prepared, I was really fucking nervous when the day came and my house left my inventory on its own and opened up while a pulsing sound rang out from it. It was time to go. Clay, Wainwright, Hammerlock, Baldrin, and the old man were all there and gave me their encouragement before I stepped into my house, and it automatically teleported away to Pandora. When I stepped out of the portal of my house again, I was immediately assaulted by dry hot air and the scent of dirt and rust. Looking around, I saw that there were 4 people gawking at me in shock. "So you lot are the ones I'm supposed to help. Good to meet ya. Name's Alex," I said with a grin as my house closed up and returned to my inventory on its own. I ignored that to take stock of my new compatriots, and I had to say, I wasn't super impressed. The first was of course the gorgeous redhead, who I immediately noticed was a Siren from the tattoos on her left arm and boob window. She had yellow eyes and short red hair that on her attractive face left her appearance memorable. The next up was a dark-skinned man with a muscular body and stern features and clothes that I noted had pieces of Crimson Lance armor attached to. He held a cheap assault rifle of Atlas brand and serious glaring brown eyes. The next person I immediately identified as my favorite of the bunch, as he had a sharp chin, spike beard, and narrow but sharp facial features. He had on a look-at-her mask on with red goggles and braided hair out the back. His clothes were neutral colored, and the way he held himself plus the alien bird he had sitting on his shoulder told me he was a hunter of sorts, a man after my own heart. He also had a cheap sniper, though still holstered, as he observed me with a serious look. The final person caught me off guard, I admit, as he was a mountain of muscle and scars, a bit over 7 feet tall. He wore a barely fitting tank top and ragged black pants and boots, while his fists were covered in makeshift bolt brass knuckle gloves. His face was white and scarred with a buzz-cut haircut, but unlike the others, he didn't look wary of me but more curious than anything, not out of stupidity but confidence. Not that I could fucking blame him from what I could see. All in all, they looked like a capable group but very fucking dysfunctional. "So, anyone want any snacks?" I asked awkwardly as they all stared at me in silence. The big one's eyes lit up and he walked forward to tower over me. "What you got?" he asked with a deep but friendly voice. I grinned. "Potato chips, beef jerky and fruit leather," I said honestly with a grin as I took out some of each. "Oh hell yeah! I love jerky," the big dude said with a wide grin as he snatched up the bag of jerky and dug in. "I'm Brick, by the way," he said, pausing slightly during his feasting. The other 3 looked at each other with unsure expressions before the dude with the bird shrugged and walked over. "Mordecai, and this is Bloodwing. I'll take the chips," he said with a slightly accented voice, and I handed them over to him with a grin before looking at the other 2 with a raised eyebrow. "Fuck it. I'll take the fruit leather." "Name's Lilith," Siren the redhead said, giving up on caring as she walked over, but she studied my reaction when she mentioned the Siren part. "Before any of that, I want to know what that was," the soldier dude said seriously, and the others also looked on, curious at what I'd say. "That is a bit of a story. Not that I mind sharing since we'll be working together from now on, but maybe we'd best get settled in first, wherever this is," I suggested, looking around finally. It looked like we were at some sort of bus stop motel at the edge of a town, though the road was cracked and broken and the motel itself looked abandoned. I spied a red-colored chest peeking over the top of it, and the neon sign for the place was barely functioning. The walls of the town, if you want to fucking call them that, were just sheets of metal welded haphazardly together. Nearby I spotted a CL-4 PTP robotic steward unit waiting impatiently for the group that I was admittedly holding up. "Name's Roland, and I expect to hear that story when we get settled," the dude said, but didn't ask for any snacks as he walked off towards the bot. I shrugged. "Can't win 'em all, I guess," I mutter before jogging over to the side of the motel and crouching down. With a forceful leap I cleared the top of it in a single bound while all 4 of them watched in astonishment. Kicking the latch mechanism for the chest at the top, the thing whirred mechanically as it opened up to show me the goods inside. Unfortunately, it was just a white or common quality shotgun and a green or uncommon quality pistol. There was some ammo too, but I didn't need it, so I scooped it all up and casually stepped off the side of the building. "Anyone want this stuff?" I asked as I walked up. "You just gonna ignore the fact you jumped over a building?" Lilith asked with a raised eyebrow, and I chuckled. "It'll make sense once I tell my story. Now, does anyone want this loot or not?" I asked again. "You want the pistol, Lilith?" Mordecai asked the Siren, and she shook her head. "Knock yourself out," she said, and I tossed the gun to him. "I'll take the shotgun if nobody else wants it," Roland said, and seeing as nobody else wanted it, I tossed him the gun and ammo for it that was in the chest. "Cool, now that that's settled, we should probably," I started saying before loud engine noises were heard. The robot freaked out and bolted at the sound, and 5 car machine things jumped over the metal gate to the town while the people in it yelled excitedly before they drove off. "Right, exposition later, town now?" I asked, and they all nodded, with Brick grinning excitedly as he cracked his knuckles. We all ran towards the metal gate as the robot came out of its hiding place. Are they gone? Whew, thank goodness. Those bandits really have it out for us claptrap units. Using us as target practice is not part of our programming, the bot complained as it opened the gate. "Aeon, open." The gate slid open and the bot got ahead of itself and ran into it. Ow! I rolled my eyes at this, and we followed the robot into the town only for it to freak out when it saw there were bandits crawling the place. "Tear 'em apart," one of the oddly identically dressed bandits yelled when he saw us. They started shooting at us, and the 4 others scattered to avoid getting hit since they didn't have shields. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 bandits. Time to show off a bit, I thought with a grin as I drew my gun and fired 5 precisely placed shots, creating 5 bloody mists and 5 corpses without heads. "Holy shit! I'm glad you're on our side, that was incredible," Lilith exclaimed as she and the other gathered around me since I'd already killed all the bandits. "What's up with that gun? Blew their heads clean off?" Mordecai asked in amazement as he looked my gun over. "Again, I'll explain later, there's more bandits ahead. You guys take care of it this time since I want to see what you've got," I said, pointing up the sand path into town. All 4 of them were more than happy to take up the challenge and ran ahead eagerly. "Come on now, open up. We need your girl to give us a hand ahead. Don't make me come back here with 9 toes." I heard a bandit threaten a locked building that they couldn't get into. Disgusting wastes of fucking space, I thought as I watched with glee as my new friends quickly rectified that problem. Mordecai took out his sniper and put a hole in the first bandit's head while Roland gunned down the second. With them dead, the bot stopped cowering and went to the red chest just sitting there. "Please open the storage device. There may be something within it to help deal with the bandits," it said, and Brick didn't need to be told twice as he flipped the latch. It was just 2 white quality pistols that nobody wanted, so I stashed them in my inventory for my armory. These controls appeared to be malfunctioning. "I'm sure I've got this though," the bot said optimistically as it hammered on the clearly busted console's buttons yet failed to achieve anything. "This isn't working," it said angrily, slapping the console with its clamps. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number ::text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 130,512 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade X2, Omega body rare grade X4, supreme armored hide epic grade X2, Bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x2, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2 quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade stored traits, chapter 44, Firestone. I suppose I should explain what a claptrap unit looked like since we are here. See, the neurotic little bots were about 3 feet tall upside down pyramidish shaped things with 2 robotic arms out the side and the sharp tip of the pyramid being chopped off and replaced with a single wheel that they used to move. At the top was a stiff antenna and the front of the unit had a single large robotic eye and a port for storage. They came in all sorts of colors and with various personalities and gadgets added to them. This one was a standard Hyperion yellow and white one, though if a bit worn. The bot apparently gave up trying to open the gate though and rolled off to the side. Quick this way, it said as it went. To my surprise, it went through a metal panel that I couldn't see as any different than the others until it was lifted. We all crouched down to enter it, with Brick having it particularly hard given his size, but he managed. The new area was a sort of back alley for the town with scrap metal all over it that I was eyeing greedily. It also had some scrub bandits waiting for us, which I let the other 4 handle again. Finally we got into the town proper, and it was a fucking joke of a place once the few bandits here were dealt with in less than friendly ways. Well done. I knew you were the right choice. You as well, newcomer. We'll speak more later. A woman's voice spoke into my head and I saw a chick with black hair and pale skin appear in mid-air like a hologram. Anyone else just get a chick talking in their head, or have I gone nuts? I asked, incredulous. Oh yeah, that's the angel. Says she's here to guide us to the vault. Brick said like it was the most normal thing ever. And you don't find that odd at all? I asked, hoping I wasn't the only one who was weirded out by this. So long as she's helping us, does it matter? Mordecai asked, and I paused to consider that. Now that you mention it, not really, carry on. I said with a shrug, but made a mental note to look into this angel, cause something told me it wasn't so simple. Citizen of Firestone, you don't need to be alarmed anymore. These strangers have taken care of the problem, the claptrap announced to a clearly prefabricated house with metal patches on it. Well shoot, I thought I was a goner that time. Damn bandits won't leave us alone. Had to lock the place up tight. I'll let ya in, come on. Damn it. Blasted circuits are on the fritz again. Give it a go from the switch out there, would ye? Someone called. Dr. Zed said through our echoes. I pushed the button and the metal garage door lifted up to show a bloody dude in a doctor's uniform waiting for us near a dead body. Thanks for opening her up again. Name's Zed. They don't let me cut on folks anymore since I lost my license, so now I keep the med vendors round here up and runnin'. From the vendors you can buy all the healin' you could ever want from a real doc. Thankfully without the vault is a myth, you'll get yourself killed lecture, he said, introducing himself in a way that made me equally trust and distrust him some fucking how. Alex, Roland, Lilith, Brick, Mordecai, Bloodwing. I said, pointing at each person I listed off. Looking around, the place was a shit show as it was dirty and in disrepair except for the parts the dude clearly dealt with, like the weird vending machine with a characterized syringe on it filled with something red and with a broken leg, crutch, cold pack, and bent needle leaking fluid, looked legit. Well, aren't you just a motley crew? Got a mission for ya if you think you got the stuff for it. Zed said, and we all nodded. Good, outside the town's some skag dens. Skags are vicious four-legged creatures that'll eat anything, including you. I wanna know if you can handle yourself against some of these beasts, so head out there and kill some of them for me. If you're still in one piece afterwards then come back, he said, and the quest popped up on my and the others' echoes. As we left, the claptrap spoke up. Now that you're done with that, follow me and I'll open the gate, it said before leading us to a literal graveyard with makeshift wooden crosses and tires for headstones. Well, that's not fucking ominous, I thought as we followed the bot almost to the gate. We heard some engines revving up and getting closer. I drew my gun and the moment the car showed up I put a bullet through the driver's head, which for some fucking reason made the whole thing explode. Bandits started climbing over the fence and my new friends perorated them with bullets for their troubles. Looks like you got under Nine Toes' skin. Don't worry, he'll get what's coming to him, Zed said over the echoes. Without any other interruptions, the claptrap opened the gate and we walked out of the town. The area around Firestone was just as barren as the town itself, as it was nothing but rocks, dens, desert sand, desert plants, a broken road and a water tower that I was pretty sure didn't have water in it. This place is sad as shit. Everything is made of scrap metal and or broken. I say honestly. That's Pandora for ye. Folks get by with what we can, Zed said in response to my statement. Plenty of bandits though, Brick said with a chuckle. One the few things we've got an abundance of, that and skags, rock, and spider ants, Zed said honestly. Hey, so nobody freak out, but I'm about to do a thing, I said as my tattoos flared up and I grabbed the 5,729 units of life force from the bandits we killed. Ah yeah, that's the good stuff, I mutter with a grin. Explain, now, Lilith said seriously, spooked, and the rest weren't much different. Honestly surprised you didn't notice before now, I too am a siren. The seventh and final one in fact, I said casually. But you're a guy, you are a guy right? She asked, horribly confused. Yup. As for the whole sirens being women thing, I can confidently say that was a coincidence and not intentional by the ones who created the powers. Also coincidentally there was only a single male set of powers made as well, mine. Learned that when I opened the vault that had them in it, I said honestly. You opened a vault, they all exclaimed in shock and excitement. Two of them actually, but yes, I said with a grin. I'll explain everything once we get settled in, like I said earlier, I said, turning my attention to the 5 quadruped creatures with vertically split faces that were their mouths and small beady eyes and thick dark armored skin charging us. I shot 3 of them and Roland shot the other 2. That was good enough for Zed as he called us back after that. He thanked us and gave us a pitiful $365 that wasn't worth splitting 5 ways. He then gave us another 2 quests. The first was to fix the fucking med vendor, you know, the thing he said he fixes, and the second was to kill some bandits who spied on the town for their leader Nine Toes. I call dibs on killing the bandits, I said immediately. Damn it, I wanted to kill the bandits, Brick complained. Wanna make it a race to see who kills the most the quickest? I asked, and he grinned viciously. You're on, he yelled, and we both bolted out the building towards the area Zed said the bandits were holed up. People don't yet trust you. If you are ever to find the vault, you'll need the aid of the people. Helping Dr. Zed with his 9 toes problem is a good move, the angel said in my head as we ran. Brick and I ignored that as we ran straight to the makeshift camp that had maybe 12 bandits in it. We must have looked terrifying as the one left at the entrance to the camp saw us coming and ran away screaming. I shot him in the back of the head and called over to Brick 1, which really tickled his competitive side. His face turned red as he ran even faster, to the point he was actually keeping stride with me, which let me tell you was impressive as shit. When we actually got into the camp, it was like foxes in a hen house, bloody and one-sided. I shot 3 faces off right away, and Brick didn't even bother with using his gun and straight up punched a dude so hard their skull visibly sank in under his fist. Mad respect, that shit was awesome. I picked off another 3 bandits while Brick broke the faces of 2 others who had the misfortune to be standing next to each other. We ended up killing the last two simultaneously. Ha! I win, 8 kills to your 4. I called with a grin as I dragged in the 10,725 life force from these bandits. I'll win next time, he swore, and I just laughed before taking out a bottle of water and tossing it to him. You got blood on your face, I said casually, and he nodded and uncapped the bottle before downing half of it and then dumping the rest over his head to wash the blood off since it was fresh. He tossed the bottle to the side and I didn't say anything as the place was already littered with trash, so one more bottle made no difference. I also didn't grab any traits from the bandits because they had nothing worth grabbing, clearly fucking scrubs. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number $:text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 146,964 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x2, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade stored traits, chapter 45. Shady shit. We made our way back to Firestone and Zed's place in particular to turn in the mission, and I saw the vendor was up and running while the others waited with shields now openly sitting on their waists. Got some shields finally, I see, good. We cleared out the bandits already, so this Nine Toes dude shouldn't be getting any new intel, a good time to catch him off guard. I said calmly. About that, I don't actually know where Nine Toes is holed up. Not to worry though, I know someone who might, TK Baha. Lives alone just outside of town, might've seen his house when ya killed those bandits. Anyways, T.K's blind as a bat but knows the area better than anyone else. If somebody's bound to have a guess where Nine Toes is hiding out, it's him. Zed said, marking the house on our Echo minimap. Ironic that a blind man is the best guide we can get. I say with a chuckle that Brick and Lilith share. Like Zed said, the house was really not that far from the town's entrance, to the point you could easily see it from the town. The place had a garden, it was all dead, and was set up on a cliff with a metal shack that looked to be made of scrap sheet metal being the house. On the porch was a dude with a large bottom jaw and narrow face that wore thick dark tinted goggles over his eyes and had short red hair. He was clearly missing a leg and had on a Hawaiian shirt and plaid pants with a shotgun resting on his lap. You. One more step and it'll be your last. He yelled, pointing the shotgun at us with a wide grin before lowering it with a laugh. You should have seen the look on your face, he said, chuckling to himself. We walked up and he inhaled deeply. Smells like off-worlder. How you liking our planet anyways? He asked, and everyone but me looked surprised. The blind gaining stronger senses was not a new concept, and as someone with definitely superhuman senses I could say with certainty that our group smelled differently than the locals. We were cleaner and lacked the smell of desert, blood, and sweat that both Zed and Baha had, well except Brick, who definitely smelled like blood. Honestly, this place is a fucking armpit so far. Everything's broken, including the people, and if you were to tell me the place was a death world I'd believe you. I said honestly with a grin. "Whew boy, that's harsh, but fair enough. It's rough livin' but livin' all the same," he said with a nod of respect. "Zed sent us. Said you'd know about where Nine Toes was holed up," Lilith said, and Baha paused for a moment before cursing. "Aw, damn rat bastard skags just stole my food stores. Go kill 'em and bring the food back and we'll talk when I ain't so pissed," he said, grinding his teeth. "How about I just give you food instead, probably better than what you had to begin with even," I suggested, not wanting to waste time on such a ridiculous task. "Kinda wanted to see some skags get got, but I'll cut my losses if your food's as good as you say," Baha said, caught off guard by the offer. I busted out some cans of chili, pickled vegetables, and cured meat hunks, including a whole saurian leg that would hold just fine if hung up and salted after a piece was taken off. "Sweet lord, is that vegetables, on Pandora? This stuff's worth your weight in guns here," Baha exclaimed in shock as he opened the jar of pickled mixed vegetables. I shrugged at the looks my companions gave me. "What?" "I had time and money to prepare, so I naturally got the good stuff for emergencies," I said casually. "Well, you're in luck, as Marcus just opened up his branch shop in town after you cleared out those bandits, so you can go get some grenades. You'll need 'em to get to Nine Toes," Baha said, and I was confused what he meant until I heard the sound of a metal garage door opening in the distance. "Got some sharp ears on you if you heard that from all the way over here," I said, complimenting him. "Here? I ain't heard nothin'," picked up the signal with my teeth. "Made of metal, you see," he said with a laugh. I had to admit that was the most insane thing I had ever heard, but if the fucking shoe fits, I got no reason to judge it. We headed back into town, and lo and motherfucking behold, one of the closed-up buildings was now open and had two new vending machines with different characterizations on them and a hologram of a fat guy grinning. The first machine was a sort of rusty color with a gun characterization on it, and oddly enough sold actual guns like they were fucking soda cans. Wild shit that. The second machine was green with a grenade characterization on it that sold various types of ammo and of course basic grenades as well as grenade mods. I hadn't bothered with grenades so far and honestly didn't plan to start now either. Still, I bought a few since Baha needed them to get us to Nine Toes. While I was here, I also went ahead and bought Lilith an SMG, Brick a shotgun, and Mordecai a better sniper since there was a rare quality one for sale. Roland got a uncommon assault rifle for himself with my money, while I didn't get anything for myself as my gear was way better than any of this shit. Now better armed and prepared, we headed back to Baha's, where he set up the grenades to blow the entrance to Skag Gully he had boarded shut after the Skags started acting up. The setup was downright cartoonish, as it was the whole Acme plunger setup past the like 6 Skag dens we thoroughly cleared out, earning me a neat 3,792 units of life force. Trait-wise, the Skags were also not worth messing with, as it was the standard strong body, tough hide combo with only Omnivore standing out as somewhat interesting but obviously unnecessary for me. Whew boy! I heard that blast from here. Bam! Go give Nine Toes some of that, then come back to me once you put his bits to the grinder, Baha said over the echo after we blew open the way to Skag Gully. The name was very appropriate, as the whole area was basically one big mountainous trail with tall stony walls and an absolute fuck ton of Skags. "Time to feast," I said excitedly as I ran past the med and ammo vendor machines and into the group of Skags. Everything in my way quickly learned what the afterlife was like as I slaughtered everything that so much looked my way funny, something my new friends were all about. Together we had to have killed nearly 20 to 30 Skags and emptied out the dens of the area. The stashed gun at Baha's wife's grave was a rare quality pistol that was clearly made by a skilled gunsmith. Lilith got it. Nine Toes for some fucking reason had only 2 midgets guarding the entrance to the cave he was set up in. These midgets were both about as tall as the claptrap unit and muscular, and had identical full face masks on while using buzz axes. Mordecai sniped them and we were in just like that. Inside the cave was a sort of makeshift camp built using scrap metal precariously over the big asshole that I couldn't even see the bottom of. Why in fuck would anyone set up shop here of all places? I thought, confused at the ridiculous location. You are about to face your first real challenge. I hope you've toughened up enough. The angel said before going silent again. $20 says he dies like a bitch. I say to contradict the most likely not having good intentions voice in our heads. I'll get in on that. Mordecai says with a grin. I'll side with the angel on this one. Lilith says with a smirk. I'm with Morty and Alex on this one, like a bitch. Brick says with a laugh and we all look at Roland. He sighs. Guess I'm with Lilith then, he says, and we head into the camp. There was like 10 bandits tops and they folded against our might like origami before we dropped down into the weird makeshift gladiatorial arena that was at the end. From the other side we heard mad laughter as a shirtless dude in a full face mask like the 2 midgets previous walked out. You woke the wrong dog. Ah yeah, he yelled while pelvic thrusting his skull-covered crotch. Bang! I fired a single shot and his head burst like a cantaloupe. Everyone else just looked at me speechlessly. What? He had fucking nipple spikes of all bloody things. Who even does that? I said defensively. Fair enough. Lilith says and the rest agrees. Also I was right, total pushover. His shield didn't even stop a single bullet, might as well have not even been fucking wearing one. I say honestly. You've taken the first step on your journey. Who I am isn't important, what is that the vault is real. Steel yourself for the challenges ahead and you will succeed. I'll be watching, the angel chimed in and I scoffed. Not fucking important my ass. I'm willing to bet she's either working for some jackass manipulator or is one herself. Don't know what's in this vault other than the monster, but clearly she has more knowledge than she's sharing. I say, annoyed. Did you say monster? Lilith asked with a shocked look. Yeah, vaults all have a monster in them. The 2 I opened had this giant ape monster that had a single eye and was dumb as shit but durable as fuck, and the other a big ass flaming bug that really had my balls in my throat fighting. Also it's common knowledge the vaults have monsters in them, you barely need to read up on Typhon de Leon's stuff to know this. I said, confused at her question. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user *u =815788554 number *tilde : text =patreon.com/patreon _loscro _underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 159,321 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x2, superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, siren, phase lock, Altered, Mythical Grade Stored Traits, Chapter 46, Anomaly, Third Person POV Hyperion Office, Angel. What's the status of those vault hunters? A plain-looking man with brown hair and eyes asked seemingly no one as he was alone in his office. They just killed the bandit Nine Toes, but there's a complication. The voice of the angel says with clear reluctance. The man's eyes narrow. Is it the fifth one that came from that Iridian device? What did he say again, Alex? He asked. Yes. As I previously said, he claims to have opened 2 vaults prior to this and has just told the rest of the group about the monsters within the vaults. He also has made it clear that he doesn't trust me, going so far as to claim to the others that there was a manipulative jackass behind me if I myself wasn't one. Angel said seriously. Language, the man chided sternly before moving on. I suppose I should have expected that someone who's opened 2 other vaults without tipping off the corporations about who they are wouldn't be so gullible. Has he derailed the mission at all? He asked after thinking out loud. Not at the moment, but the chances of it happening are going up rapidly. Angel said honestly. What are the chances that putting a bounty on him will work? The man asked contemplatively. 5%. Angel said with a clear amount of surprise. What? How? The man demanded in shock. I ran an algorithm to determine the chances of success if a bounty was placed on him according to what I have been able to determine of his abilities, personality, weaponry, and all known bounty hunters. According to that, there's next to no chance outside of luck it would accomplish what you want. Angel said, sounding almost impressed. How can one guy be so frickin' hard to deal with? Send me the data you've gathered so I can see what the problem is, he said, and a page opened up on his terminal. His eyes widened more and more the further he read, and he even pinched himself to see if he was dreaming. It was all true though, and he couldn't help but gulp anxiously as the possibilities of this information flitted across his mind. Are you absolutely sure this is all accurate? He asked seriously. I removed any speculative data. That is everything that is absolutely confirmed to be accurate. Angel said. How the hell are you even supposed to plan around something like this? The man asked, frustrated. Normal POV, don't tell me you guys went looking for a vault without actually knowing what the fuck you were even after. I asked incredulously. All I got for an answer was embarrassed, awkward looks. Well, fuck all my expectations, I guess. Alright, new plan. I'm going to do my thing with that corpse over there, and then when we get back to Firestone we are going to sit down and have a nice long talk about things. I said firmly, and nobody objected. Human, mutant, life force, 1684 traits, athletic body common grade 700 units, virility, 3 balls, rare grade 7000 units, buzz-axe expertise uncommon grade 2000 units, careless trash grade 150 units. I was disappointed but not surprised with the traits this bandit had, as besides that weird virility trait he wasn't really special at all. I ripped the life force out of the corpse, reducing it to dust as his clothes, gun, and shield dropped. Yay, loot! I thought happily as I rushed over and picked up the shield and gun. Uncommon quality shield and a rare quality pistol, takers. I asked. Give Brick the shield. He's a bigger target. Morty said, and I wasn't going to argue with that logic and tossed the shield to Brick. Anything special about the gun? Roland asked. Bayonet Vladov with a weak fire damage type, but pretty standard issue. I said with a shrug after looking over the gun. Sell it to Marcus when we get back in town, then split the cash. Lilith says, and we all agree. We head out of Skag Gully after that and return to Zed, who looks about as surprised as he can with that mask on. Well, I'll be damned, you actually went and did it. You killed Nine Toes. Unfortunately, he was just a cog in the machine. The real problem is his boss, Sledge. Zed said, raining on our parade. Why didn't you say that to begin with? We could have fucking split up and killed both of them at the same time. I demanded, annoyed at being jerked around. Easy there. No need to get hostile, I just wasn't sure if you lot could handle it or not. Still, I'd say you've got a day or two before Sledge comes down on you, so why not check out the bounty board if you're looking for more work? He suggested while paying us for killing 9 toes with a grenade mod and some cash. Alright man, I think it's time we had that chat now that things have calmed down, Morty said, and I nodded. Follow me, I said, and walked behind Zed's house and took out my house before pushing the orange crystal button and waiting for it to open up. Once the portal was open, I walked right inside, and besides Roland the others didn't hesitate to come in. Kinda bland, isn't it? Lilith asked, confused as she looked around. Why does everyone say that? It's an alien house, be excited damn it, I complained. He's kinda got a point. This is pretty cool, Morty said as he looked around. Why couldn't we have this talk outside? Roland asked, suspicious. That's because that portal shuts off any active signals and tech that tries to pass through it. A precaution against spying through our echoes, I said honestly. You can get spied on through your echo, Lilith exclaimed in horror. Not completely, no. But just like how you can talk to others through the device if hacked, someone could listen into anything being said in earshot of it. I am pretty sure this angel person is piggybacking off our echoes to talk with us, which means they could hear everything said outside of here. This conversation isn't the sort of thing I want getting out though, so while I feel like I can trust all of you with it, that person is an entirely different story, I explained seriously. Awfully fast to trust us, isn't it? We've known each other for what, like 4 hours? Roland asked, confused. I laughed. Oh please, you guys, and girl, are so about as straightforward as it gets to understand on a personal basis. Brick's good so long as he has food, loot and violence. Mordecai's fairly laid back but gets things done when it needs doing. Lilith is playful but a bit cocky and knows when and how to handle business. You, Roland, are even easier to trust because you act like a glory-seeking but stern soldier, I said with a grin, and Brick and Lilith both laugh. He's got you there, Lilith said with a smirk, and the dark-skinned man looked like he wanted to argue but couldn't since I was right. Fine, so what's your story then? Roland asked, getting straight to the point predictably. Well, gather round and listen up, because boy do I have a story for you, I said dramatically as I started to tell my tale. I started my tale on Bale 3, where I woke up with a spotty memory and only a gun and shield on me. I then moved on to the cave that held the first vault in it and how I fought through the seraphs and finally reached the vault. I talked about how I opened the vault and fought the colossus that came out that was dumber than shit. I spoke of entering the vault itself and gaining my siren powers along with the logs left by the creator of the sirens. Lilith seemed the most amazed and also surprised by that part. I talked about how I got my house and some guns from the vault and how after I left the vault itself got familiar with my new powers. I explained how my powers worked and all of them looked at me in amazement as I explained how I was actually 14, set the date of my birthday for the day I arrived, and it was only due to my powers that I looked as old as I was, world's most dangerous 14-year-old. Brick joked but nobody disagreed with him. Anyways, I then moved on to my run-in with Clay. Morty and Lilith both snickered at the encounter, not that I could blame them. I talked about the meeting with the old man and hellish experience of the 6 months of schooling that followed. Hold up, if you are so smart, why the hell are you hunting the vault? Couldn't you just invent some stuff and get rich that way? Brick interrupted, confused when I explained my intelligence rating. And miss out on all the excitement? Not for all the fucking money in the universe, I said seriously. From there I moved on to my hunting on Eden 6. I talked about my dragon egg that was in another room, had to physically stop Brick from rushing to it in excitement. I then moved on to talk about my time on Athena's and with Maya, who Lilith was excited to hear about as another siren. I talked about my travels across that world and stumbling across the cave with the dead Iridian and the vault key for Athena's. I narrated my fight with the bug and the loot I got from that vault before glossing over everything after that until it came time to mention how I had a copy of Maya's powers that made Lilith flip her lid. underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =$8157885 number sign : text =patreon.com/patreon_loscrow_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 166,405 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x2, superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade stored traits, chapter 47, tour time. You have 2 Siren powers, she exclaimed in shock. That is literally what I just said, yes. At some point I'd like to make a copy of yours as well. I admitted freely. And I'm just supposed to belly, she started to say but stopped when I phase locked the air hockey table. I have no reason to lie when I can easily prove everything I've said. That said, I won't be making a copy of your powers anytime soon. I don't even need to fucking look to know I can't afford it right now, I said with a shrug. And why's that? Roland asked, more curious than anything. Well, Maya's powers cost me 1,000,000 units of life force to acquire, and on top of that physically hurt to take in. Felt like I was trying to swallow a planet, to be fucking honest. That part aside, I have less than 250,000 units of life force at the moment, so if the prices were the same, which I highly doubt, I am not even close to being able to make a copy of it, I said honestly. Man, this is all nuts, you know that, right? Morty asked, and I nodded. Yep. So now that we've gotten my story out of the way, who wants the grand tour of my house? I'll even let you check out my vault keys, I offered with a grin. I call top bunk, Brick said, and I chuckled. It's not a sleepover, mate, I'm just showing you all the cool stuff this place has, I said, amused. The rest of the group was also down to see what my place had to offer. I started with the food maker thing that Brick's eyes lit up after understanding what it did. It was hilarious to see the sad puppy look he got when I explained it was still on cooldown and couldn't be used right now. I showed off the shower and bathroom, and Lilith immediately called dibs on using it first. Not that I could blame her, as it wasn't exactly easy to stay your freshest on Pandora, and we'd barely been here for that long. The storage rooms didn't really interest them all that much, other than the one with the guns and vault keys in them. So this thing's a vault key? Seems kinda flimsy, Brick said as he picked up the Athena's key and swung it around. It's anything but. Vault keys are one of the hardest to damage things in the 6 galaxies. Well, that is unless you are a Siren or are using Iridian tech meant to take things apart, I said, and he clearly didn't believe me as he pulled Morty's sniper off his back and shot the thing to no effect. That enough proof for you? I asked, amused at his antics. Seems legit, he said while giving Morty back his sniper. What are your plans for all those guns you got? Roland asked curiously as he looked at the shelves of guns in that storage room. I had each type of gun organized by quality, effect, and power in their own places, with the Nidhogg rocket launcher being in its own special place that I had reserved for legendary items. Not much really beyond gathering a nice-sized armory in case I ever needed such a thing. It's not likely, but you never know, I said honestly with a shrug. So you wouldn't mind if we helped ourselves, right? Lilith asked with a glint in her eyes. You all can each take one gun. Not the legendary though, that's mine and you can't have it, I said, rolling my eyes. Lilith didn't hesitate to grab a epic quality Fire Maluan SMG. Brick abstained since he preferred using his fists. Morty put away his old sniper for a new rare quality Jacobs one with a 5x scope. Roland eyed the Nidhogg, but an intense glare from me dissuaded him from getting any funny ideas and settled for a epic quality Atlas assault rifle. After that we moved on to the crafting room, which opened a whole new conversation. What's that glowing ball? Brick asked curiously, pointing at the Seraph core. Iridian Seraph core, the power supply for the robots the Iridians used to guard their stuff. That one I got from the belly of the bug vault monster I killed, it's currently recharging, I answered simply. What are you going to do with it? Lilith asked as she looked it over and even poked it. Originally I thought to make a badass robotic butler that it would power, but that hope died when I realized finding an AI to match that body was a fool's errand. Now I plan to use it to power a gun once I get some more of the metal the Iridians used for their shit, I said, a little sad. Didn't you say you had all the building knowledge of the Iridians? Couldn't you just make more metal? Morty asked, confused. I said I had all the engineering knowledge of the Iridians, you know, guns, shields, vehicles, machinery, that kinda thing. I don't have the knowledge on the metals they used or their technological know-how either. Sure, I could tell you how they made their tech shit, but if you wanted to know how it did what it did, you are out of luck, I said, more than a little bitter about it. That's rough, man. Tell you what, you make us something badass and we'll help you get that metal, deal? Morty offered and I grinned. Deal? I agreed in a heartbeat. Why wouldn't I, when it would basically just be me making something for friends at that point after they helped me get the materials for it? It was a win-win type deal where we both walk away happy in the end. We moved on after that to the menagerie, where Brick and Morty both fang-eared out over my dragon egg that was starting to get close to hatching. If the signals the unborn creature was sending me was any indication, not gonna lie, that's pretty cool, Lilith said, impressed. Yeah, I can't wait until it hatches. I really want to know what it will look like after all those traits I gave it, I said excitedly. I bet it'll be quite something, Roland acknowledged with a small smile of his own. Holy shit, I think that's the first time I've seen you smile since we met, I exclaimed, and he scowled. Look what you did, it's gone now, Lilith complained, playing along. Might never see it again, man, not cool. Morty joined in and Roland looked away with a slightly embarrassed look. After that I showed off the gardens, which they all collectively found boring, and so we moved on to the sim room, which they all voted to try out immediately. I immediately set it to full-on horde levels of warfare, with whole-ass legions coming after them while I sat back and watched the chaos. They had a blast, even though they died within 10 minutes from sheer overwhelming numerical advantage. Be honest, that wasn't the lowest setting, was it? Roland asked, panting in exhaustion. I snickered. Nah, that was the third highest setting. The two after that simulate entire planets of foes coming to get that ass. That setting was merely a continent's worth, I said, highly amused at how ragged they were from a mere 10 minutes of that setting. I myself had a record of 32 minutes, after which I got blown the fuck up with heavy ordnance. I'm good, but not even I can dodge mortar strikes very well. Still, I can't say their score was bad at all, as the last 3 settings were straight up swarm tactics, with the enemy not valuing their comrades or own lives at all. That was awesome, Brick said with a massive grin, despite being just as tired as the others. Not gonna lie, that was kinda fun, Lilith said, smiling as well. Finally we moved on to the teleporter room, where I had to physically restrain Brick to keep him from teleporting us all over the place. Once the tour was done, we all agreed to call it a day, as going off of Pandora Day cycles was a fool's errand since the days were 83 hours long. They crashed in my guest rooms and we got up 8 or so hours later ready to get stuff done, though Brick wasn't an early riser at all. Roland and Lilith had some coffee, but Brick took an energy drink and Morty a can of beer. Far be it from me to judge how someone wakes up, but beer was definitely not on my list of things I thought of. Once we left my house, I put it away and we went to check the bounty board for some jobs. There were 2 waiting for us, with each having an echo number to get the details from the ones who posted it. Hey, you the ones killin' all the crap when people ask? The catch a ride near Firestone is more busted than my mama's girly parts. Really appreciate you talking a poke at that. The system, not my mom. Hot dog down a skag den, know what I am sayin'? The poster of the first job said over the echo, and I couldn't help but be a little weirded out by the mom thing he said. I can't tell if he was trying be funny or genuinely meant what he said, and that bothers me. I thought with furrowed brows. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number $:tilde text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 166,405 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x2, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade stored traits, chapter 48, grunt work. Baha contacted us as well. Hey, strangers. If you're still alive, I've got some more work for you. Come see me and I'll fill you in, he said over the echo. Split up? I asked and everyone nodded in agreement, so I continued, all right, so who's going where? I want to see what Baha's got for us personally, I said with a shrug. I want to see what's up with the catch a ride, might be important later. Roland said. I'm with you on seeing what TK has for us, Lilith said with a shrug. Which one lets me punch something? Brick asked. No idea, both probably, though I'd say Baha likely has the best chance of it, I said honestly after some thought. I'll do that then, Brick said, and Morty just shrugged and walked over to Roland, letting us know his choice. With our choice made up, Lilith, Brick, and I headed over to Baha's place while Roland and Morty went to check out the catch a ride. Like before, Baha was sitting on his porch and had a yellow exclamation mark over his head to signal he had a quest. Always nice to have company out here, friends. Not many visitors since my wife passed away. Anyways, I've got a few jobs that someone of your talents could handle. First up, I need you folks to get my leg back from the skag that ate both my original and prosthetic, named him Scar. I stabbed it through the eye, so you'll know when you see it, and if you kill him while you're at it, I got a special gift for you. Second, living's tough out here, and if I'm going to survive the winter I'll need to plant my crops soon. Used to get blade flower seeds from the caves in Skag Gully before I sealed it up back when I hunted skags. Their vomit must make for amazing fertilizer. Blasted smelly pissmongers apparently are good for something. If you're willing to risk your life and personal hygiene to give a blind man a hand, I'll reward you, he said seriously. I looked at my companions and they both nodded. All right, we're in for both tasks. Be back for those payments later, I said, and Baha grinned. Happy hunting, he said. Dibs on Scar, Brick said immediately, and I just shrugged. I don't mind grabbing the seeds while you kill the big skag, just bring me the body for my powers, I said, and he grinned. With that settled, we set off for Skag Gully, killing the skags that some fucking how reappeared despite us murderizing them good hours ago. Fucking hours. When Zed said there was an abundance of the damn things, I didn't think it would be so bad that they'd repopulate an area we cleared out entirely in a matter of hours. I was almost willing to say they were worse than Ratch somehow with how ridiculously invasive they were. At least if you killed off a Ratch nest good and properly, the things at least took a while to repopulate a spot, if ever, depending on if another member of the species found the empty nest or not. The only good point with skags over Ratch was that they were too damn big to hitch a ride on a ship without being spotted. Thanks to this, Pandora was the only place with the things, and from what I can tell that's a very good thing. Skag Gully was no fucking different either, as all those dens we cleared out hours ago were full again with new residents. Hey Lilith, look, a new quest, I said, pointing at the abandoned Echo sitting on a camping cot excitedly. When I saw what it was though, I grimaced. It's another fetch quest. You wanna take this and we'll meet up here in about an hour or two, I asked, and she nodded. I'll find you after I'm done, she said with a smirk before vanishing as she used her powers. You want her to show us up? Let's move it, I said, and Brick and I ran into the gully full bore. We killed off the skags once again in the first part of the area, earning me a neat 11,630 units of life force before we split up at the part of the area that started heading to the caves, an area Scar was according to Baha. I noticed that the skags started to get bigger once I got close to the caves, collecting 3 bunches of blade flower seeds already. Looks like these caves are the main hub for the skags in this area, or at the very least the place with the oldest ones, I noted mentally after dropping my 6th person-sized skag since I got here. The traits were the same in all the skags so far, even though there seemed to be a variant that spat out corrosive stomach acid to attack. For these ones, the armored spikes on their backs were longer than the others and they had a slightly green tinge to them, but oddly their traits were no different than the others. The bigger the skags were, the more life force I got though, as each one was worth about as much as a person at around 1,000 units. Just reaching the caves netted me a cool 21,921 units. Since the area was popping with activity, I was much more interested in the caves once I got to them though, as there I saw these glowing bluish cyan crystals in large clumps all over the area. I wasn't sure what they were or what they could be used for, so I found some that were loose enough and pried them off the walls and put them in my inventory to check out later. They hummed with energy in my hands, so I had a good feeling about the stuff. Considering what I've seen so far, it wouldn't surprise me to learn they were worth a fortune, but the locals didn't know and so ignored them. Surprisingly, I found a red chest hidden in the caves that, judging from the weeds overgrown around it, had either been forgotten or whose owner had been killed. Whatever the case, I killed the skags next to it and kicked it open easily. I sighed when I saw it only held a couple common quality pistols in it along with some ammo. Lilith showed up next to me in a flash of light at this point. "Sup," she said with a cocky smirk. "Just found this chest here, nothing worth keeping for my armory. I take it you've finished up your side of things?" I asked, not bothered by her sudden appearance since I had sorta expected it at some point. "Yeah, I'm awesome like that," she bragged. I rolled my eyes. "Yeah, and I'm sure you totally didn't use your powers to phase walk the whole way," I said sarcastically. "You got me, but everything's just so weak here," she complained. "Can't say you're wrong, though not everyone is as badass as us," I said with a grin, and she agreed. We went through the caves collecting the remaining bunches of blade flower seeds while murderizing everything that moved. I couldn't help but notice that while certainly not on the same level as me, Lilith was not bad at all with those guns of hers. To be fair though, I had traits and serious sim training behind my skills, while she just had what she already knew before getting to Pandora. Add on her powers that let her travel through another dimension and thus effectively teleport, and she was quite a force to be reckoned with. You know you aren't using your powers to their fullest, right? I asked curiously after seeing the way she used them. How would you know if I was or wasn't? She asked, slightly offended as we walked. I have a record of how one of the previous holders of the powers used it, and your use looks like a pale imitation by comparison. Here, take a look for yourself, I said, taking out my Echo and pulling up one of the digital copies of the information I made when I was on Athena's. She didn't look offended anymore, but more suspicious, like she found it hard to believe I had knowledge on her powers that even she didn't. I found her attitude amusing, as Maya was no different when she learnt about it, but proof was proof and she could only read it and weep. This is incredible. Where did you get this? She asked excitedly after getting past her shock. Like I said when I was telling my story, I went to Athena's in hope of finding information on sirens and succeeded. That's only part of what I have in total, I said as I took my Echo back. You have to send me a copy of that stuff. I've been using my powers so roughly, if that is to be believed, but with a guide, she said, and I nodded in understanding. The stuff written about the phase walk power was like all the other siren powers, busted when used to its limit. I'm talking teleporting huge amounts of material all at once and basically being an incarnation of fire itself. This meant innate immunity to burning and massive amounts of elemental generation on top of being pretty much untouchable, since you know teleportation. Lilith's current use of the power was lackluster by comparison, as she couldn't actually teleport but rather went into a separate dimension that made each of her steps count as 5 outside of it. Certainly still useful, but nowhere close to what the records showed she was capable of. Anyways, I promised to give her a copy of the stuff I had on her powers, and we headed back to the entrance of the gully to meet up with Brick. We found him sitting on the biggest skag I've seen so far, that was the size of a cow and oddly enough had a whole ass kitchen knife sticking through half its face. Did Baha actually try to use a fucking kitchen knife to kill this thing? Respect, that's hardcore, I said, genuinely impressed. Wasn't even a good warm-up, kinda boring to be honest, Brick said, not sharing my opinion. Ah, but that's the thing, my massive muscly mate, Baha is a twig of a man, so that is pretty damn impressive, I said with a grin, and he thought about it for a moment before grudgingly nodded in agreement. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number $:tilde text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 234,956 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x2, superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2, quick thinking rare grade, Hyper Flexibility Rare Grade, Strong Circulation Epic Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade, Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade Stored Traits, Chapter 49, Out Cold Skag Life Force, 1234 Traits, Alpha Muscles Uncommon Grade 2000 Units. Armored Hide Uncommon Grade 2000 Units, Omnivore Rare Grade 7000 Units, Strong Vitality Uncommon Grade 2000 Units. Nothing too impressive, but it looks like I was right and the price is going to go up the more I take in. I thought, noticing the increase in price for the traits. Anything good from this thing? Lilith asked curiously as she watched me use my powers on the corpse. A few decent traits for a normal creature, but nothing interesting other than the strong vitality trait that I haven't seen any other skag have, probably why it didn't die after an injury like that. I said with a shrug. Sounds useful. Brick said, picking at a scab. If you want it, I can give it to you. I offered. You can give traits? Lilith exclaimed loudly in shock, and Brick was practically vibrating in excitement. I rubbed my temple in annoyance. I literally said as much when I was telling my story. Were you just not paying attention or something? I asked with a sigh. Cut us some slack, it was a lot to take in, all right. Lilith defended herself with an embarrassed look. Forget that, trait now. Brick said, shaking me eagerly. I shrugged his hands off easily. It's not that fucking simple, something you'd know if you had been paying attention when I talked about it. I have to grab the copy of the trait first and then pass it to you along with some life force, unless you want your lifespan to drop drastically. Even then it's not a good fucking time, as you will suffer as the trait makes changes to you, the more the worse it is. I said, killing his eagerness with facts. What kind of suffering we talking here? The sniffles or straight up torture? Lilith asked worriedly. I shrugged. Depends on the traits. Strong vitality will make you feel like you shot up a whole pot of espresso at first before you crash hard. Most of the time though it's closer to torture than anything else, especially traits like armored hide and dense bones, nasty stuff those. All I can guarantee is that you'll survive the process no worse than you started it. I said honestly. Yet I think I'll pass on that, thanks, she said, clearly disturbed. If you can make me more awesome, a bit of pain seems like a good trade to me. Load me up with that vitality thing already. Brick said, not discouraged at all. Welp, can't say I didn't warn him. I thought as I took the corpse's trait and life force before holding out my hand for Brick to grab. He took my hand without hesitation and I took a look at his traits while I was at it. Human life force, 3674 traits, Omega Body Rare Grade 7000 units, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade 2000 units, Thick Skin Uncommon Grade 2000 units, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade 7000 units, Simple Mind Common Grade 700 units. I'ma just grab a copy of that second one and second to last one because holy fuck yes. I thought excitedly as I made copies of the traits before pushing the strong vitality trait into his body along with all the life force I took from the corpse. Brick clearly felt this as he looked confused for a moment but didn't say anything, probably thinking it was normal. Once the new trait started to get integrated though, a savage grin filled his face, showing all his teeth as the high I spoke of hit him. I feel awesome, he yelled as he started to shadow box to blow off some of his newfound energy. I had to admit that his punches held serious power as I could feel the air being forced aside with each one he did. He doesn't look like he's suffering. Lilith said, confused at this sight. 5 4 3 2 1 BOOF. I counted down rather than answer her implied question, and lo and behold, Brick stiffened and fell flat on his face when I hit the last number. Is he gonna be alright? She asked, spooked by the sudden collapse. Oh yeah, he'll be fine after he wakes up. Vitality traits seem to force you to use up all of your energy in a short period of time, so you feel great at first before hitting rock bottom suddenly once that high ends. I said with a chuckle as I picked up the dead-to-the-world mass of muscle on my back. We left Skag Gully after that and turned in the quests to Baja, who gave us a shotgun with an interesting design as well as a rare quality sniper rifle. There was also some money mixed into that prize pool, but I just split it with Lilith since Brick wasn't awake to get his half, since I didn't want any of it. Walking back to Firestone, we found Roland and Morty sitting at the bar of Marcus's vendor shack waiting for us. What happened to him? Morty asked, looking at Brick, who I unceremoniously dropped to the ground now that we were at town. Gave him a trait, he passed out as a result. I said with a shrug. Oh yeah, what kinda trait? He asked curiously, but wasn't surprised by the information, just like Roland. At least you two actually listened to what I said. Anyways, I gave him a strong vitality trait that came from this big ass skag Baha wanted us to kill. Did you know the Mad Chad actually tried to kill the thing with a fucking kitchen knife? Craziest shit ever. I said with a laugh. Sounds like something he'd want. Want me to fill you in on our side of things? Morty asked, nodding at Brick. Is fixing a busted machine that interesting? I asked, confused. There was more to it than that. Some bandit holed up near the town nabbed the core DG-struct module and we had to put him and his cronies down to get it back. Then after we fixed the cache ride, we had to jump over a gulch in one of the runners to open the way to the next step of our journey to the vault, since Sledge had his men block it off with a gate locked from the other side. Roland explained and I whistled. Damn, that sounds annoying. I said. It was. Morty said. So what now? Lilith asked. A few people have posted some more quests on the bounty board right before you guys got here, so we can do those to stock up on some funds. Something tells me we'll need it. Roland said seriously. Sounds good to me, but should I leave the big dude with Zed while we do that, or should we wait since he'll probably want in? I asked seriously and the other three frowned. Let's go see what the quests are first before deciding. Might be something boring he wouldn't mind missing. Morty said, and we all agreed. We walked over to the board and after syncing up our echoes to it, looked at the quests. The first one was literally someone calling us pansies who wouldn't run stuff over. It was so fucking on, as I and the others all took exception to the taunt. The second quest was an unusual one to say the least, as it was both insulting and paid well. See, some chick named Patricia Tanis started the details of the quest by introducing herself fully, a fucking weird thing to do, and then immediately putting an insult behind that. Then she actually wrote down what the job was. Apparently she had left 5 echo recordings in the area and left them behind previously, but now wanted them back and was hiring us to get them to her. The last quest was an assassination mission, actually for a bandit named Skinner who apparently skinned people alive to make umbrellas. I'm not fucking joking, that is what the mission said. Anyways, the poster heard of us killing 9 toes and wanted us to put a bullet in the bandit's skull, bonus payment if we made it painful, and recorded his screams for them. It was hardcore shit and I laughed at it. It was clear this was an act of revenge and I couldn't help but applaud it. I guess you want that last one for yourself, right? Lilith asked after seeing my reaction. You can't say the guy doesn't have it coming from what this says. I said, not denying it at all. Nope, he sounds like the kind of person we'd be doing the world a favor by killing, but I don't know about that whole torture part. Morty said, and I shrugged. No one is forcing you to take part, you know. You could just go and slaughter his friends or something while we peel him apart like string cheese. I said casually, and they all looked at me weirdly. Brick woke up about an hour later, starving and thirsty, all while feeling sluggish as shit. I understood the feeling and passed him a big bag of jerky that he ate ravenously while downing no less than a whole ass gallon of apple juice. Feeling better? I asked with a raised eyebrow once he was done. Yeah, I'm good now. So who we kill next? He asked with a belch. I directed him to the mission board and he immediately called dibs on running bitches over, his words exactly. I took the assassination quest myself with Brick, while Morty, Lil, and Roland took the running over and echo collection quests. As I quickly learned, Brick had severe road homicidal tendencies to the point of actively running down any skag or bandit he saw, whether it was on the road or not. underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =$8157885 number $:text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 234,956 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x2, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, stored traits pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade. Chapter 50, Mechanical Buddies. I had to admit that the runners from the Catch A ride were fascinating creations, even if a bit oddly designed. See, unlike most cars you would think of that are one solid unit with the engine at the front and a squarish shape, the runners were nothing like that. They had a sort of cockpit main body with no windshield or roof but a driver's seat, and behind that a gunner's seat with a 360-degree machine gun or rocket turret. At the back of this main body was the engine that had me a bit sketched the fuck out with how unstable it seemed. The genius thing about the runners, however, was that the wheels were attached to the main body by 4 hydraulic shock and elevation adjusting beams that meant each tire rose or fell independently of the others for uneven terrain or potholes. This meant that even with the roads being as shitty as humanly possible, the drive was pretty smooth. The funny thing was that Brick barely fit in the driver's seat and took out his discomfort on anything stupid enough to be seen as we headed to the spot marked on our mini-maps. Couldn't really complain about his rampage either, as I earned a neat 20,000-ish life force thanks to that and the sheer abundance of stuff he killed. Looks like we'll need to walk the rest of the way since those metal bits block the path to this Skinner asshat, I said as I deftly left the gunner's seat. Good, my leg was starting to fall asleep. Brick said as he pulled his legs out of the driver's seat with some trouble. So any ideas about how to make this fucker squeal? I'm partial to ripping out the fingernails myself, I asked, and he seemed to think about it for a moment. Hey, you can use shock, right? He asked with the start of a feral grin. I can. What do you have in mind? I asked, curious to know where he was going with this. Got any jumper cables? He asked with his grin growing even more malicious. I don't, but I can fix that easy enough, give me a second, I said before opening my house and going in. A few moments later I came out with a pair of jumper cables and a 6-pack of my favorite root beer. Brick grinned and took the cables from me along with a can of root beer and explained his idea as we walked up the path. It was pretty simple really, but the gist of it was that we'd be attaching the cables to the dude's toes before giving them the juice till they cooked, before repeating until he ran out of digits. I was down with this plan as that did sound really fucking painful. I also considered stuffing some traits into him to subject him to that agony, but honestly that seemed like such a waste of traits and life force. The place this dude lived in was a small little hut tent thing made of what looked suspiciously like leather but probably was human in origin. All around the yard were these umbrellas with spines as the handles and ribs as the spokes holding the canvas open. A muscled psycho with a fillet knife came out of the tent thing wearing baggy ragged leather pants and a standard psycho mask and a reddish-brown coloration from the sheer amount of blood that had dried on his body. More umbrellas for the wedding, he yelled as he charged us wildly. You want to do it or should I? I asked and Brick shrugged. I'll do it then, I said casually stepping forward. Skinner didn't care at all in his bloodthirsty charge and swung the fillet knife at me and I just looked at him mockingly as the dull rusty blade slid across the skin on my chest without even breaking through my shield. He didn't get another chance as I grabbed his arm and pulled him forward where I grabbed the back of his head with my free hand and slammed him into the ground. Now restrained Skinner quickly felt the pain as Brick got started by hooking up the cable to Dude's pinky toes and handing me the other ends. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Skinner screams as I sent a fuck ton of juice through the cables, but we both ignored it, and once his toes were nice and crispy we moved on to his fingers, and once those two were zapped to coke and we were done with Brick's idea, it was my turn. I inhaled deeply before belching a stream of fire onto the sobbing mess of a psycho under my foot, causing him to scream in agony as his entire body burned. That was awesome. I want that trait, Brick said excitedly as we left the burning body behind to head back to the runner. Flame breath? It's pretty common back on Eden 6, so it shouldn't be an issue to get it for you, assuming nothing here on Pandora has it, I said with a shrug. I didn't mind talking about Eden 6 despite knowing the angel was no doubt spying on us, simply because my affiliation with the Jacobs couldn't be hidden, and so there was no point in trying to hide it. Once we were back in Firestone waiting for the others, we turned in the quest for a bit of cash that I let Brick have since I was loaded already. While we waited, I tinkered with the broke-down runner in town at the back with the tools I had in my house. Honestly speaking, the thing was practically held together with duct tape and prayers with how fucking shoddy the work was. Sure, it worked, but it was not safe, efficient, or ideal at all. Admittedly, I might have gotten a little carried away as I used my Iridian engineering knowledge to fix a few things at first until a few quickly became a lot. Hey, a scooter here, you know the catch a ride guy? Listen, some folks over there in Firestone's gone and told me that you're messin' about with one of my broke-down runners. If'n you're gettin' any funny thoughts about musslin' in on my car business, don't, only warning. Scooter said over my echo. Wasn't planning on it, just fixing some of the issues in the design of the runner to pass the time. Rerouting the fuel lines away from the hot parts, better air circulation paths, that sorta thing. I sent back casually. Whatcha mean exactly? Scooter asked, now more curious than mad. Well, for starters, you have the fuel lines running next to the combustion chamber and your cooling system is connected to your exhaust system, which actually heats up the engine further rather than cooling it, I said, since I knew a thing or two about the topic. So that's why the engines sometimes burst into flames, he said in understanding. We continued chatting over the echo for a while about the runners and how to improve them, and even when we bickered at some points, we at the very least seemed to seriously consider what the other person said. That was how the other three found me elbow deep in the broke-down runner messing with the parts while Scooter spoke to me over the echo. Having fun? Lil asked with a raised eyebrow. Of course, boys and their toys after all. How about you lot, anything worth mentioning? I asked as I casually ignited my arms to burn off the grease on them in the super hot temperatures. Well, that Tanis chick is kinda rude, but you already knew that, and Zed's got a meeting set up with a guy who says he knows how to get us into Sledge's mine. Lil said, unbothered by my spontaneous combustion. No shit? I'm surprised at how easy this is so far, like obviously bandits are dumb as fuck and all, but this is downright fucking pathetic, I said honestly as I rolled my sleeves down since the grease was gone. Don't go jinxing us, man, easy is good, Morty said hurriedly. Speak for yourself, I prefer a challenge to get my adrenaline pumping. It also helps that anything capable of that likely also has some kick-ass traits, I say with a grin. Can't argue with the logic there, Roland said with a nod of agreement. I passed out some beverages and we set off to go meet Zed's contact, a dude by the name of Shep Sanders that gave me a slimy vibe right away. He was fully covered in gear, so I couldn't tell you what he looked like exactly other than bandity. But the way he talked and acted rubbed me the wrong way, like he would have no loyalty to anything or anyone other than himself. People like that were dangerous, as you never knew if or when they might plunge a knife into your back for some perceived profit. He gave us a couple quests though that we chose to take since they weren't all that hard, and one of them even benefited me. Specifically, he wanted us to turn on the wind turbines as well as kill some rock that were causing him trouble. I hadn't seen what traits these rock offered, so I was more than happy to take the kill mission. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number text =patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 262,176 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x2, superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, Iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, quick thinking, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, stored traits pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade. Chapter 51, the run around. Both of these quests were close to each other, so we all headed over that way together. We only had 2 runners to do so, but made it work as I hung off the side of the gunner seat of the runner Roland and Lil took. It was really fucking sketchy, but we made it, so whatever. The windmill power station was overrun with bandits that really didn't fucking want to let us take back control of the area by removing the brakes they put on the windmills. Even dramatically outnumbered, we tore through the bandits like they were tissue paper, literally in Brick's case, since he preferred using his fists over guns. Gonna need to see about getting him a pair of cestus, maybe ones that fire bullets when he punches? Thoughts for later. I thought watching him go. Morty hung back by the runners and was picking off the bandits with deadly accuracy while his companion, pet/friend, Bloodwing, swooped down to rip out eyes and throats liberally. Lil was easily the most dangerous out of everyone other than me, however, as she flickered into and out of her power's overlapping dimension like she was directly teleporting behind bandits before filling them with holes. Roland, on the other hand, fought like a soldier as he summoned his Scorpio turret that he took cover behind while firing his assault rifle over the top of its energy shield. I recognized the type of turret as the same sort that the Atlas Crimson Lance used. I'ma take a look at that too, I thought with a grin as I shot a hole through 2 bandits' heads with a single bullet. All this noise and bloodshed ironically also got the rock flock agitated as they came swooping down at us, probably thinking we were weak from the fight. They were so very fucking wrong. We all shot the flock of about a dozen bat-looking things down without hesitation, and I wasted no time at all checking out the corpses before I checked their traits and life force. Honestly, it was really fucking hard to describe these things as they ranged from medium-sized dog to brick in size and came in several colors, with brown being the most common and from my observation whitish gray or green being the largest. They had long bat-like webbed wings connected to a sort of tapered cylindrical body much like a catfish, with a long barbed hook end at the tail that they used to grab things. They interestingly had flat white heads with armored skin plates on top of them and going down the length of its body. The mouths had small sharp teeth that were clearly designed to take off flesh from a body that wasn't fighting back, which meant they likely hunted their prey with their barbed tails or scavenged anything dead they could find. I wasn't going to dissect the things to get a comprehensive set of information on them though, as I frankly didn't care enough about it to do so. Rock Life Force, 581 792 traits, Aerial Expertise Common Grade 700 units, Hard Skin Uncommon Grade 2000 units, Symbiosis, Hive, Rare Grade 7000 units, Keen Nose Common Grade 700 units, Pack Mentality Uncommon Grade 2000 units. Nothing particularly good here but that pack mentality trait if I wanted to tame some other creatures. I thought, disappointed but not surprised as I drained all the corpses around us of life force. "Ah, that's the stuff," I said with a comfortable sigh. "That will never not be creepy, you know that, right?" Lil asked and I nodded. "Oh yeah. Made my peace with that months ago, but that's how my powers work, so tough break I guess. Besides, this is so much cleaner than just leaving the bodies to rot or get eaten, you can even see if they had anything good on them," I said, pointing at the multiple glowing lights coming out of the dust piles. "Speaking of, looks like the best thing here is a rare quality thing in that pile over there," Morty said, pointing at the blue glowing light that stood out from the rest of these green and white glowing lights. Brick casually walked over to the pile of dust and kicked it, causing a shield to get tossed out. "Brick's already got a rare shield, who's taking this one?" I asked, since it was already tacitly agreed to that I wouldn't be taking any of the good shit of that category since my shield was pretty much as good as it got. "Rock, paper, scissors," Morty offered and the other two agreed. "Rock, paper, scissors. Shoot." Morty threw out a scissors, Lil and Roland both paper, making Morty the winner. "Cool, let's grab the key to the mine and go fuck up Sledge already," I said, seeing this result, and I got no complaints. We walked into the crumbling main office of the wind farm and collectively coughed because of the dust that got kicked up. On the table was a shoddy dust-covered note that looked like it was written by a 3-year-old that flat out said Sledge took the key to his safe house. I groaned at this, and we had no choice but to mark the safe house as our next stop rather than the mine that had the path to it locked up tight. "Hello, travelers. There are new missions available at the Firestone Bounty Board," Claptrap suddenly spoke up through the echoes. We all headed back to Firestone to check the board since we needed the funds anyways. This time there were 3 new quests. The first was a dude who apparently ran a bloodsport arena nearby wanting us to go there and participate to hype it up. The second was someone who wanted someone to kill 2 badass skags of mythical proportions. I had serious fucking doubts about this claim but was willing to see if it was true. The final quest was to find parts for a custom sniper that the poster had scattered across an area to keep the bandits from getting it. The finished gun was also the payment for grabbing those parts. Morty was the most interested in this quest, which was fair since he preferred that type of gun. "I'll take the skags," I said. "I'll grab the parts," Morty said. "I'm with Alex," Brick chimed in. "Guess that me and Roland will hit up that circle of death then, should be fun. Meet up at the safe house," Lil said, and we all agreed. We split up again after leaving the town, with Roland and Lil sharing a runner while Morty, Brick and I took the other. We all followed the road at first, but the 3 of us stopped while those other 2 kept going. The entrance to the gulch that held the safe house on the other end of it was only accessible via a drainage pipe that was rusted and dry. The gulch itself was fairly straightforward at first, with a single path going forward that we followed while murderizing the skags along the way. There was a rest stop, I think, at the end of this path that was crawling with bandits who weren't too happy to see us, let me tell you. We cleared the place out and entered it to see if there was any decent loot, but the inside was a disgusting place as it was filled with trash, blood, and unidentifiable bone fragments that might have been from humans. Either of you got any grenades to collapse the fucking place? I asked, disgusted, and Morty wordlessly handed me a grenade that I pulled the pin on and tossed at a weight-supporting wall. The grenade went off with a loud bang, and the walls collapsed while dust filled the air. For good measure I had Brick help me rip the fuel tank nearby out of the concrete and toss it on the rebel before shooting it to torch whatever was left. We left the place to continue along the dirt path that soon split into 3 paths, though technically it was only 2 as 2 of the paths went to the same area. The rightmost path went towards the safe house while the middle and left paths went to this sort of valleyish area infested with skags and a single small bandit camp. We'll meet you at the safe house, Brick said as we split ways with Morty, whose quest marker told him to head in the other road than the one ours said to go towards the valleyish area. Brick and I painted the sand and stone of the valleyish area red with skag blood as we slaughtered our way towards the area marked for those mythical skags. When I saw the damn things I was highly fucking disappointed. One of them, Marley I think, was an alpha badass skag that was about the size of a bear but was covered in sparking blue electricity. The other, Mo I think, was also an alpha badass skag but was covered in flames and looked to be the more direct of the two. Aw man, I was hoping they'd be more awesome. Brick complained and I wholeheartedly agreed, but we got what we got and that was that. You want the shock one or the fire? I'm good either way so long I get those traits. I asked with a shrug and he seemed to size them up a little more before choosing the fire one. The things roared at us and I promptly sent 2 bullets down the shock one's gullet for its trouble. To my great surprise that didn't kill it instantly, though it certainly hurt like shit from how the beast screamed. Maybe this won't be a complete waste of our time, I thought, suddenly much more interested. I was not disappointed as the shock skag started spitting out orbs of pure electricity that exploded on contact with anything that wasn't air. I sprinted in a strafe run as I pulled the trigger 3 times, sending 6 bullets at the beast that took them with its hard hide and only flinched a little as they dug in a good inch. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u=8157885 number sign : text =patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 287,912 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x2, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, stored traits pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade. Chapter 52, worthy prey. The fact my bullets had so little effect at all told me that this thing either had really good defensive traits or was built qualitatively better than even the normal badass skags. I briefly flicked my attention to Brick and his skag, Mo, and saw a brutal dance of strength going on. Unlike this shock one that kept its distance to launch those shock projectiles, the flame skag charged in a very similar manner to the bug I fought, leaving a trail of flames when it did. Brick, being the mad Chad he was, tanked these charges, growling like a rabid animal. He then punched the beast as hard as he could a few times before retreating to recharge his shield that was taking a beating from the impact and flames on the skag. Even with his extremely high strength, the skag was taking those hits and only barely registering them, though some of the armor plating on its skin was starting to loosen where he struck. I returned my attention to my skag when one of its shock projectiles hits close enough to me to cause my shield to flash before switching to shock. While my gun got the fire damage added to its shots, I strafed around the beast, popping shots that caused it to whine in pain as it continued to try and hit me with those projectiles, even succeeding a few times when I didn't adjust to its own adjusted aim fast enough. My shield broke at one point and I figured out how energetic sustenance, shock, worked. Like, obviously I had a vague fucking idea due to my how powers roughly explains traits I find and take into me. But I hadn't understood how exactly this trait worked until now, since I couldn't exactly grab electricity to stuff into my mouth as it turns out, though the consumption my powers hinted at referred to skin contact with the stuff rather than legitimately eating the shit. The moment the electrical energy touched my skin, three things happened in rapid succession. First, my resistance stopped it from doing any real damage beyond killing a few cells. Second, the energy got absorbed into my body, vanishing immediately. Finally, I felt I suppose boost would be the best word of energy rush through me like the jolt of a cup of espresso. A grin threatened to split my face at this, and I entirely holstered my gun before crouching down and kicking off hard to launch myself at the skag. I swung my right fist and slammed a punch into the side of its head, using my momentum and full strength in the process. The armored plates on its skin were ripped off by the force, while the entire front half of the skag pivoted to the left. The electricity sparked off its body onto me, but I only felt even more energized and went in for a ruthless rush of blows, right, left, right, one punch after the other in a violent rush that used the full strength of my body to bludgeon and tear the face of the skag apart. I knew the moment the beast died, as my powers told me, and I breathed out a long steamy breath. That was just what I needed to loosen up, I thought with a smile before checking on Brick. His skag was much less damaged than mine, but was still bloody-faced and missing chunks of its skin and muscle on its head. I wasn't surprised, since I had technique in addition to raw power, while Brick had no such thing and just swung his fists hard. Skag life force, 4519 traits, Alpha muscles uncommon grade 2000 units, armored hide rare grade 7000 units, omnivore rare grade 7000 units, strong vitality uncommon grade 2000 units, elemental body, shock, rare grade 7,000 units, shock resistance epic grade 32,000 units, energy projection epic grade 32,000 units. So, not bad at all. I'll wait for Brick to finish up before seeing if he wants any of this, I thought with a grin as I sat on the corpse to watch Brick work. It was clear as fuck that Brick had never gotten any formal training and had honed his fighting style entirely through street fights, more or less, in addition to his massive strength. He moved based on instinct and experience, but his footwork was all over the place and he failed to ever put his body's full strength into his punches, making them weaker than they could be. Don't get me wrong, his fighting style was not horrible by any stretch of the imagination, just fucking sloppy. I debated trying to teach him my own Muay Thai or traditional boxing, as he wasn't exactly the smartest person. I knew he wasn't stupid, just really simple in how he thought. Direct, I suppose, was the best way to explain it. He didn't deal with metaphors or sugar-coating or any of the more subtle parts of conversation, but got to the point with little else involved. While that might make him a bit rough to deal with for most, I found it to be a breath of fresh air personally. I didn't need to put on airs of politeness with him and could be as rude or blunt as I wanted, and he wouldn't care at all anyways. It took him another 10 minutes to finish off the fire skag and drag it over to where I was waiting. While he did so, I watched his reddened skin pale and his veins sink down as his adrenal rush trait's effects wore off. The trait was one I grabbed from him already but hadn't integrated yet. That was quite interesting. It worked rather similar to my powers burn, except much weaker and without taking any of his life force to do so. Instead it worked because his adrenal gland was slightly mutated so he could actively pump adrenaline in vast amounts through his body, gaining all that entailed effectively he could forcefully trigger the sort of boost a normal person gets when they have adrenaline pumping through them whenever he wanted. Ignoring my own addiction to adrenaline, this trait of his made him a monstrous existence as far as combat was concerned, as he went 110% from zero in an instant. Again, ignoring my addiction, the trait would give me a great way to get that boost in ability without using burn or being in a genuine life or death scenario. Skag Life Force, 5911 traits, Alpha Muscles Uncommon Grade 2000 units, Armored Hide Rare Grade 7000 units, Omnivore Rare Grade 7000 units, Strong Vitality Uncommon Grade 2000 units, Elemental Body, Fire, Rare Grade 7,000 units, Fire Resistance Epic Grade 32,000 units, Energy Projection Epic Grade 32,000 units. Hey? That's unexpected, I mutter, seeing the traits of the first Skag. What's up? Brick asked curiously. You know how this one could launch those shock balls? I asked, and he nodded. Well, this one could also do that apparently, but with fire. I explained honestly. Why didn't it then? Seems kinda stupid, he asked confused. I shrugged. Fuck if I know. I'm not a Skag, I said, equally as confused. Anyways, you want any of these traits other than the elemental ones? I asked before listing off what was here. I wanted the fire and shock ones, he said with a disappointed look. Nothing for it, man, I need those for my plans, I said with a shrug. Should we go meet up with Morty and the others then? Brick asked, and I nodded after grabbing the 131,570 units of traits from the two corpses and cringing as my life force store halved more or less. I hoped there was a lot of bandits along the way to refill my expenditure, because with the increase in trait prices it was going to be hard to stock up enough to get Lilith's Siren trait unless I simply stop integrating traits. As we walked, I integrated the energy projection traits that extended my powers range to a good 40 feet in every direction from me. While that wasn't like a massive area or anything, it was still enough to make it even easier to harvest life force so long as the targets were within that range. Leaving the valley, we headed towards where our mini-maps said the safe house was, and saw more and more metal on the way lining the walls of the path until we came to a narrowed area with a sort of watchtower set up at the right of it. It was more like someone stuck a metal shed on top of a rusting metal ship support being held against a canyon wall, unsafe as fuck. At the porch of the shed, a arm hung off the side while blood dripped down it onto the sand below. Morty's definitely been here all right, I said with a chuckle, and Brick grunted in acknowledgement. I drained the little over 800 life force from the corpse as we entered the area beyond the watchtower, and more corpses shone in my powers radius. I of course also checked the traits, but they were all worthless to me. The life force was nice though, and when we got into the camp outside the safe house proper, I had recovered 23,962 units of life force. The camp was a collection of tents, sheds and shoddy welded metal platforms with skulls on spikes, and even a whole gutted Skag on a spike being cooked over a fire. Morty was sitting next to that fire with his feet propped up, sipping a can of beer while rotating the Skag. Hey! I got us some grub and booze while we wait for Lil and Roland, he called while waving us over. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number :text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore on Alexander Drake Life Force, 180,304 integrated traits, Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade, Clever Mind Rare Grade, Enhanced Senses Epic Grade X2, Omega Body Rare Grade X4, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade X2, Bone Regeneration Uncommon Grade, Corrosion Resistance Uncommon Grade, Energy Projection Epic Grade X4, Superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2 quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade stored traits pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, elemental body, fire, rare grade, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade, shock resistance epic grade. Chapter 53, Boozy Problems. Had fun with the bandits? I asked as we walked up. They didn't know what hit em. Morty said with a toothy grin. I casually reached through the fire and grabbed one of the roasted skag's back legs and tore it off. I handed it to Brick, who grinned and ripped into the meat, eagerly getting grease all over his face. I pointed at the skag again and Morty patted his belly, telling me what he wanted. A quick slice of my gun's blade and the meat was handed over to him easily. I myself took the other back leg and found a chair with only a little blood on it to sit in as I ate. Toss me one of the brews, I said, and Morty did. I easily caught the dirty can with a red and white flag pattern on it and a italic style label Conquistador. I cracked the can and took an experimental sip before spitting it out in disgust. That tastes like hot piss, I cursed angrily. Morty chuckled and shrugged. I never said it was good booze, he said with a grin. Fuck it, I'll get into my own stash of hooch, even if only to get the taste of that swill out of my mouth, I swore as I took a bottle of tequila out of my inventory. The bottle itself was made of a silver glass with a scale pattern and raised lettering that read Drake Silver. I twisted the wax seal off and popped the cork on it, causing bubbles to rise in liquid. Never seen a bottle like that before, Morty said curiously. Neither has anyone else in the 6 galaxies, it's my own personal brew. Used my house to make it since I'm not a fan of bourbon or whiskey, I said as I took a swig of the stuff. It burned like all alcohol does, but then the flavors of sweet agave and sour lime came through. I corked it good before tossing it over to Morty, who curiously uncorked it again and took a sniff. He immediately recoiled slightly as the fumes stung at his nose, but didn't hesitate to tip the bottle back to down the clear liquid within. That's some fine booze. You gotta get me a barrel or two of this, Alex, he said, singing praise for my brew as he reluctantly handed the bottle to Brick, who gulped it down like water, emptying the bottle. Oi! That's meant to be savored, I said angrily, seeing this. Bah, booze is booze, you drink it either way, Brick said, waving me off. That was 110 proof tequila, not piss quality beer. I wouldn't be surprised if you spew your guts out in 5 minutes with how much you just drank, I said seriously. To my and Morty's great shock, however, Brick was only suffering a mild stomachache 5 minutes later. If I didn't know for a fact he didn't have the omnivore or iron stomach traits, I would have thought he did. I ended up finishing the skag off right before Roland and Lil showed up, a little bloody and battered but still in fine fettle. Bloodsport arena rougher than expected, I asked with a raised eyebrow. Fucker in charge of the place tried to rig the matches by sending in a bunch of alpha skags. A pain in the ass to kill fast because of those thick armored hides of theirs, Lil explained with an annoyed look that Roland shared. I nodded in understanding. Brick and I's targets were a pair of fire and shock badass alphas and were surprisingly durable as well, had some good if expensive traits too, I said casually. A few bandits around the parts, but blood and I handled it easy, Morty reported with a grin. What's wrong with him? Roland asked, looking at Brick, who was groaning while holding his gut. He downed about 1.5 liters of 110 proof tequila like it was a bottle of water. Kinda amazed he hasn't hurled everywhere to be honest. I explained and both Lil and Roland looked at the big guy in shock. The fuck did he even find something like that? Lil asked with a greedy look. The booze was my personal brew and I made the fucking mistake of sharing it after Morty tried to poison me with that piss-tasting scum that dares call itself beer. I said with a disgusted look at the offending beverage. Conquistador? Notorious brand of beer for how bad it is. I've heard that even skags avoid the stuff. Roland said after looking over the cans. Bad booze is better than no booze in my opinion. Morty said with a shrug. I handed over some bottles of water to Lil and Roland who eagerly gulped it down and used it to clean off the blood and viscera on their clothes. It wasn't very effective but better than nothing and they dealt with it the best they could. Brick finally recovered enough for us to hit up the safe house 15 minutes later when his body finally decided it had had enough and he painted the ground with his stomach contents. The remnants of the tequila in his system were quickly processed after that and he was good to go. The safe house was a sorta underground bunker type deal and only the door leading down into it was above the ground. It looked like a military bunker with trash, a cot, and scrap metal near the metal door that opened up to reveal rusted stairs leading down into the place. I really didn't fucking like this place as once we got down the stairs and into the base proper I saw way too many ambush points. The entire place groaned under its own weight and strain constantly while the pipes running under the metal grate of the floor released steam from their cracks. The ventilation worked though, so that's a thing. At the far side of this first room was an older fast travel station, offline of course, and to the direct left of that was a corpse hung up like calendar with a metal spike through the heart and throat. Likely done when the poor son of a bitch was alive from the blood stains on the floor and wall. On the wall to the right of the room were two vending machines that confused the shit out of me because like how the fuck did they get here, in working order no less. One of them was a med vendor which I know for a fucking fact Zed wouldn't have put here since the bandits would have probably worn his skin like a poncho if he tried. The second was one of Marcus's ammo vending machines and from what I understood about the fat bastard actually fit as he had no compunctions about selling to bandits. Everyone other than me and Brick stocked up on ammo and grabbed a couple med kits for emergencies. We headed through the doorframe near the vendors and entered what could amount to a long hallway with grates, exposed air ducts, lights, and pipes. There were of course also all the creature comforts of the local banditry in the form of trash, skulls on ropes, mostly empty shelves, dirty trash-ridden tables and chairs and the occasional bandit pride flag. Are these guys that confident that the corpses outside could guard the entrance to this place that they didn't put any guards here, or are they just that fucking careless? I asked, genuinely curious after seeing no one at all guarding this first long hallway-like room. Probably both. Bandits are kinda stupid. Brick said and no one argued. We walked nearly to the end of the hallway before a bandit walked around the corner and froze when they saw us. Intruders, he screamed and went to pull out his gun only for Lil, Roland and I to simultaneously blow holes in his chest cavity. It was like someone kicked an ant's nest after that as the bandits in the place started swarming towards us from further into the complex. We fought through them and soon reached the area that was clearly where they lived, as it both had the greatest concentration of bandits and the stuff they needed to survive: food, water and beds. My servos are seizing. We heard a familiar voice say from up ahead as we went down some stairs to continue on our way. A claptrap? Here? Lil asked, confused at the sound. We rounded the corner and down the short narrow hallway was a blue and white robot laying on its back, moving weakly from the damage it had taken. Judging from the dartboard propped up behind it full of bullet holes, it was quite clear the bot had been used as target practice. It was also being dramatic since it was far from being decommissioned despite the damage it had taken. Let me get this back into my house where I keep my tools. I should be able to fix it, I said, and the others agreed to wait. I opened up my house right in the hallway and grabbed the bot by its wheel and carried it inside. I took it into my crafting room and carefully began to take it apart to see all of the damage. From what I could see, the bandits had only done damage to a few of the more exposed parts near the optics that were easy enough to repair since the parts were quite common. A few minutes after I got to work, I put the bot back together and left my house before switching it back on. I'm alive. Haha, the bot yelled as it flipped up onto its wheel dramatically. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number $:text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore on Alexander Drake Life Force 180,304 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x4, superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, stored traits pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, elemental body, fire, rare grade, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade, shock resistance epic grade. Chapter 54, Who the fuck said roids are bad for you? Please follow me, the bot said and began to wheel away with purpose. Might as well, I said, curious about what the thing was trying to do. We followed the bot to a sealed door with a password lock next to it that the bot punched in a password for. "On to open," it said dramatically as the door unsealed and popped open on its own after being unlocked. Inside the doorway was a storage room that had clearly been forgotten for quite some time as dust layered over everything. In the center of the room was a red chest that Brick wasted no fucking time flipping the latch to, even at the cost of everyone other than me coughing from the inhaled dust. The entirety of the contents were a epic quality SMG, an Echo cartridge, a good chunk of cash and some ammo. Hot damn, that's a storage deck upgrade, I said, amazed at what the chest held. More inventory space? Hell yeah! Brick said with a grin as he snatched up the cartridge and stuffed it into his Echo that beeped a few times before going silent. The cartridge got passed around until everyone's Echoes minus my own maxed out one had just a bitty more inventory space. "You want to come with us or gonna stay here?" I asked the claptrap after Lil took the SMG. "My programming designates maintenance of this area as my primary directive. I cannot leave even if I really want to," the bot said in a chipper manner. "So to be clear, if I were to take you, you'd not resist?" I asked with a grin. "Hypothetically, I would not be able to stop you if you chose to abduct me, and hypothetically I might be happy if you did," the bot said, all but asking me to save it from this place with its air quotes on the word hypothetically. "Say less, little dude," I said with a grin as I opened my house up and tossed the bot in. "Why do you even want that annoying thing anyway?" Lil asked once I put my house up. "Potential. Obviously the fucking thing is useless as is, but with a few modifications and some reprogramming that could be changed. In fact, I am willing to put money down that if done right the thing could give even you guys a run for your money," I said confidently. "I don't know, things seem kinda weak to me," Brick said doubtfully. "I did say modifications and reprogramming, didn't I?" Besides, it's not like anyone else wants the damn things, so who's it gonna bother, Hyperion? I asked with a sarcastic tone. Third person POV, Hyperion office. Did he seriously say that, Angel? The man behind the angel asked seriously. He did. I already know what you are going to ask, and scanned the design blueprints for that model of robot already and discovered a few things that point at what he said as being true if difficult and costly to implement. The angel replied. What sort of things and how costly exactly? The man asked, intrigued. Reinforcements of specific areas, material upgrades, and a full AI reprogram to exclude the first and second laws of robotics, to name 3. As for cost, the price to manufacture each unit triples from its current amount, the angel said, sounding surprised. Send in an order for the modified body of the unit. I'll reprogram the AI myself with imitating these vault hunters in mind, the man said seriously. A trial run then? The angel asked, and he nodded. We'll see how it goes, he said skeptically. Normal POV. We moved on through the groaning safe house after that until we came across a medium-sized room with what appeared to be 4 skag dens at the corners and a thick metal door blocking the way. A low warning sound came out from the door, and 4 midgets in psycho masks came out of the skag dens. 2 with buzz axes and 2 with shotguns. They all died immediately as we shot them in the face. Another warning sound came from the door as it was pulled into the ceiling, and 2 psychos walked out of the now open doorway. Fascinatingly, one of them had a skull on covering their face that was on fire as they charged at us with a flaming buzz axe. I casually grabbed that one by the throat and snapped his neck while checking his traits. To my surprise, I found fire resistance uncommon grade listed alongside the normal traits I have found on these bandits. Hey, this guy has a low-grade version of fire resistance. Anyone want it? I asked, since even if I didn't want it they might. Gimme that trait. That skag was annoying to beat up. Brick said seriously. I looked at the others, who just shrugged since they didn't want to get in Brick's way, and so I drained the 4,127 life force from all the corpses while spending the 2,000 units it took to make a copy of the trait. I held out my hand and Brick gripped it without hesitation, and I passed the trait to him. His skin visibly shifted on his body as the top layer shed off to reveal slightly red-tinged skin underneath it. That itches. Brick complained as he scratched off the shed skin. That was rather mild compared to what I expected. Roland commented offhandedly. It was a low-level resistance trait, so if I had to guess, it just made his skin a tad bit less flammable, but his body would still cook if put to the flame. The change wasn't dramatic enough to cause all his skin to need to be replaced like a higher-grade trait would. I explained with a shrug. After that we moved on to a set of stairs with neon arrows pointing down. Gross. Lil said when we reached the bottom of the stairs and saw the sheer amount of blood on the walls and floor, like many had been killed there and no one had bothered cleaning it up. It was so bad that there were flies and a horrible rotten stench that made my eyes water in the area. I cursed my enhanced senses at this moment, as this really fucking sucked. It became clear, however, that this was towards the back of the safe house, as the area opened up into a sort of maze with the exposed pipes and power generators being visible. Some midgets and marauders came at us, but we dispatched them easily. We found an area with a dismantled runner and a fenced, oddly wide open cavern that our echoes said had the key we needed right in the center. $50 says there's something big guarding that key. Morty said, seeing this, and none of us were willing to take that bet. The moment we stepped into the cavern, an inhumanly massive thing stepped out of the dark doorway at the end that looked like it might have been fucking human once but was beyond that now. Standing a good 9 feet tall and having arms and legs as big around as brick of pure muscle, the behemoth started snarling and running at us as fast as it could with a buzzaxe the size of Lil Bangx3. I unloaded 3 rounds at the huge bulbous metal-covered head as we scattered without hesitation. The others began to fire at the big bitch as well, but it just seemed to make it more and more mad, while my own bullets only ricocheted off the thick metal helmet on the thing's head. Still, that was clearly more than enough for the thing to decide I died first. As if that wasn't enough, like 10 fucking psycho midgets came out of the holes in the cavern's walls and were really fucking annoying. I inhaled deeply while activating both my fire and shock elemental body traits, which worked to make the charging thing pause in fright or surprise, fuck if I know which, and gave me the time to belch out flames at it. This worked a little too well as the thing screamed and swatted at the flames, causing it pain, but seemed too dumb to realize I was the source of the stuff and burnt to death as it inhaled fire. Human, mutant, life force, 3911 traits, Omega body rare grade 7000 units, Gigantism uncommon grade 2000 units, Atrophied brain trash grade 150 units, Mutant strength legendary grade 350,000 units, Steroid dependency trash grade 150 units. Holy fuck! I exclaimed in shock as I looked the corpse's traits over. Something good or bad? Morty asked as everyone grouped up. A bit of both if I'm being honest, but this fucking thing has a legendary grade trait and I really fucking want it. But I'm a broke bitch and ain't got the life force to buy it. I whined upset. We hit the button to bring up the key, it was a fucking finger on a ring, and the moment the jingle sounded out we got a new message. You should be able to get into the mine now. There is nothing between you and Sledge, and we'll be one step closer to the vault. I believe in you. The angel said in our heads. I told you so. I said as I took out my echo to point at it. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number sign : text =patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake. Life force 210,191 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x4, superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, stored traits pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, elemental body, fire, rare grade, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade, shock resistance epic grade. Chapter 55, Laudin. Everyone had sour expressions at that but didn't say anything about what I meant now that we had all but confirmed that we were being spied on through our echoes by whoever the angel was. So what's this trait that's got you so excited anyways? Morty asked, changing the subject. Mutant strength. Not 100% sure, but I think it will push my strength into noticeably superhuman levels. My ability to jump so high isn't superhuman, by the way, just close to it. Anyways, help me drag this big bastard into my house so I can put him on ice until I can afford that trait. I said as I took out my house and pressed the button on the sphere to open it up. We spent the next 10 minutes dragging the big crispy bastard into one of my menagerie enclosures, where I creatively set the temperature in that enclosure to Arctic temperatures since I obviously didn't have the cryo solution to deep freeze the corpse. While we were there, a loud crack sounded out and my eyes went wide as I knew immediately where it came from. My dragon's hatching! I yelled and everyone scrambled over to the egg to watch excitedly. We all held our breaths in eager anticipation as the egg wiggled and the thin hairline crack that signaled the start of the hatching expanded. Crack! 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 More and more the crack expanded until a small window was opened up in the egg's side. "Come on, little one, you can do it!" I encouraged, and the egg shook even more fiercely as the window grew larger and larger until eventually the egg fully split apart, revealing its inhabitant. The creature had a small chubby body that was a dark ruby red. It had 4 limbs much like that of a skag's, with the back legs being stronger looking and the front ones weaker but more for grabbing things. Its feet had 3 reptilian claws on the back legs, while the front reminded me more of a bird's feet with 2 long clawed digits pointing forward and a single long clawed digit pointing backwards. On the creature's back sat 2 small webbed wings that had a large amount of bulging flesh near the base of which I realized was from the unique muscle composition needed for the wings to be functional with the front legs as well. You couldn't just slap wings on something like a skag and expect to be able to fly. The muscles needed for flight were located in the shoulders and back, and in order to have a fully functioning pair of wings on something with 4 additional limbs you needed special muscle structures in that area. This was seen in this case where those areas had extra muscles to support both flight and the use of the front limbs. The head of the creature was mostly saurian in design but less jagged, bulky, and ugly, and more smooth and refined from its hindquarters. A long, almost tadpole-like tail extended. The creature blinked its big yellow reptilian eyes against the light above it as it looked for its parent. I stepped forward and almost immediately its gaze focused on me. I felt a sort of pulse from the connection between us as the thing identified me as its caretaker. With unsteady legs it stood up and attempted to wobble over to me but failed as its legs were too weak and it was too unused to using them. "Welcome to the world, little one," I said with a smile as I walked over to the thing and knelt in front of it. "It's so cute," Lil squealed, practically hugging herself. "Can we pet it?" Brick asked eagerly, and Morty also looked very keen to know the answer. The small creature new to the world huddled up to my chest, warily eyeing the others and looking for protection. "Easy there, they won't hurt you, I promise," I said as I rubbed the thing's forehead, which it seemed to enjoy immensely. "It was just born, guys, it'll need a bit to adjust," I said to the others, who looked disappointed but understanding. I was given a hungry sensation from my bond with the thing and with a chuckle scooped it up easily and carried it out of the menagerie. It looked at the others curiously as I walked past them, and when Lil couldn't help from trying to pet it at such close proximity, it grabbed her hand with its mouth that had not so blunt fangs in it. "Ow! Ow! 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 It's biting me! I love it so much! God, this hurts!" Lil cried out in pain as it broke her shield, and I coaxed the little carnivore into releasing her hand that had some new holes in it. "Gonna be honest, you did that one to yourself. I'm bonded to it so it won't attack me, but you merely seem like food to it right now and it's hungry. Like I said though, give me some time to train it and you can dote on it then," I said, rolling my eyes at her. "It's got some teeth on it for being a newborn. Not surprising since it was originally a saurian," Morty said, admiring the thing from outside its striking distance. I brought the thing to my living room area that had my food maker thing and set it down. Walking up to the food maker, I placed an order for a vast amount of foods as well as a lot of fish, beef, and chicken in paste form to see what the thing ate. The answer was meat in all forms regardless of type. It downed 5 pounds of fish, beef, and chicken paste each before getting into the roast hog that it ate, bones and all, before burping cutely and curling up to go to sleep on my feet. "Ah, it's all tuckered out after eating," Lil coos at the sight while I and the others dug into the spread with gusto. "How are you planning to take care of it while searching for the vault?" Roland asked seriously after finishing a plate of chow mein. I grinned. "Saurians, like most reptilian species, are born capable of hunting for their food if necessary. If it's not, then they tend to share whatever their parent hunts down. In other words, once I get this little guy fitted with a shield, it'll be a new member for our group, like Bloodwing but bigger and more likely to eat a person," I answered honestly. "Blood doesn't have a shield," Morty says, confused. "What? Why?" I exclaimed in shock, as I legitimately thought the bird had a shield this whole time. "I just never thought about it, all right? Not saying it's not a good idea, but I just never considered the idea she'd need one," he said with a shrug. Alrighty then, new plan, we need to get a good shield for both Bloodwing and Loden ASAP. I said seriously. Loden? Roland said curiously. Yeah, mythical dragon said to guard the golden apples of immortality belonging to the gods. I said with a grin. It's a good name, I like it. Morty said with an approving nod. After we all ate and rested up a bit, we set out of my house with Loden at my heel through the safe house. The little thing sniffed everything curiously and took a dump right on the floor that we all chose to ignore since this place was a disgusting place to begin with. I would house train it later, but for now it wasn't an issue. The moment we stepped out of the safe house though, a message played on our echoes. This is Commandant Steele of the Crimson Lance here on Pandora. It's come to our attention that you've been at war with elements of the local population and you've now been contracted to assassinate one of their leaders. This type of unsanctioned mercenary activity undermines the stability of the region. You have been warned. These continued insurgent activities will not be tolerated. Abandon this futile pursuit and turn yourself in while you can. Commandant Steele said before hanging up. What a bitch. She even sounds like she has a whole tree up her ass. I said with a scoff of derision at this message. You have no idea. Roland says with a chuckle. Hold the dick up. Did you just laugh? He did right. I asked, not letting go of the rare instance I could tease the guy for being more than a stern stick in the blood. Ha! Feelings. Brick said, and other than Roland we all laughed. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number $:tilde text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 210,191 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x4, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x2, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, stored traits pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, elemental body, fire, rare grade, fire resistance epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade, shock resistance epic grade. Chapter 56, Mine, all mine. Alright lady and gents, I think we should go turn in these quests while I integrate these traits I have stocked up. After that we can go kick in this sledge fucker's teeth. Sound good? I asked casually. Anything good? Morty asked interested. I nodded. Got some elemental body traits from the Skags and pugilist expertise and adrenal rush from Brick. The elemental traits shouldn't cause much change in me, but I'm not sure about Brick's traits. I said truthfully. I don't feel any different than normal. Brick said confused. That's not how that works. I don't steal the actual trait so much as make a copy of it for myself. The reason dead things turn to dust after I do my thing on them is because I take all the life force out of them, which makes them collapse as nothing is holding them together anymore. I said, slightly annoyed at having to repeat that explanation. So when'd you take my traits anyways? Brick asked, seeming to get what I said. When I gave you that vitality trait. I figured I may as well since the option was there. I said with a shrug. Makes sense, I am pretty awesome after all, he said with a grin. How's that pugilist expertise trait work anyway? I thought you could only make copies of things that were innate. Lil asked curiously. So you know how if you do something long enough that it starts to become second nature to you? I asked, and everyone nodded. Well, when it reaches that point it becomes literally carved into your body in the form of muscle memory, which makes it a trait I can take a copy of. In a way it's like I am taking someone else's muscle memory and turning it into my own. I said frankly. That sounds really damn unfair. Like someone works their ass off for years to get good at something and you can just pick it up by touching them. Morty said with an envious tone. I never said it was fair, merely that was how it worked. Besides, it's not like I suddenly get really good at something without practice so much as I now have a foundation to work off of. I do actually have to put in some effort to digest the new trait fully after all, I said with a shrug. I meant it too, as even after taking the gun expertise trait from Clay I wasn't suddenly a badass gunslinger but had to practice to reach that point. The only difference between me and the person who I took the trait from in this regard was that I took a vastly shorter time to reach their level since I had a clear-cut path to follow. The only exception to this, as far as I had found, was an Iridian engineering expertise that gave me actual knowledge on stuff rather than just vague feelings on how to do it anyways. They agreed to let me take some time to integrate the traits before we fed Sledge his own teeth after turning in the quests. With that taken care of, we walked back to the entrance of this area and passed through the drainage pipe leading to it and back into the main arid Badlands area. We grabbed the catch a ride there and DG struck us a couple of runners before driving back to Firestone. Naturally I was hanging off the side of Roland and Lil's runner like a jabber in a tree to do so. I really should put together a vehicle of my own for convenience if nothing else, I said after shaking out the discomfort in my limbs from the ride. I don't think we have the time for that, Roland said sternly. If I have the parts it only take me a couple hours, though finding parts around here is probably gonna be a pain in the ass, I said with a sigh. What about that broke down runner you were working on earlier? Lil asked, and I shook my head. That thing's missing parts, which is sorta the whole problem here, I said, shaking my head. If it wasn't ever going to work, why were you messing with it then? Morty asked, confused. You can learn a lot about something by getting into its guts, and I was curious how the runners were designed. Even with the missing parts I was able to at least figure out how the things were made thanks to what's still there, I said casually. I headed behind Zed's after that and tossed out my house before making my way to the bathroom to strip in case this round of integrations turned messy. Lawton had been put in my house for the trip back to Firestone already, so it was waiting. When I opened the portal I gave the elemental traits the go-ahead nudge first, since those were the easiest, and shuddered all over as they clicked into the versions of them I already had. I then nudged the pugilist expertise and felt the same vagueness that I had gotten from Buzzak's expertise and gun expertise shift into my mind while my muscles twitched as well. If I was back in my previous life's body I might have already had the trait, as I had trained in martial arts for years there, but getting the trait now saves me the time needed to get back to that proficiency with this body. Finally, however, I was left with the adrenal rush trait that I admit I was a bit nervous about. In for a penny, I guess, I thought as I gave the trait the nudge. Pain ripped through my kidneys and brain as my adrenal glands began to mutate alongside the formation of a switch to activate this new trait. It didn't last long and thankfully didn't cause any mess, but felt really fucking odd to say the least. The best way I could describe it would be that it felt as though I had one of those morphine injectors they have in hospitals always under a finger in my head. Obviously the payout wasn't morphine when pressed though, but a big dose of that good shit. I tested it immediately and stiffened as my heart sped up and my senses sharpened to their limits. I lifted my hand and looked at my arm that had all the veins protruding up under the skin, while my skin itself took on a red sheen as it flushed with blood and heat. I threw out a punch and marveled at the power behind it, as the subconscious limit on my strength was removed by this false fight or flight state. So this trait lets me utilize my full potential for a short time, but at the cost of my stamina. I thought, fairly impressed with the trait. In a way it was almost like my burn aspect of my powers, but only made the most of what I already had without temporarily forcing it all to its apex form. I thought about hitting the switch without end, but I was smart enough to understand that if the adrenaline rush became commonplace it would force me to do something stupid to satisfy my addiction. Still, with my integration done, I grabbed a quick shower before getting dressed again and leaving my house, while leaving Loudon inside. Much as I'd nothing more than to take it out all the time, it both lacked a shield and couldn't keep up with a runner. Good news. Zed had a couple of uncommon shields to spare that we bought off him for Bloodwing and Loudon. Lil said as I closed up my house and put it away. That's good, I'll rig up a harness for Loudon and Bloodwing when we get to the mine, I said with a thumbs up. We loaded up in the runners at this point and headed for the objective on our huts. That was a small, clearly ill-maintained rocky wall with a thick triple-layered door that needed a key to open. Everything you've faced up until now has been simple. You are about to face a real challenge in Sledge. Do not underestimate him, the angel said when we arrived. Promises, promises, I said with a chuckle, and the rest also smirked. I let Loudon out and used some rope to create a harness for the shields over it and Bloodwing's chests, with the shields sitting right in the center. Both critters sniffed at it curiously, but after figuring out it wasn't food, ignored it, which was a relief. Roland took out the key to the place and opened the way, with the first layer lifting to show a sign written in blood that said "Piss off," before the final layer shifted to the side, letting us in. Lil, scout ahead to make sure we aren't ambushed, please, I said, and she gave a sassy two-finger salute before vanishing in a flash of light. You think bandits are capable of staging an ambush? Morty asked skeptically. Better safe than sorry, right? Roland asked, and I nodded. Lil reappeared at this point. A couple of bandits left as sentries, but that was it. I took care of them while I was there, she said casually. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =815788554 number sign :tilde text =patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 210,191 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x4, superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade x2, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x4, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x3, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade. Stored traits, chapter 57, mine, all mine, 2, we walked through the rock tunnel and soon reached the other side, where we of course found 2 dead bandits with holes in their heads and blood leaking out onto the sand. I drained the life force out of them, turning them to dust that also covered up the blood already missing. I don't ever think I'm gonna get over how freaky that is. Morty said as he watched me do this. You say that, but you will with enough time, it's just too new to you at the moment. Same's true with Lil's powers, I said with a chuckle. He's right, it's kinda like being on a battlefield. At first every little thing will set you on edge, but after some time you'll barely even notice it. Roland said seriously with a look that said he was talking from experience. The mine itself looked just as run down and abandoned as you'd expect, with the metal sheets that made up the buildings you could see being rusted and discolored. In the distance you could see 1 or 2 bandits with various types of guns lazily walking around in a patrolling loop that didn't even include the entrance we were at. Is that a fucking vendor machine? I asked incredulously as I looked through the open doorway of the closest building. We walked up to the doorway and lo and motherfucking behold, there were 2 vendor machines all lit up and working properly. The first was an ammo vendor belonging to Marcus, while the second was yet another medical machine owned by Zed. How do we keep finding these things in places infested with bandits? Morty asked, just as confused as me. I have no idea, but whatever the case, it works out in our favor, so I'm not going to question it. Roland said, and none of us could really argue there. We were spotted by one of the patrolling bandits when we left the building, who yelled, "We got mercs over here." The loudmouth didn't get to raise his gun before I put a round in his throat, signaling the start of the fight as more and more bandits who were just hanging out in the nearby buildings rushed out at us. We split up immediately to make a smaller target of ourselves before going to work on the bandits. Bullets were flying everywhere as the bandits got shot up and returned fire, with Brick putting on extra pressure with his mad rush at them, swinging his fists. Lawton was hiding behind a stack of cement bags for its own safety, since even if it could technically help, it was a huge target at the moment and thus more a liability than an asset. That said, it was smart enough to realize this and get out of the way until we dealt with these enemies. We made short work of these bandits as there was only about 30 of them, and once one of them died, that number dropped. Once everyone not on my side was dead, I extended my powers to look for interesting traits as well as to collect the life force. Mechanical engineering expertise, degrading, common grade 700 units, gunsmithing expertise, degrading, common grade 700 units. These 2 traits were surprisingly enough found in the process, though most of these bandits had the same traits more or less. I could even understand the degrading aspect of these traits, as it meant that at one point it was something they did all the time but had been neglected to such a degree that the muscle memory was fading. Regardless of that, however, both of these traits, degraded or otherwise, were extremely useful for me, so I grabbed them alongside the roughly 25,000 life force. As the bodies vanished into dust, we spread out to look over every inch of this area to check for goodies like a swarm of locust. I felt that the bandits were sorta stupid, as they had a gate blocking the way forward but built fucking stairs that went right over the wall and gate to the other side. Got a chest over here, Morty called soon after, and we gathered up in the sort of empty storage shed he was in. The chest was a standard metal chest with a couple screw latches that you turned to open it up. We of course opened the thing up and 2 lights shot up, but none of us were excited about it as they were merely white and blue. A common quality TDOR assault rifle and a rare grade fire elemental SNS munitions sniper sat in the chest. To be fair, the sniper wasn't a bad gun at all, but none of us got an upgrade from it, so it was sorta useless to us. You guys mind if I put the sniper in my armory? I'll buy it outright if it helps, I offered, and they were fine with that. I checked the going rate on a gun of this make and model before shelling out the $1,800 to be split between the others. As I had said, it was a good gun but not an upgrade for us, so I just planned to put it in my armory for later. As for the money, it was hardly worth mentioning given the wealth I had stored up from my deal with the old man. It wasn't enough to buy a planet or anything outrageous like that, but I had enough money to buy a stretch of land as big as Australia if I emptied out my piggy bank. Not that I had any intention of telling my new friends that though, as it would kinda ruin half the fun of collecting loot. Anyways, with the loot figured out, we went up the stairs to pass the gate, which also raised us high enough to see most of the mine. There was a minecart track overhead along with a fuel pipe for the ore extractor that was blazing flames and black smoke out the top of the smokestack even now. On the ground there was a whole-ass village-sized bandit encampment that was crawling with bandits. I saw something in the distance however that made me pause. They have a big fucking turret. I hissed in surprise. What? I got group exclamations at that as none of us had expected this kind of firepower being in the hands of bandits. I pointed out the turret on the other side of the encampment that had a dude in the seat who was looking for anyone who didn't belong. How are we supposed to deal with that? Roland asked seriously. One of three ways I see here. I said, getting everyone's attention back to me. First, someone plays decoy while the others sneak around the side and take out the gunner. Second, Lil uses her powers to get over there and shanks the gunner in the throat before hightailing it out of there. The third is that I grab the turret with that ability before throwing it. I said seriously. You can do that? Lil asked surprised. I could grab things a whole hell of a lot bigger than that if I needed to, but it's pricey. I said, not clarifying what I was talking about to keep the one spying on us guessing. If I am being honest, I would rather keep my phase-locking abilities a secret, as knowledge was power, and without a full understanding of what I can and cannot do, whoever was spying on us would not be able to effectively plan around me. They could certainly plan around everyone else here, as everything you needed to know about them they had already showed off. If I take out the guy on the turret, what's stopping someone else from hopping on it? Lil asked curiously. Just pop a shot into the loading mechanism of the turret before you leave and it'll be jammed to hell and back and unable to fire until it's taken apart and repaired. I said casually. How do you know that? Roland asked skeptical. I recognize the brand of that turret, Mulcyber Mk2 anti-personal mounted Gatling turret. The company that makes them typically uses them for its prisons and on war encampments. Corporate military stuff was part of my education. I said with a shrug. Is there anything you weren't taught? Morty asked jokingly. Not really, the old man was extremely thorough, much to my dismay. I said with a shudder at the memory. Everyone just looked at me speechlessly before deciding they honestly didn't want to know and moved back to the immediate issue with the turret. So I phase walk over there, kill the guy on the thing, shoot the loading mechanism and then come back. Lil asked and I nodded. Yep, that about covers it. I said with a grin. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =$8157885 number $:text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 236,021 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x4, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade x2, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x4, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x3, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, stored traits mechanical engineering expertise, degrading, common grade. Gunsmithing expertise, degrading, common grade. Chapter 58, Mine, all mine. 3, wish me luck I guess. Lil said before vanishing with her powers only to reappear behind the dude on the turret a second later. She immediately unloaded her SMG into the bandit's skull and the turret's loading mechanism before vanishing again as the bandits swarmed that location like fucking angry ass ants. She reappeared over where we were with slightly heavy breathing since she wasn't really teleporting but rather legitimately running when she was in her powers overlapping dimension, for now anyways. I hadn't quite yet handed over my stuff on her powers yet so she hadn't moved past her current usage of her powers but it was coming. Plan's simple folks, if it moves you kill it, if it's dead you move on. I said as I dropped down into the bandit camp. This area was littered with storage containers and tents that the bandits had either failed to get into or had repurposed to places to sleep. I dashed across the sandy stone ground and put 4 bullets in 4 heads as I did so. The bandits had already been whipped into a frenzy by Lil killing the gunner and sabotaging the turret so my presence and actions were noticed immediately. Bullets tore through the air and pinged off my shield as a good 15 guns were unloaded in my general direction but I didn't make myself an easy target as I ran erratically. I certainly wasn't alone either as my friends were following me shortly behind returning fire which kept me from getting shot up to hell and back. At first we were on the back foot here being outnumbered but these were bandits who clearly never trained a day in their lives for something like this as their aims were all over the place and only just barely in our general directions unlike our shots that were precise or at least mostly controlled. One bandit after another kicked it until the tide turned and death arrived to collect the rest. 33 bandits with 1100-900 life force a pop earned me a tasty 29,461 units of life force and another degraded mechanical engineering expertise trait. With this area now lifeless we walked up the rickety metal stairs to the side of a very large building that went 2 different ways. Let's check out that way since the objective is supposedly in this building. I said pointing to the left and everyone agreed. We followed the mine tracks along the side of the huge rusty building and it led to an open area with 2 storage buildings of the same rusted metal but otherwise almost empty. We split up to check different parts of this area with Roland and Lil checking the storage building at the end of the tracks while Morty and Brick checked the other storage building. I on the other hand eyed the heavy mining vehicle at this side of the building. It was a large thing that was quite similar to a mix of a dump truck and a front loader from Earth. At its front it had a large wide scoop clearly for collecting material. On the back there was a almost perfectly sized holding basket for the material picked up by the front scoop. The scoop had the ability to rotate it fully sideways to dump its load in the basket before returning to normal. The vehicle itself had 4 huge tires that even had protective metal covers built over the top of them. The entire vehicle was operated out of a single-person cab that was fully enclosed right in the center of the vehicle with 2 huge floodlights on the top. It's a rock loader, not something cool, so I don't know why it's got you so interested. Morty said as he and Brick walked up from their search. I was just wondering how hard it would be for me to turn this into a tank. I said frankly. It'd be pretty hard, right? The thing looks slow. He commented and I shook my head. Not really. Swap the front loader for a railgun cannon and take off the wheels and engine for hover coils and a more advanced but smaller engine and it only need to be armored up to become a nightmare to combat. Of course I could absolutely make a far more intimidating vehicle for the same price but the potential is there assuming someone wanted to do it. Might have a word with Scooter about it later since it would be a fun project. I said with a grin. If you say so. Morty said not really believing me but not wanting to argue. I think that sounds awesome. Brick said with a huge grin as he imagined it. Oh yeah right, did you guys find any sweet loot in the storage building? I asked curiously. A couple of whites in a chest and some ammo. Morty said with a shrug. Same over in the other building plus some unopened mining tools in boxes. So junk. Lil said as she and Roland walked over after having finished their own search. Not necessarily junk. Improvised weaponry is a thing after all. I said interested in these tools. Depending on what they were it wouldn't be hard at all to rig up some pretty nasty improvised weapons or maybe just use the cannibalized parts for whole new stuff. Eagerly I headed over into the storage building and began to dig through the boxes to see what goodies I had to work with. Jackpot! I exclaimed with a laugh as I pulled out a laser burrower. The way it worked was that it superheated the stone it was pointed at to the point of structural weakness, thus making the breaking and moving of it easier. The real value for me, however, was that you could jailbreak the safety mechanisms to effectively turn the whole thing into a Gatling laser that could seriously fuck up anything unfortunate enough to get in front of it. Though it had a fairly short range of only about 20 yards, my friends watched on as I tossed out my house before dragging the burrower inside the portal. They didn't follow me, so they didn't see me open up the casing for the targeting focuser and stop it. They also didn't see me casually pop out the target recognition chip and put the thing back together. When I left my house with the new laser weapon, they just looked confused until I pulled the trigger and melted a hole in the wall. Dibs! Brick yelled loudly. I had absolutely no problem with that and handed it over to him. Fair warning, if you shoot any of us with this thing, I'm going to take it away from you, other than that, go nuts, I said, and he grinned like a child before running off the opposite way we came. I almost feel bad for the bandits, Morty said as we watched him go. I don't, they're delicious, I said casually, earning weirded out looks from my friends. What? I literally devour the life force of anything that dies in my range. I am literally consuming the essence of the people we kill, I said with a raised eyebrow. Yeah, but you made it weird, Lil said with a hint of complaint. Okay, so I had to admit that I could see what she meant, but to be fair, nothing I said was wrong per se. Taking in life force felt amazing, so saying they were delicious wasn't wrong since I consumed them. Anyways, we followed after Brick, and with his head start he was making the bandits panic as he fried any of them that crossed his range. We found scorched hole-filled corpses littering the ground of the small dugout area with crystals that followed the path of the mine tracks. I took the life force and smashed off some of the glowing crystals here for further study. Following the yells and gunfire, we found Brick in what was clearly the main area of the mine, given the many tracks, carts, buildings and equipment there was. There was an equally great amount of bandits, as even with more coming out of the woodwork I counted close to 50. We charged into the fray, joining Brick on his murderous rampage, and my life force stores and traits climbed 5,000, 10,000, 20,000, 50,000. Finally the number settled at 62,395 units of life force after I grabbed 3 more degraded mechanical engineering expertise and surprisingly 2 more degraded gunsmithing expertise traits. I was fairly certain I'd get the undegraded version of the first trait after integrating all the degraded ones I had copies of. Of course, we also checked the whole area for loot, but as was to be expected, the bandits were pretty much broke bitches. That is to say, we found only some more white items and like 2 green. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number sign :tilde text =patreon.com/patreon _loscro underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 327,877 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x4, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade x2, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x4, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, Epic Grade X2, True Omnivore Rare Grade, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3 Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Hyper Flexibility Rare Grade, Strong Circulation Epic Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzz Axe Expertise Uncommon Grade, Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Stored Traits Mechanical Engineering Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade. X5, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade. X3 Chapter 59, Sledge, Smashed. I found a few more crates of packaged foodstuff, equipment and spare parts that I helped myself to, since it may prove useful later. Much to his great dissatisfaction, the laser weapon wasn't designed for continuous firing like what he was doing with it on his rampage. The moment he stopped the prism matrix, the allowed the whole thing to function cracked as the temperature difference overcame it. I took the now broken thing back and stored it with the rest of my goodies to be thoroughly looked over at a later time. It was fun while it lasted. Brick said with a huge grin. If it wasn't, I'd be worried, considering how much you were laughing as you burnt up all these bandits. I said with a chuckle. What are you planning to do with all that stuff you grabbed? It looked like junk to me. Lil asked, and I shrugged. Not sure yet. Weapons probably, though with a few modifications and some iridium metal it could probably be used to create a radiation furnace for fast reprocessing of scrap. I said casually. The hell's a radiation furnace? Morty asked, confused. A type of furnace that rather than fire and heat uses intense radiation to break down whatever is within it into its basic elements. The best part is that it's entirely self-sufficient after the first few uses, as the radioactive and energy-rich elements are also stripped out and compiled as fuel sources. I said with a smirk. Sounds too good to be true. What's the catch? Lil asked, suspicious. The catch is that it's iridium tech, and well, need I say more? I asked, and she shook her head. Obviously, if it was iridium tech, the catch was mostly that only I knew how to make it, but I was keeping that bit of information away from our Echo spying angel. My friends had gotten used to this and played along, as they were also starting to doubt the angel's intentions, as she hadn't been useful at all besides possessing some information that wasn't exactly common. Regardless, we soon found the lift that led to the waypoint that said it was where Sledge was. The top of the way to Sledge was a narrow hallway that led to two doors sealed at either side of it. There was a giant skull of some sort above these doors that looked to be from some sort of massive carnivorous reptile, judging from the fangs. This one is a brute. He has a powerful shield you will need to whittle down before you can hurt him. Don't let him touch you. The angel said seriously before going quiet again. Sounds like a ball. Shall we dance? I asked with a grin, and the rest grew grins of their own. We entered the doors expecting a fight immediately, but instead found another fucking door that had a lever we had to pull to continue forward. As the door sank into the floor, we got our first glimpse of Sledge. Not gonna lie, he was built almost identically to Brick, except he had different clothes on. Brick had on a shirt and leather jeans and gloves, but Sledge had on a wide-strapped harness that held on his spiked metal shoulder pads and had spiked metal plates on his shins and on his left thigh alone. The biggest difference was the modified welder's mask that had sharp teeth painted on its bottom and ironically metal horns welded on its top, one of which was broken. Sledge not like you. Sledge kill thing he not like, the big man yelled as he slammed down his hammer that was a literal engine block on a fucking metal rod. Bang! X3. I fired 3 shots in quick succession at the hulking imbecile that to my surprise didn't manage to do much even after all 6 bullets hit his shield. So he really does have a good shield on him, I thought as he unloaded both rounds in his shotgun's chamber. The spread was nasty, as even though most of it missed us, at least one pellet clipped out shields. I wouldn't call the fight difficult though, as with 5 different guns, Brick used his. Unloading into him, the guy's shield broke almost immediately and he was riddled with bullets that put him down. Some more bandits swarmed in from the sides that we quickly took care of before we approached Throne of Bone the guy apparently had fashioned for himself. This guy really liked the whole bone theme, hey? I muttered, looking at the strange giant beast skeleton that loomed over the room with the spine and skull hanging above the bone throne. There was 3 out-hanging bones above the throne holding a chest up that we dragged down since the waypoint said our goal was within it. We spun the latches and the chest opened up to show a bunch of cash and a grey metallic object with a curving set of glowing blue lights on the curved outside and a large blue glowing light on the concave top. A vault key fragment, I said excitedly as I picked it up and looked it over, but my smile turned into a frown. I thought finding a vault key fragment would be a good thing, so why the face? Morty asked and I shook my head. I'll explain later, I said, not wanting to clarify where the angel could hear. I checked Sledge and the bandits for any good traits, but they had none, so I ripped out the solid 7,220 units of life force from the corpses before grabbing the shield, shotgun, and hammer that belonged to Sledge before we left the building. This is Commander Steele of the Atlas Corporation, Crimson Lance D Company, 3rd Starborn Brigade. I've just been informed that you have arrived on Pandora in search of the vault and within minutes have started killing the locals and causing a disturbance. This planet is under the authority of the Atlas Corporation and any Iridian artifacts here are Atlas property. Possession of such property carries a stiff penalty. I invite you to turn yourself in at once to the nearest Lance outpost and surrender any information or artifacts in your possession. Consider this your one and only warning. Steele said through all our echoes almost immediately after we stepped outside the building. Yeah, no, fuck all that noise, I said with a disdainful expression. Bet they'd kill us even if we did turn ourselves in, Morty said, and we all nodded in agreement. I wonder if she actually expects this to work or is merely using this to justify whatever she does later, I asked, and Roland surprisingly answered. It's a standard tactic used by the Lance to deal with unsavory elements. They make an obviously outrageous demand under some supposed authority, and when the people don't comply they wipe them out without care for collateral damage. It's basically bureaucratic banditry, he said seriously. Sounds like us getting this key fragment really got under her skin to go to that length, or is this standard practice? I asked curiously. I wish I could say it wasn't, but the Lance has never shied away from force to get what they want, he said with a sigh. Let's head back to Zed to give him the good news whatever the case, Lil said, and we all agreed. We didn't take long to get out of the mine and on the road back to Firestone after that. There were a few more skags outside the town when we arrived that we graciously ended the lives of before heading in. Zed looked surprised to see us when we walked up, but was downright thrilled when we told him Sledge was dead. I'll drink to that. Busted up 9 toes and beat the hell out of Sledge? You're making a name for yourselves in these parts. Give me a day or so and I'll put in word to Pierce to give you clearance to Doll Headland. You should be able to reach New Haven when she approves it, Zed said happily. On that note, I think I'll head into my house to relax. Anyone else in? I asked with a smirk. It came as no surprise that literally everyone wanted in on that, as my house was the best place I had seen on this crusty asshole of a planet. It was cool, dry, clean, and had all sorts of amenities that made it ideal for relaxing after a hard day's murdering. I call dibs on the first shower, Lil said, and even Brick clicked his tongue unhappily at that. Feel free to use the soap, it's oak and rose scented, I said with a smile as I opened up my house behind Zed's place. Kinda girly, isn't it? Morty asked, and I scoffed. There's no such thing as a girly or manly scent other than BO scents can't choose gender, and just because certain genders prefer certain scents doesn't make them for that gender alone. I personally like that mixture of scents, so I use it, simple as that, I said seriously. He shrugged. Whatever makes you happy, I guess. Don't think any amount of soap will get rid of the smell of Pandora though, he joked with a chuckle. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number text =patreon.com/patreon_loscro___ underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 335,097 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x4, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade x2, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x4, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x3 quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, stored traits mechanical engineering expertise, degrading, common grade. X5, gunsmithing expertise, degrading, common grade x3 chapter 60, downtime. We walked into my house and Lil immediately rushed to the shower while Morty and Roland grabbed a chair to relax in and Loudon went off to go sleep in the corner. Brick challenged me to a game of air hockey and of course I was more than happy to show him who the master was. We all ignored the claptrap unit muddling about the place. Let me tell you that man was scary competitive and what started as a friendly game soon spanned the entire room in puck warfare as he hit it hard. As anyone who has ever played the game can tell you, those pucks ricochet when they are struck too hard and no one is safe. Eventually I just let him win because the damage he was causing wasn't worth the bragging rights in my opinion. Lil finished her shower and came out in the same clothes she went in with, which caused me to frown. Do you just have the one outfit? I asked and she nodded. Thought I'd be able to get some more clothes while I was on planet, obvious that failed, she said helplessly. The rest of you got similar stories? I asked seriously and they all agreed more or less. I sighed at that. Alright everyone, send me your sizes so I can make you all some new clothes. I'll throw in the armor plating as well while I'm at it. I said and they all immediately sent me their sizes, with bricks of course being the largest. With this information in hand I headed into my crafting room and approached my maker thingy and grabbed the orb and began to put in my order for what I wanted it to craft. I went with 2 sets of 3 different types of outfits for each of them. The first type was the full body suit that I myself wore under my pants and jacket. The second was a simple pair of leather jeans and a t-shirt with armor-plated stomach, chest, shoulders, and back. The jeans had armor plates on the groins, thighs, knees, and shins. The third type of clothes was basically sweatpants and baggy hoodies for relaxation. I also stuffed my looted stuff from the mine into my deconstructor thing before having my machine shit out the clothes. I collected the clothes and walked out to the main area and tossed each person their stuff. Why is it all grey? Morty asked confused. It's the default color setting, besides it's not like it costs you anything, so don't complain. I said as I grabbed a seat myself. He's right, it's better than not having extra clothes at all. Roland said as he casually stole the next shower. Lil went to one of my empty rooms to get changed after that and I grabbed my gun maintenance kit and started polishing and cleaning my gun. Morty asked to use the kit after me and I had no issue with that and handed it over after I was done. Once Roland was done with his shower he had changed into the hoodie but mixed it with the leather jeans. Brick grabbed the next shower followed by Morty and then finally me. Unlike the rest though, my loungewear was a simple pair of shorts with nothing covering my chest. Thanks to this they all got a full eye full of my tattoos for the first time. The guys didn't know that the sheer area covered by them was abnormal, but Lil absolutely fucking did. What's up with your tattoos? Mine don't cover even half the area yours do, she asked curiously. Originally they weren't much different from yours, just on my right side instead of the left. As I gained elemental traits and a copy of Maya's Siren powers, though, they grew to cover more of my body. I have a theory that when I get all the Siren powers and all the elemental traits and fuse them, my whole body will be covered in the things. That's a far in the future type deal though, as I haven't even found a cryo or corrosive elemental trait other than the resistance trait for corrosion. I said verily. You can fuse Siren traits? Lil exclaimed, and I shook my head. It's not that simple, like fucking usual. While I believe I can do so in the future, I can't fuse the individual traits themselves, so I am pretty sure I need all the traits to fuse them. Same applies to the elemental body traits, I said with a helpless look. And what happens if you somehow manage to fuse all these things? Morty asked curiously. I shrugged. Fuck if I know. My theory is godhood, or at the least the closest to it I can get with the least amount of effort. I say honestly. Godhood? How do you figure? Roland asked skeptically. 4 Siren traits, each one holds at least a single complete law or rule of the universe itself, right? So my thought is that with all of them gathered into a single person, it would result in a god, or at the very least something close enough. For the elemental side of things, I assume the fusion of all of them will give me another law or rule of the universe, like energy or destruction or something like that, not sure though. I explained. The logic's there, even if it sounds kinda far-fetched. Morty said, and even Roland, who was skeptical, still couldn't deny that. Let's assume you somehow pull off this whole becoming a god thing, what then? Lil asked curiously. I haven't given it much thought, but if I had to say, probably keep doing what I was before that point. Getting new traits and life force. If I can't find any new traits, I could always try my hand at the whole ruling thing, bring order to Pandora and all that jazz. I said with a chuckle. That reminds me, but what was up with the whole vault key fragment earlier? Morty asked, changing the subject. The key fragment is not just a key fragment, but has some sort of data storage and projection Iridian tech built into it. I say as I pull out the fragment. I point at the concave glowing top. This is an energy projection and collection point, or at least one part of one. If I am not wrong, when all pieces of the key are gathered and charged, it can be used to project whatever saved data is on the storage medias. I explained seriously. Now that you mention it, that fragment does look different than the vault keys you already have. And I don't just mean the shape. Morty said seriously. Any idea what's on it? Lil asked, but I shook my head. Without all the parts, there's no way to know. Fragment's already fully charged though, which is why this bit here is glowing like that. I said, pointing at the curvy glowing lights on the outside of the fragment. So nothing really changed by knowing this. Roland stated, and I had to agree. The plan was always to go and open the vault after collecting all the pieces of the key, so nothing really changed by knowing that there was more to the key than being a key. Maybe the after we opened the vault would be different, but none of us had planned that far ahead. Hell, there was no fucking guarantee that we'd even make it to opening the vault, since the fragments were scattered like they were. If we were lucky, they had all been gathered by bandits and we just had to chew our way through the ravenous, rapacious hordes to get them. If we were unlucky, however, we might be forced to spend quite the time looking for the fragment and then the vault they went to, because yes, that is a thing that is sort of fucking important. Just collecting the key is not enough, as you still need to know where to stick it or end up with an awkward situation. I and the Jacobs had this exact issue with Bale 3 at this exact moment, as the key for that planet went to multiple locks and we only knew of the one I already opened. I put those thoughts aside for later though, and broke out another bottle of my tequila, though this time with shot glasses, since Brick couldn't be trusted with the stuff. Lawton sniffed the glass I was holding before snorting in displeasure as the fumes stung its nostrils. This brought laughs to everyone and we just sat around drinking. Once the bottle was empty, I headed over to my armory and dropped off the new guns for it before sending the books I had involving her powers to Lil. She spent the next Pandoran day reading those when not sleeping, eating, or otherwise indisposed. Roland mostly relaxed and worked out or performed maintenance on his guns and turret. Brick lost himself in the sim room since he insisted on beating his high-score survival time in the third highest difficulty. The most terrifying part is that while he actually died a lot sooner since he was alone this time, his record was actually starting to improve as he adapted. Morty pretty much just drank, slept, and shot rock to pass the time. I though spent most of my time collecting the trash around Firestone and converting it into raw materials that I turned into vehicle parts, since I was kinda tired of hanging off the side of the runners since we could only get 2 at a time. I also integrated the traits I had pending as well. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =$8157885 number $:text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 335,097 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x4, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade x2, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x4, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x3, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, mechanical engineering expertise uncommon grade, gunsmithing expertise, degrading, common grade x3 stored traits, chapter 61, downtime. 2. While I had a fairly vast amount of high-end resources from my time scavenging the ships on Eden 6, using them to create a vehicle was not a great idea. Sure, I could, since I just needed to find some blueprints off the Echonet, but roaming about Pandora on something that was too shiny drew the wrong sort of attention. Instead, I was in the process of repurposing the broke-down runner in town into a smaller single-person vehicle. The engine, tires, guns, and battery of the thing to be specific. Aw man, if you pull this off it's gonna be sweet. You gotta let me have one of these things. Scooter said excitedly over my echo after I had told him what I was doing. Don't get too excited now. I still have to put the thing together, I said with a chuckle. The idea was both simple and difficult at the same time. I was making a motorcycle of sorts. This meant I needed to switch the engine's layout around a bit to put all its power into a single wheel instead of two, all while balancing the torque so the force didn't yeet the engine off its mounting since the wheel could only spin so fast. My new mechanical engineering expertise trait was super useful here. Once I integrated the 5 degraded copies of it, they fused naturally to create the undegraded but lowest version of it that I was very happy with. Despite this, thanks to this new trait, I had an almost instinctual understanding of what I was doing that, in addition to the knowledge I had from my schooling and what little remain of my skills from Earth, made creating this vehicle a little tricky but doable. I first disassembled the entire motor from the runner and sent it through the deconstructor to be reverted to its base elements. I then swapped out the materials of the parts I could for the better ones I had, and had my maker thingy spit out brand spanking new parts that I assembled like rather confusing Legos. The reason for all this work was that the original engine was more or less made of scrap and thus not nearly as good as if it had been made with fresh parts. I of course converted the two-wheel drive aspect of it to a single wheel while rewiring and hosing the engine to keep it from overheating or straight up exploding. With the engine done, I designed a body for the vehicle that was quite similar to the Runner's in that it had independent shocks on both tires for smooth nearly all-terrain driving. I was also a little cheeky and added special hydraulics to allow the bike to jump. The frame of the bike was quite bulky for a motorbike with an almost tanky quality to it. The large, thick, durable Runner tires only reinforced this feeling. In the center of the frame I set the handles, feet pedals, and guns with the engine mounted behind the seat. The seat and feet pedals were mounted straight to the frame, but the guns were a nifty little thing I set up on special automated omnidirectional targeting stands on either of my sides on the outside of the side armor plating of the vehicle, because anyone shooting at a motorcycle knows to aim for the exposed rider. Naturally, I wasn't a fucking imbecile and covered this flaw in my design even if it slowed the vehicle down a bit from the weight. I sorta copied Roland's Scorpio turret for the guns so that all I had to do was designate the targets and the turrets fucked them up for me all on their own, letting me focus on driving. When I finally finished the vehicle, I took it for a test drive after filling the fuel tank up. The engine purred as I revved it up and with little fanfare took off from the road outside Firestone. It was fast as fuck as I accelerated to nearly 70 in about 5 seconds, and that was not even close to top speed. I couldn't really reach top speed either as the roads curved too much, which forced me to slow down. So how'd it go? Lil asked as I got out of the vehicle. Give it a go yourself, it's bitchin', I said with a huge grin. I call dibs, Brick said as he stuffed himself into the seat before Lil could even reply to me and cranked the engine up before tearing off down the road. Hope he doesn't break it, Morty said worriedly. It was no secret that Brick was the hardest on the vehicles when he drove, as he pushed them for all they were worth and went out of his way to hit shit with them. About 10 minutes later, Brick came to a halt outside the town with a huge grin on his face and some noticeable bloodstains on the bike. Being able to withstand Brick-level abuse, everyone was much more trusting of the vehicle that I decided to name the Badger due to its compact but durable form. Much like the beast whose name I chose for this creation of mine, its attack power was nothing special, but its durability was absolutely insane for what it was. It was more or less a fast-moving miniature tank that feared no enemies. Badger was a fitting name. Everyone got a turn to drive the thing before I effectively told them to fuck off since it's mine. While I don't mind sharing, I specifically made the Badger for my own convenience since they had seats in the Runners and I didn't. I stored the vehicle in my house when I wasn't using it without any issue at all, thanks to how big the inside of the place was. Once the Badger was done, I finally kicked back to relax as we waited for word that we could head out to the Doll Headlands. During this period I mostly spent my time teaching Laden since it was quite important. The big lizard took to my lessons like a sponge to water, and by the time the go-ahead was given to us by Helena Pierce, it had already been house-trained and taught not to eat random people but only those I said or those that shot at it. To little fucking surprise, Lil showered the giant carnivore in affection once I said she wasn't going to get eaten for her troubles. Word just got in from Pierce, "You're good to go," Zed said while I was playing fetch the skag with Laden and a skag that volunteered. I dragged the Badger out of my house and put Laden up before hitting the gas. A few bandits and skags got in my way as I went down the road to the blockaded path to the Doll Headlands, but they met less than good endings. The life force was nice though. As I got closer, a familiar voice came from my echo unit. "So, you think the vault is real, eh?" Everyone is talking about it. This is the biggest thing that's happened here in a long time. Think of the visitors we will have. Listen, if you find it, what's inside could be worth a fortune. But only if you get the right partner to help you sell it. So, partners, Marcus said before hanging up. I have the entirety of Jacobs behind me. If I wanted to sell whatever's in the vault, I have a better option than this dude, I thought with a scoff. Arriving at the gate that had a dark green claptrap unit standing near the console, I got out of my bike and waited for the others to also get here. I heard them long before they actually arrived as they shot something with the rocket turrets while pushing their runners to the limit to catch up. The two runners rounded the corners and thankfully braked in time rather than crashed into my Badger, and everyone piled out to go talk to the claptrap. The funny robot raised and lowered its arms while speaking sternly. Downloading and analyzing your DNA record. Human status confirmed. Access to the doll headland is granted. Please stand by while I activate the gate for you, it said before going to the console and punching in a code. You are now free to enter the doll headland. Please enjoy your relaxing stay. Interesting fact. Based on your current stress patterns, I calculate a 94.3% chance that you will encounter an unfortunate death experience, the bot said in a chipper tone. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number $:text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore on Alexander Drake Life Force 335,721 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade X2, omega body rare grade X4, supreme armored hide epic grade X2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade X4, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, Iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade X2, fire resistance epic grade X2, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade X4, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade X2, radiation resistance epic grade X3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade X2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade X3, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, mechanical engineering expertise uncommon grade, gunsmithing expertise, degrading, common grade X3 stored traits, Chapter 62, Not So Lucky. The gate opened up to reveal a sort of canyon dirt roadway leading to the doll headlands. Alright folks, let's burn some rubber, I said to the others as I jogged over to my bike and jumped into the seat and cranked it on. I pushed my foot to the pedal and the engine revved as the back tire spun, sending the whole bike rocketing forward. I swerved and navigated the roadway nice and smoothly thanks to how agile the bike was until the side of the canyon fell away, but the side of the road was still blocked off by metal wire fencing, so I could only follow the road. The road curved at an upward angle until it finally ended with a single building as well as a catch-a-ride station. The building was a single small shack with a cot on the inside as well as a toilet in the open right next to it. Over the top of the shack was a metal canopy and under it was a metal sheet floor that was made from some sort of stainless steel from the lack of corrosion I saw on it despite clearly being well worn. To the left of the shack was a small square of concrete that had an ammo vending machine and a med machine on it. Leaning on the shack's doorframe was our contact for this area, wearing a hard hat, medical face mask, leather vest over a long-sleeve shirt and patched up jeans with a utility belt. The guy just watched me as I parked my bike and looked around the place while I waited for the others who were just behind me. I also noticed that the way out of this fenced area was via a ramp that had a pretty far drop to it. As the other gate was locked tight, it only took the others a few extra moments to arrive and walk up as we needed to see what this dude had to say. You showed up just in time. The bandits have regrouped behind some character named Mad Mel. He's apparently got it in for whoever Cact's sledge, which is to say you lot. They currently have the last chance watering hole run by my buddy Lucky sieged and my buddy's trapped there. Name's Ernest Whitting by the way, please go help my buddy. Might have more work for you afterwards, the guy said, giving us the quest to take care of. A not so damsel in distress and some bandits to kill? Mercenary day musta come early, I said with a grin. Sounds like we got to rescue this lucky guy to find out what to do next. It'll be a good warm-up if nothing else, Lil said before we all get back into our vehicles and hit the ramp one by one. The hang time was awesome, though I did sneakily use my phase lock power on my bike to soften the landing a little, since I didn't want to fuck up the shocks or hydraulics not enough or long enough to even register on my echo, but just a little blip of power to kill my falling momentum a good deal. Once I landed, I slung dirt as I swerved the bike to turn it sharply to the left, since that was where the mark on my minimap said I needed to go. About the same time, Scooter spoke up through my echo. Lucky's an old buddy of mine, and, by old buddy I mean asshole who ruined my mama's girl parts. Sounds like he's in trouble, so go on ahead and try and keep him alive long enough so I can kill him at a later occasion, he said. I chuckled. You want me to bring him to you or just leave him be after we are done with him for you to deal with yourself? I sent back as I drove over the sand and rocks towards the compound in the distance. You'd do that for me? He asked, surprised. Of course I would. We are friends, and friends help other friends murder people that fuck with their mothers, I said with a grin. When'd we become friends? He asked, confused. When we chatted over our machines. That's how you make friends from my experience. You talk about a shared interest and get along and boom, friendship. Might be I'm simplifying things a bit, but who says it needs to be complicated, right? I said verily. That really how that works? Well, suppose we would be friends then. Still, I'll deal with Lucky on my own time, so just leave him be after you get what you want from him, he said, and I was fine with that. The Doll Headlands were more or less a dust pit with reddish-brown stone walls and pillar formations making up the vast majority of it from what I could see, and a road going fro Inest's place to somewhere in the distance I couldn't make out as the road curved behind one of the rock walls. The road, like in the arid Badlands by Firestone, were ass by the way, with potholes and an uneven surface from where they didn't even bother flattening the ground before paving it. I saw some runners in the distance of the Doll Headlands that I assumed meant there was more than just bandits here, which would be interesting. At least the Last Chance watering hole was a sort of decent-sized compound with scrap metal walls and what appeared to be only a single entrance that I parked my bike at. The others were already close by, so I didn't need to wait long before the two runners parked next to my bike and they got out. Fast and loud, or we being sneaky? I asked and got 4 odd looks. You're right, that is a stupid question. Shall we? I said, and Lil vanished in a flash of light while the rest of us dashed through the entrance, guns and fists in Brick's case at the ready. The compound within past the entrance was barely better than the outside, as it had one large storage building made of sheet metal and a bunch of huts made from what appeared to be cheap aluminum, rope, and cloth. The bandits had 2 dudes on the ledge of the storage building, while most of the rest appeared to be standard shirtless masked psychos. There was a couple of brutes thrown in the mix and like 2 midgets, but that was it. Morty immediately raised his sniper and with 2 precise shots domed the bandits on the 2nd floor ledge of the storage building, which signaled the start of the slaughter. Calling it anything else would be a fucking lie, as the bandits tried to fight back but accomplished absolutely nothing, as we shot the ones with guns first, and that left the psychos with their buzz axes that were very much outgunned, pun intended. I killed 7 with my gun and the last one with my bare hands, simply so I didn't get rusty. Really played with my food on that one. I checked the corpses for any decent traits, and after not finding any, ripped out the life force that amounted to a solid 21,493 units. We moved on to the second area after that had a couple storage crates that the doors blew off of to release some flaming psychos that we killed without delay. I grabbed all the fire resistance uncommon grade at 2,000 units a pop for a total of 10,000 units for the 5 I got. This wasn't even for me but for my friends here, as if we are going to deal with more and more flaming stuff, I'd prefer them not getting burnt to death. Maybe it's just me, but that would rather annoying to deal with. Anyways, once the flaming psychos were dead and dusted, the door to the actual building with decent architecture opened. From said building walked out what looked to be a much smaller, much calmer version of the roid rage monster we killed at Sledge's safe house. I reflexively unloaded my gun in the blue shining eye holes of the metal mask/helmet thing, killing the brute instantly as its head burst like a watermelon and its juices started to leak out of the helmet as its body fell over. What? I thought he could take it, I said as everyone stared at me oddly. He looked like a smaller version that thing we killed in the safe house, so I might have gone a teensy bit overboard is all. I defended myself. I can see it, Morty said with a nod. Well, let's go see if our damsel in distress is still kicking since everything's dead, I said, and everyone agreed. While I was at it, I checked the big dude's traits and finding nothing new or worth grabbing, ripped out the life force as I walked. The inside of the building was as busted up looking as everything else on this planet, with cracked floor and decaying ceiling. There was 3 vendor machines in here too, with the standard med and ammo machines sitting there, as well as a gun vendor as well. Surprisingly, on the wall was a large green painted scrap metal clover with a dartboard in the middle of it. The place had a wrap-around bar and 3 fridges behind it, along with a sink and some boxes of food and other supplies. At the front of the building, since we entered from the back, there was a sort of makeshift cage made out of fencing and a latch-style lock on a wheeled door. It was also apparently the toilet, since that was exactly what we found Lucky sitting on as we walked up. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =$8157885 number $:tilde text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 347,304 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x4, superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade x2, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x4, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x3, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, mechanical engineering expertise uncommon grade, gunsmithing expertise, degrading, common grade x3 stored traits, fire resistance uncommon grade x5 chapter 63, contacted Lucky looked to be a tall dude in similar outfit to Ernest's, except he had a bandana over his nose and mouth and goggles over his eyes. He also had his hair slicked back smoothly as he looked at us casually. You certainly seem to still be kicking, I'm sure Ernest will be thrilled, I said, and he looked surprised, or as much as he could with his get-up. Thanks, man. You really saved my bacon there. We really need to do something about these bandits. They're like drunk pissed off hornets now that Sledge is dead, he said with a heavy Irish accent that I chose to not question. Happy to help. What now? Roland asked seriously. I want to get back to Ernest, but I can't face another bandit. Fast travel would be okay, but it's been offline around here for ages. Mad Mel blocks Scooter from coming to fix it. If you could go and get it back up, we'd all appreciate it. You just gotta climb the poles and flip the breakers along the road before throwing the master switch at the station at the end of the road, simple right? Lucky said confidently. We took this new quest and headed out the front of the building where there was a catch-a ride and a bounty board that was currently empty. Scooter spoke up from our echoes at this point as the door to the building closed. Hey, thanks for keeping that dickbag alive for me to pound on later. Much as it pains me to admit, Lucky knows the area better than anyone. Might wanna use him while he's alive from me not having killed him and all, he said with a begrudged level of respect for the guy in the shitter we just freed. I don't think that Lucky guy realizes Scooter wants him dead. Morty points out and we all nod in agreement. Yeah, but that just means once he gets around to it, Scooter will have it easier to do as he does. I said, and nobody argued against that. The best target to try and kill is the one that doesn't realize that you are going to try and kill them after all. That way they are blissfully unprepared for when you kick down their door and blow their brains out, though I have a sneaking suspicion Scooter isn't planning on being so kind with his kill. I'ma head down to the station to clear out the bandits that no doubt have the place infested. Echo me when the breakers are flipped. I said as I jogged over to my bike and hopped into the seat. I revved up the engine and tore off like a bat out of hell down the road. It was mostly straight, so I finally got to test my top speed on the Badger that hit 138 before I got to the station. I had to say that was pretty damn good considering how inefficient the structure of the engine was. It should be remembered that I had more or less used one of Scooter's engines for the Badger, so its performance was pretty set in stone from the get-go. While not ridiculously fast, that speed was still more than enough to make good time across the planet. Once I reached the end of the road, I found the station. It was a small place really that had 3 floors almost entirely dedicated to generating power and controlling it in the region. The bottom of the station was enclosed with metal fencing and had thick metal supports holding up the actual building, while there were electrical warning signs and storage units for parts down here. Naturally there was also bandits as well who took exception to my presence here. Die Merc! One of them screamed as he went to aim at me with his assault rifle. He died first. One quick shot and he was wondering why he couldn't feel his everything. Honestly, there weren't that many bandits here, as besides that guy there were only 9 others that came to try and kill me, including a single midget. I only used a bit over 1.5 whole cylinders to clear out the station, which told me it really wasn't that important to the bandits for some fucking reason. I certainly wasn't going to fry my brain trying to understand why bandits did half the shit they did and just chose to accept it and move on with my life. To my surprise, this station was actually not in all that bad condition, not pristine or anything, but certainly decent enough. I think it might actually be the most taken care of piece of fucking anything I have seen on this planet so far. I casually walked up the metal grated steps and walkways until I reached the top of the station. Since I hadn't gotten an echo telling me to flip the big obvious as shit switch up here, I headed into the control room and was interested in what I found. The control panel was dusty as fuck and some of the instruments were clearly broken and malfunctioning, but on one of them there was a makeshift device that was clearly added at a later date and was sending data to an external site. I pulled out my echo and patched into the signal, which clearly got the owner's attention since I got a call almost immediately. What do you think you are doing? Can your imbecilic brain even comprehend the importance of the data that you have so uncouthly hijacked? A female voice demanded angrily. Give me a second and I'll tell you. I sent back as I pulled up the data to look it over. You are monitoring the seismic and energy readings of the planet. Looking for the Vault 2, it seems. I said, since I recognized this sort of data. The line went quiet before a response came. You actually understand what you are looking at? Did a corporation send you? She asked, no longer angry but intrigued. No, but I have studied everything about the Iridians that isn't under lock and key, and even studied 2 vaults in person after I had already opened them. Not to toot my own horn, but I am something of an expert on the race's technology. I said with a proud grin. You've been in a vault before? What was it like? How much data do you have on their functions? What was inside them? The woman barraged me with questions excitedly. Yes, fascinating, quite a lot, and it varies respectively. I said, answering all the questions. You simply must share your data with me. This could be the greatest scientific discovery since Typhon de Leon himself discovered the first vault on Promethea. The woman said seriously. I assume that you are also an enthusiast for Iridian knowledge, so I propose a trade. My information in exchange for your own. I said calmly. You would actually withhold information that might be vital to understanding the Iridians like this? She asked, sounding horribly offended. I never said I wouldn't give it to you, but it's rather unfair that I give up my own hard-earned data while you keep yours to yourself. No. I said, and the line went quiet again. While I loathe the idea of giving away years of painstaking research, I must begrudgingly agree that you have a point. Counteroffer, you give a list of your data and I will trade you the information I have of equivalent value, and not a word more, she said firmly. Deal. Alexander Drake, a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I said with a grin. Patricia Tanis, I hope for a fruitful exchange, she said politely, and I chuckled as I recognized that name immediately. Lil had complained about this chick's collection quest in the arid Badlands, and I remembered it as a result. After speaking to her in person, I had to admit that she was quite rude, though not like in the normal way, but in that she sounds like she's looking down on you with every word, which felt like a pretty fucking accurate a description to me. Anyways, I free the signal from Tanis's device and Roland sent me the go-ahead for the switch, so I flipped that shit and was disappointed to find nothing seemed to happen. The moment I had that thought, the whole fucking station shook and a massive blue beam of energy shot up from it, and Roland let me know the fast travel network for Pandora was now up as a result. I grumbled a bit about the annoying delay before walking down the stairs and hopping in my bike. I drove back to the watering hole where the others were waiting for me after Lucky had immediately used the fast travel to get over there to Ernest's place. Hello. Ernest Whitting has made a new mission available. A claptrap spoke up over our echoes as I walked into the bar. I just fucking returned. I complained while the others chuckled at the rather annoying timing. You can go ahead and find out what Ernest has for us. Lucky asked us to blow up some of the runners that the bandits have taken in the meanwhile to get Mad Mel's attention. Lil said, and I nodded. All right, I'll echo if I think the mission might interest any of you. Well, maybe not if it's a creature hunting mission for obvious reasons at this point, but you fucking get it. I said as I walked back out of the bar. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u=815788554 number sign : text =patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 355,629 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x4, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, Iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade x2, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x4, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic grade x3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade x2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade x3, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, mechanical engineering expertise uncommon grade, gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3 Stored Traits, Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade X5 Chapter 64, Skagzilla. I got back in my bike and tore off down the road back towards Ernest's place. As the wind ruffled my clothes, one of the bandit runners drove up next to me and I casually put it as a target before letting the turrets on the Badger rip the vehicle apart. I grinned at the satisfying fiery explosion as I continued on my merry fucking way. As I approached the fenced gate to Ernest's place, the gate opened automatically to allow me entry. I slowed down and entered with a right turn before parking in the Catch a Ride. Lucky was sitting on a chair of questionable stability while Ernest was still leaning on his doorframe when I walked up. "All right, what do you have for us?" I asked curiously. "You see all these giant bones," he said, gesturing at the many abnormally sized bones all around his area. "I dug them up myself. I thought these creatures were extinct until down at Wellspring Bluff I came across a skag larger than any I had ever seen. Its diet of cesium cactus, runner fuel and, of course, human flesh, seems to have endowed it with incredible mutations. Truly, Skagzilla is a marvel of adaptation and survival. So I want you to acquire some bait, lure it out and kill it," Ernest said eagerly. "You had me at incredible mutations. Quick question before I go a murderin' though. You don't actually want the body, right? 'Cause we're definitely gonna have a conflict of interests if you do," I said seriously. "Would have liked the bones, but I suppose I can settle for just the head," Ernest said with a shrug. "I can absolutely leave you the head, I only need the rest of the body for my powers anyways. Assuming this thing is as hype as you make it sound, that is," I said before heading back to my bike and hitting the ramp out of his area again. Ernest was gracious enough to at least mark where I could go to get the bait on my map, so I headed straight that way once I landed. I waved at the others as I drove past them while they hunted the bandit runners that had clearly learned to flee at the sight of them. Brick in the turret of his and Morty's runner was the only one to wave back though. Rude as it turned out, the bait Ernest mentioned was a whole-ass alpha skag that had been skinned, gutted, and skewered over an unlit fire. The bandits who prepared this bait were quite reluctant to part with it. In a little aggressive negotiation later, I killed them. I made my way to the oddly arena-like scrap metal structure around the lair of this Skagzilla. I slung the skag corpse over my shoulder and walked across the OSHA violation bridge before dropping into the fenced-in area that had skeletons scattered about from past meals of the beast. Said bones cracked underfoot as I approached the mouth of the huge dark cave entrance. "Ray-ah-ah-ah!" A loud skag cry came out of the cave. It was loud enough that it shook the stone of the cave's entrance, as the dust that fell could attest. This only made me more excited rather than less as I jogged over to the two metal spikes next to the cave's mouth and skewered the skag corpse on it before dashing over to the other side of the arena and waited. Skags were opportunistic hunters, and with the fences blocking this thing's ability to hunt, I very much doubted it would pass up on a free meal even if it knew something was off about it. There was another loud roar from the beast before it emerged from mouth of the cave, and I was quite impressed by what I saw. Skagzilla was easily 12 feet tall from sharp clawed foot all the way to the rows of armored bone plates on its back. Its length was not much shorter, but that didn't mean it was awkward looking proportionally, however. Surprisingly, despite its clearly highly mutated form, the thing looked like a normal alpha skag that had been scaled up dramatically. Its relatively small eyes located on the sides of its head zeroed in on me immediately after it left its cave, and I didn't need anything else to know it was more interested in eating me than the corpse of the other skag. The mouth of the beast split open as it roared at me, and I wasted no time at all firing 3 shots into that big weak spot, only to grin when it more or less shrugged them off. Not that it didn't take serious damage or anything, but that it ignored it. To my surprise, a beam of misty-looking pinkish-white energy shot out of its throat at me and hit me before I could dodge. The impact was honestly the worst of it, as it felt like someone had taken a hammer to my chest. The energy itself, however, seemed to be a mix of fire and electricity, so my resistances to it nullified that aspect of the damage after it broke my shield. My jacket was ruined though, which was annoying, and I was forced to store it for repairs later. "My turn, bitch!" I yelled with a savage grin as I unloaded my gun into its face. The beast screamed in rage and pain at this, however, which made sense as it likely wasn't used to things just shrugging off its ultimate attack like nothing. It started to run towards me and I patted myself on the back for not trying to give Loudon a gigantism trait, as this thing, like all unnaturally large creatures I had encountered, minus that fucking bug, was slow as shit. Its run was like looking at a creature move in slow motion with how quick it was. Well, nobody's perfect, I say with a shrug before firing my gun a few more times at its face. To my surprise, the beast leaps a good 20 feet into the air and slams down right where I just was, sending out a shockwave as it does as I dodged. It then spread open its mouth parts and I see the dim glow building in its throat and immediately leap up and towards its back, since like all skags the thing can't tilt its head very far upwards. The beam passed right under me as I felt the kick of my gun jerking me slightly in the air. As I fired down, I landed on the beast's back and immediately it started to spin and buck to try and get me off, and failing it dropped to roll on the ground, which worked as I jumped away. I unload my gun into its face and the beast screams as the damage has started to accumulate dangerously. This song and dance continues for a good 10 minutes before the beast finally succumbs to the literal dozens of bullets I had filled its head with. Many of which were of the cryo damage type, since my shield was hit by its beam initially. Skag, Mutant, Life Force, 12,319 traits, Omega Body Rare Grade 7,000 units, Supreme Armored Hide Epic Grade 32,000 units, Omnivore Rare Grade 7,000 units, Powerful Vitality Rare Grade 7,000 units, Energy Projection Epic Grade 32,000 units, Hard Bones Common Grade 1.000 units, Gigantism Uncommon Grade 2000 units, Minor Regeneration Epic Grade 32,000 units. So you were so worth the effort, I said, genuinely amazed at the traits this thing had. I put in the work as promised and cut off the head before grabbing Omega Body, Supreme Armored Hide, Powerful Vitality, Energy Projection and Minor Regeneration for a heavy price of 117,000 units of life force, or 104,681 after counting in the life force I got from the corpse. Losing that massive chunk of my life force stores kinda sucked ass, but it was worth it with how useful those traits were. I left the arena after that and hopped back into my bike after killing the two bandits who were fighting over who got to steal it. Ernest was thrilled to be presented with the beast's head, even if he was a little upset at all the bullet holes it had. Magnificent show. I'm going to have it mounted on my den's wall, he said happily. Hello. There are new missions at Lucky's bounty board. A claptrap unit's voice sends through my echo right after I get paid by Ernest. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =8157885 number sign : text =patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake. Life Force, 250,948 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade X2, Omega body rare grade X4, supreme armored hide epic grade X2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade X4, superior vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade X2, fire resistance epic grade X2, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade X4, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade X2, radiation resistance epic grade X3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade X2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade X3, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Uncommon Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3 Stored Traits, Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade X5, Omega Body, Supreme Armored Hide, Powerful Vitality, Energy Projection, Minor Regeneration. Chapter 65, Question. I look at Lucky oddly and he just shakes his head. Wasn't me, you just got power back to the thing so folks got work they'd like done, he said, and I sighed. I hopped back into my bike and backed it up a bit before jumping the ramp yet again, because why the fuck not, and headed for the bar. When I arrived I was surprised to see that the others weren't back quite yet and shrugged before walking over to the bounty board to see what was up. Once I synced my echo to it, a screen was projected for me to see and I read the descriptions of each of the quests. The first quest was someone who was tired of the bandits and runners thinking they had the right to shoot anything that moves and thus keeping others from driving safely. The poster wanted whoever took the quest to blow up the fuel tanks of the bandits to effectively put them on house arrest. The second quest was ironically a dude with his own fuel piping system that, thanks to all the gunfights, needed maintenance that the poster didn't want to do on account of them fearing to become Swiss cheese, which was fair enough, I suppose. The third quest was from Tanis, surprisingly, who apparently had folks digging for an elemental artifact of the Iridian variety that she believed to be from the vault, but her workforce had all scrammed on account of seeing ghosts or some such. She included the freight lift code for the dig site for whoever wanted to go get that artifact for themselves, me of course. I was pretty sure the ghosts were actually seraphs, which got me excited because that meant more iridian metal and cores if I was careful. The next quest was another one involving finding scattered parts to a gun that the poster offered to put back together if you collected them all. The final quest, however, interested me for an entirely different reason. See, there was an old racetrack here in the headlands that was abandoned when the corporations pulled out of Pandora and had thus become infested with scythids that the poster wanted removed so they could reopen the place. Naturally I was interested because of both the new possible traits and because I could fucking finally push my bike to the limit, as most racetracks were smooth, though since it's on Pandora it's probably shitty too. I thought with a shake of my head before I opened the door to the bar and found me a seat on a bar stool. I saw no point in grabbing any of the quests without talking with the others first, and that meant hanging about until they showed up. I could have echoed them, but it wasn't really that important and they'd no doubt also gotten that Claptrap's message. I merely let Lawton out of my house and sat with a bag of potato chips and bottle of root beer waiting for them to get back. Like usual I hear them before I saw them as their engines revved loudly before quieting as they pulled up the park next to my bike. Lawton sniffed the air at the sounds, but after a moment registered who it was and lazily laid down to nap on the cracked floor. The door flew open as Brick pushed it too hard as usual and walked in with the other three following after. Taken a look at the quests yet? Lil asked, and I nodded while ignoring the fact Brick just stole my chips and soda. Most of it looks like grunt work, but there were a couple that I want to take myself, I said frankly. Really, what? She asked curiously. One of them wants someone to clear out an infestation of scythids that had taken over a racetrack. The other is a dig site that might have some seraphs guarding an iridian artifact, I explained. So traits and alien stuff? Morty asked, and I grinned. You know it, I said with a chuckle. Haven't punched an alien robot before, sounds fun, Brick said with a mouthful of chips. I shook my head. I don't suggest trying, those things kill shields fast as fuck since they use energy weapons. Like this blade here, I said, flexing my left arm just right so the energy blade I had taken from one of the seraphs I'd killed previously activated. Awesome, Brick says excitedly as he grabs my arm to get a closer look at the pulsating blade. Why haven't we seen you use that till now? Morty asked curiously. I forgot about it, to be honest, I said, scratching the back of my head in embarrassment. How do you forget about an energy blade that comes out of your arm? Lil exclaimed. Look, I've had a lot to keep track of, so is it really any wonder some stuff gets temporarily forgotten in the mix? I asked with a helpless shrug. He's got a point, Roland said, and the others nodded in agreement. How does that work anyways? Morty asked, pointing at the blade. I'd like to say I'm not an expert, but that'd be a fucking lie. Like, I know how it's made and how to modify it, hence why it works for me, but I am a little hazy on the details involved in its function. Best I can explain it is that it takes in energy and then does something with that energy to turn it into a sort of hardened energy structure. The science is really goddamn advanced and hard to explain without a long-ass lecture. I said verily. Forget I asked, he said, wrinkling his nose at the idea of so much science getting explained. Probably for the best. Anyways, something like this will kill a shield's charge in the blink of an eye if you get hit with it, watch. I said before pressing the blade against Brick's chest. Almost immediately the shield on him flares up to stop it before shattering an instant later. There was a hiss of gasped breath at this, even if I expertly stopped the blade before it could even graze Brick's shirt. I moved my arm and the blade fizzed out of existence as I brought my arm away from Brick. Despite how it seems the blade is only as damaging as a normal if exceptionally sharp one, but its energetic nature make it the fucking bane of all shields. The shots the ones that have that ability send at you are the same. Needless to say, punching them is a really bad idea unless you are either really fucking flexible or cut-proof somehow. I said simply. That means Brick's out for that quest unless he wants to use a gun. Roland said, and I nodded. Good news is that there's a quest for blowing shit up, which sounds right up your alley. I said, patting the big dude on his back. Guess we'll take a look at the quests ourselves before we make a decision. Morty said before they went to do exactly that. The bounty board was right outside of the bar, so it only took them a couple minutes to go out, read the quests and then come back. We discussed it and I had to accept that I was only going to get the corpses of the Scythids, as we settled on an even split since there were 5 quests. Morty and Brick got the demo and scavenger hunt quests. Roland and Lil got the repair and extermination quests while I got the quest Tanis put up. I kinda wanted to hunt the Scythids myself but couldn't argue that it wasn't entirely necessary for me to do so. Unlike with the Seraphs, where my expertise on the thing's construction was absolutely needed to make sure we didn't reduce them to useless scrap. Well, okay, even as scrap they'd be very useful, but you get the fucking idea. The tech that made up the Seraphs was extremely valuable, so if I could avoid reducing some of it to raw materials alone, that would be for the best. I passed out snacks and cold drinks which we all used to refresh ourselves before we set out again to take on our chosen quests. Underscore 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 underscore. For those not in the know, I am currently working on 3 stories at the same time. Danmachi, Hell's Forge, a random Pokemon journey, and Borderlands, Unnatural selection. All 3 can be found on Scribble Hub and Web Novel, only the Pokemon story on Royal Road however. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =$8157885 number $:text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 250,948 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade x2, omega body rare grade x4, supreme armored hide epic grade x2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade x4, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade x2, fire resistance epic grade x2, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade x4, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade x2, radiation resistance epic Grade X3, Energetic Sustenance, Radiation, Epic Grade X2, True Omnivore Rare Grade, Biometallic Bones Epic Grade, Elemental Body, Shock, Rare Grade X3 Quick Thinking Rare Grade, Hyper Flexibility Rare Grade, Strong Circulation Epic Grade, Minor Spatial Awareness Epic Grade, Buzzax Expertise Uncommon Grade, Siren, Phase Lock, Altered, Mythical Grade, Pugilist Expertise Uncommon Grade, Adrenal Rush Rare Grade, Mechanical Engineering Expertise Uncommon Grade, Gunsmithing Expertise, Degrading, Common Grade X3 Stored Traits, Fire Resistance Uncommon Grade X5, Omega Body, Supreme Armored Hide, Powerful Vitality, Energy Projection, Minor Regeneration. Chapter 66, Housekeeping. I put Lawton up before I left the bar and hopped into my bike. As much as I'd like to keep the little death machine out, it couldn't fly quite yet and couldn't run nearly fast enough to keep up with a vehicle. Speed was a funny thing really, as the further you got from a thing the faster each of the same movements would seem from it. This was called relativistic speed and was why Lawton not being able to fly made all the difference. If it was able to fly, it could cover more distance with the same amount of effort by simply going higher and thus keep up. Anyways, I got my fire-breathing lizard into my house and set off for the dig site Tanis left in the quest. I blew up a runner piloted by some bandits on the way, but otherwise had no real issues on the way. I knew it was bandits BTW because there was a fucking psycho hanging off the side waving his buzzaxe around. The location of the dig site was a couple miles away from the bar, so it didn't take me long at all to arrive. At first glance the place appeared to be a huge stone structure sticking out of the ground with an arching stone bridge overhead and everything. Upon closer inspection of one of the sides, however, you'd find an odd sort of mini canyon that lead to a rather deep and large hole in the stone going straight down. The rough-hewn edge of the stone told me that this was not a natural part of the place, but that didn't keep the bandits from shacking up here. There was 2 tents out at the start of the catwalks that 3 psychos came out of. Housekeeping, I said with a grin. Blood for our ghostly masters, one of them screamed before all 3 of them got a bullet through the brain for their efforts. I drained away their life force, leaving behind only dust as my boots rang out with each step on the metal grate of the catwalk leading to the generator building and freight lift. I ended up having to deal with 2 bruisers, a midget, and 3 marauders, with one of them being of the badass variety, which was to say bigger and with better gear. I got a nifty trait from the dude too. Gun Expertise Uncommon Grade. This made sense as it was clear that this dude was a security officer before he became a bandit asshole. Obviously his training with his gun hadn't slipped at all, so I got the benefits of his hard work as a result. The only person I had found so far with this trait was Clay, and he was a gunslinger, so that should tell you the sort of skill needed to have it pop up. If I had to guess though, I'd say Roland and Morty probably have it too, but I'd have to check to be sure. There was no need to check the control room for the generator as the power was still flowing through the lift from the still running generator. I simply walked onto the lift and hit the switch to send it down before waiting for it to reach the bottom of the hole. On the way down, my attention instantly snapped in a certain direction as I felt something odd through my powers. It was hard to explain, but it felt like a sort of hum coming from behind the walls, unlike anything I had ever experienced. The sources of this hum grew as I got closer to the bottom of the shaft until it felt as though an orchestra of cicadas were sounding off from every direction in my powers range. It wasn't unpleasant, however, but seemed almost like life force waiting to be claimed, but not exactly. Like I said, it was hard to explain. Soon though, the lift hit the bottom and a few marauders and psychos attacked me to stop me from disturbing the Iridian stuff down here, no doubt. Bandits worshipping these alien constructs did not surprise me at all, as in a way bandits were just that fucking primitive and foolish, draining the life force from the corpses. I was stunned to find that the glowing energy from one of the exposed glowing Iridian pillars was pulled in as well. 3,000 units, that's how much the strange purple energy I took from the pillar gave me. Admittedly not a lot, but the sheer fact it happened confused the shit out of me. Even worse is I recognized that a tiny part of the surrounding hum vanished when I pulled in that energy as well, which made me grin and hold out my arms. I closed my eyes and focused my powers on grabbing the sources of that humming and dragging them to me. Immediately thin threads of purple energy flowed through the air from both visible and buried under stone sources before sinking into my body as my life force reserves began to skyrocket. 256,000 units over 200,000 units of life force from draining this odd energy from my surroundings, and a thought occurred to me. Was this iridium? The books from Athena's describe the stuff as a high-energy purple metallic material that could enhance Siren powers somehow. That fit really fucking well with what I had just experienced, but I was confused why the iridium-carved stuff had iridium in it. Obviously there was a deeper connection between Sirens, iridium, and the Iridians, but as to the specifics I wasn't certain. The fact that the purple stuff was within the architecture made by the Iridians here on Pandora alone yet was absent from the other two places I had found it was equally confusing. I put this conundrum to the side though, as it was time to go get me some alien robot parts. As I walked deeper into the large tunnel that was being held up by the Iridians' architecture, I felt more and more iridium in the stuff that I helped myself to, while making sure to observe everything as I went. That strange high-energy crystal that I've found in a few places on this planet also showed up, glowing and lighting the tunnel up even as the swirling lines on the Iridian stuff faded as I ate the iridium within it. Soon the tunnel ended in a massive chamber with two statues shaped like the Seraph Guardians' strange forms, with what appeared to be a miniature vault at the far end of the chamber. True to her word, a dark purple artifact sat nestled in a bed of those high-energy crystals right in front of this mini vault. As I approached the center of the room, the two statues started to turn to face each other and burst into flames. The chamber shook for a moment, and from thin air 4 seraphs showed up, 2 slashers and 2 artillerists. This isn't a storage area but a fucking warrior's challenge, with the artifact being the prize. I realized immediately. The 2 slashers glided rapidly over the ground with their glowing blades out to try and cut me down, but I carefully lined up my gun and fired 2 shots. The bullets struck true and the slashers crashed into the ground helplessly as the power transfer for their movement system was cut off by my 2 well-placed shots. The model of Seraph was slightly different from the ones I fought on Baal 3, more human-like and intricate, but the general tech remained the same. No power to the movement parts in the lower half, and even if it wanted nothing more than to murder me angrily, the seraphs were helpless and unable to move without dragging their bodies by using their arms. I ignored the slashers and turned my attention to the artillerists that fired several pinkish energy projectiles at me that I dodged. These were a bit trickier to defeat than the slashers without totally ruining the delicate tech they have. I started sprinting to the side while the artillerists flew in different directions to attack from those angles. This was perfect as it separated them and made the chances of my shots affecting the other bot much smaller. I lined up my gun and pulled the trigger before lining up the second shot and sending it to its target as well. There was 2 loud bang sounds as the bullets cut off the movement of the artillerists, like with the slashers. With them now immobile and still, I took aim at an even harder target, the thin upper arm of the bot's right side just below the shoulder. My first shot missed due to the continued shooting the bots were doing, but the second shot blew off the arm with the firing mechanism entirely. I carefully repeated this with the other artillerist and holstered my gun, as even though they were still active, the bots were no longer a threat. The specific spots I had shot were energy channels for the bots' functions, and thus the mechanisms themselves were still perfectly intact. I walked behind the slashers that tried to cut me with their blades and slipped my gun's blade into a small joint at the top of their humped chests at the base of the neck, which cut off the operation center of the bots from getting power, causing the things to power down. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =$8157885 number $:tilde text $patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 643,116 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade X2, omega body rare grade X4, supreme armored hide epic grade X2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade X4, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade X2, fire resistance epic grade X2, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade X4, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade X2, radiation resistance epic grade X3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade X2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade X3 quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, mechanical engineering expertise uncommon grade, gunsmithing expertise, degrading, common grade X3 stored traits, fire resistance uncommon grade X5, omega body, supreme armored hide, powerful vitality, energy projection, minor regeneration, gun expertise uncommon grade. Chapter 67, Mad Melted. I repeated this with the artillerists and was left with 4 minorly damaged Iridian robots with all the juicy pieces of tech still working perfectly. The thing about cutting off the power flow temporarily like this and not permanently was that once the flow was restored the bot still wouldn't wake the fuck up even if you punched it. It was a bit like unplugging a computer in that you still had to hit the start button before it actually kicked to life again. Thanks to this, even after I removed the blade on my gun and restored the flow of energy, the bots remained unresponsive. I opened up my house and dragged these goodies of mine inside and straight to my crafting room. The place had my tools set nice and neatly in their places and a couple of racks for storing the things I had lined up to work on. One such project currently on hold was my first true Drake brand original gun. While my current gun has that name according to the odd screen that pops up for stuff, it's not really something I made from scratch, so I didn't count it for this true original, though I only had the firing mechanism and handle finished as I needed iridian metal or tech, either worked really, to complete it. As it turned out, the artillerists had the exact parts I needed for this particular gun prototype I designed. Naturally, this meant those 2 were the first bots I dismantled. I was very careful as I popped off the metal armoring protecting the cores as well as the internal mechanisms in the arms and lower sections of the bots. I carefully removed the cores, which I noted to be running about half full, and then moved on to the other bits I wanted from the arms. I took the bits responsible for condensing and projecting the energy projectiles that the artillerists are named for. They were rough and dirty in their usage in the bots, as in truth their potency should be much greater. For mass-produced Seraph Guardians, though, it was adequate. With 2 sets of these parts, 1 per arm, in hand, I had enough for my prototype to finally be made. I ignored that for now though, as I still had some tasty bits to pick off these robotic corpses before I turn the rest into pure material. For example, I grabbed the anti-grav hover jets that let the things flit about in the air. I grabbed the brains of the bots that were low-end hypercomputers that had been programmed far too simply and thus limited their potential. I also took the wireless energy transference nodes that, if you didn't know what you were looking for, would seem like a normal part of the bot's metal, though ever so slightly odd-shaped. Considering how strange the designs of the bots were to begin with, though this was easily missed, I could understand why the Iridians had disguised those parts so well, as they were the key to the vast majority of the upper-end technology that gave their tech its mystical feel. The size and sheer usefulness of these parts were the stuff entire planets would be bathed in blood to acquire if the existence of it was found out. Thankfully, I had no intention of doing so, as this was going to be my own personal brand of tech. Anyways, once I cannibalized all the juicy tech from the artillerists that I wanted as is, I stuffed the rest of them into my deconstructor thing to get broken down into pure iridian metal to be shaped as needed. I then moved on to the slashers that were much the same as the artillerists in what I wanted, so it was just the same process more or less. Finally though, I finished salvaging everything and it was time to head back to the bar to meet up with the others. I could work on actually crafting stuff later when we no doubt had some free time. As we finish up all the jobs currently available, I of course made sure to grab the artifact that this trial had as the reward before heading back up the lift. I hit a stupid psycho with my bike on the way back across the headlands to the bar. When I arrived I found the others waiting in the bar. Get anything for me? I asked with a grin as I walked in. Yeah, put the bodies out in the empty encampment. They started to stink. Morty said as he downed a mouthful of that swill beer that was apparently abundant. How about you? That dig site have anything interesting? Lil asked from her stool. A bunch of iridium in the pillars and stonework the Iridians carved that I ate. But the place turned out to be a warrior's challenge rather than a treasury, so the artifact was guarded by 4 seraphs. I already brought them into my house, I said as I plopped my ass on a worn-out stool. That artifact any good at least? Brick asked and I nodded. Yeah, it's an augment for weapons tech that adds additional explosive damage on top of whatever damage was already being done. Going to use it on my gun to upgrade it even further, I said honestly. Seems like a waste with how good your gun already is, might be better on a Maluan or Torg for that extra splash damage. Morty said with a shrug. Maybe, but I'd need to find at least a legendary quality gun if I was going to do that, or I really would be wasting it, I said helplessly. Can't argue with you there, Morty says in agreement. Welp, I'm going to see if those scytheds got any good traits before relaxing a bit, I said as I extended out my powers and felt the creatures' corpses outside. Scythed, mutant, life force, 750 units traits, boneless common grade 700 units, thermal sensing uncommon grade 2000 units, elemental body, corrosive, rare grade 7000 units, corrosion resistance rare grade 7000 units, ambush muscles common grade 700 units, keen nose common grade 700 units, blind trash grade 100 units, scythed life force, 500 units traits, boneless common grade 700 units, thermal sensing uncommon grade 2000 units, ambush muscles common grade 700 units, keen nose common grade 700 units, blind trash grade 100 units, corrosion body, get. I thought excitedly as I ripped that trait and the related resistance trait out of that corpse. Other than that though, I didn't see anything else really worth grabbing and just ripped out the life force. I ended having to spend 8,750 units out of my own pocket even with the life force I got from the corpses. A bit of a loss, but I finally had the second to last of the elemental body types that I was aware of. All that was left to my knowledge was cryo before I just needed to raise all of them to legendary and fuse them. Even without being at the same grades I could feel the synergy between the 3 body traits I had. Besides the creepy light show, any of that any good? Roland asked. I actually lost some life force on this, but I got the second to last of the elemental body traits I needed. Cryo's all I have left before I can fuse them into whatever that results in, I said happily. Hey, Mad Mel's crew are starting to get antsy, so he needs to do something about you lot or they'll think him weak. Now's your chance to kill him as he can't run away. Watch out though, guy's a monster on a machine. Talk to the claptrap to get through to New Haven once he's dead. Lucky sent through our echoes right after I finished speaking. Okay, this Mad Mel guy, I know him. He's the one that's been stealing all my runners and putting them in the hands of those jagoffs. Hey, you go say hello from Scooter, and by that I mean you go murder the crap out of him, alright? Scooter sent right after Lucky. You heard the fellas, Mad Mel's insides need to be made his outsides and we've got the job of seeing it done, I said, and got collective groans since everyone was relaxing. We should call it a day when we get to New Haven, been at this for hours now, Morty said, and I nodded. It was a reasonable plan as nobody was any good when sleep deprived, and while none of us were there yet the fact remained we had been busy for at least 7 or 8 hours and it took a toll on us all. Not enough to interfere with our performances yet, but that didn't mean the exhaustion wasn't creeping up on our asses. We all loaded up in our vehicles and headed to the waypoint that said where Mad Mel was. It appeared to be a sort of giant birdcage arena with 2 openings for entry and exit and a flaming area in the center of the arena that the waypoint said held Mad Mel. We entered the arena and immediately a gate fell to block us in and a couple of runners came out of the dark tunnels in the arena. They got blown the fuck up with no hesitation on any of our parts, which seemed to force Mad Mel's hand. The flames died down and a huge vehicle came out with a bruiser in a funny hat sitting in the driver's seat. I'd like to say he put up a decent fight, but I'd be lying. He died like a bitch. Fired off maybe 2 rockets before his ride was turned holier than Jesus and him with it. He had a thing of mechanical engineering expertise though that I grabbed for 2,000 units of life force as we drove past the scattered chunks as the gates lifted back up. Well, ho freakin' raw. Mad Mel is gone, bless his worthless piece o' crap soul. You've become quite the little go-getters out there. Drop by my shop in New Haven, I'd quite like to meet y'all in person. Scooter sent almost right after we drove through the wire gate towards the thick tunnel gate blocking the way to New Haven. Underscore 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 on https://www.patreon.com/user?u =815788554 number sign : text =patreon.com/patreon_loscro_underscore underscore 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 on Alexander Drake Life Force 633,366 integrated traits, gun expertise uncommon grade, clever mind rare grade, enhanced senses epic grade X2, omega body rare grade X4, supreme armored hide epic grade X2, bone regeneration uncommon grade, corrosion resistance uncommon grade, energy projection epic grade X4, superior. Vitality epic grade, flame breath uncommon grade, regeneration epic grade, disease resistance epic grade, amphibious lungs uncommon grade, thermal sensing uncommon grade, water resistance common grade, active camouflage epic grade, Iridian engineering expertise mythical grade, efficient lungs rare grade X2, fire resistance epic grade X2, elemental body, fire, legendary grade, shock resistance epic grade X4, energetic sustenance, shock, epic grade X2, radiation resistance epic grade X3, energetic sustenance, radiation, epic grade X2, true omnivore rare grade, biometallic bones epic grade, elemental body, shock, rare grade X3, quick thinking rare grade, hyper flexibility rare grade, strong circulation epic grade, minor spatial awareness epic grade, buzz axe expertise uncommon grade, Siren, phase lock, altered, mythical grade, pugilist expertise uncommon grade, adrenal rush rare grade, mechanical engineering expertise uncommon grade, gunsmithing expertise, degrading, common grade X3 stored traits, fire resistance uncommon grade X5, omega body, supreme armored hide, powerful vitality, energy projection, minor regeneration, gun expertise uncommon grade, elemental body, corrosive, rare grade, corrosion resistance rare grade, mechanical engineering expertise uncommon grade.